Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-55, Good Deal. A full 6 months later, somewhere in the void, Emonayi stood, looking extremely angry and upset. Anyone who had been made to dance like a puppet on strings would feel equally moody. Behind him, several innate territory lords sensed his anger spilling over and threatening to engulf them. In order not to incur his wrath, they kept silent and stayed as far from him as possible. Behind them were 1,200 black ink disciples gathered in various scattered groups and areas, looking confused and disorganized. It had been half a year since Emonayi set off from the no-return pass with the 1,200 black ink disciples and the supplies he had prepared. In this half a year, Yang Kai repeatedly changed the location for the transaction 8 times. Furthermore, there were times that he made Emonayi wait for dozens of days without any updates. Emonayi was furious but could not do anything about it. He could understand Yang Kai being cautious and suspicious, as the royal lord had already instructed Emonayi to seize any opportunity to kill this pest. However, with Yang Kai being so cautious, how could Black Ink Clan have any chance to do anything? If Emonayi wanted to take action against Yang Kai, he had to first set up the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array so that he could trap him in place. The Black Ink Clan had no way to arrange anything in advance, though, as Yang Kai repeatedly changed the meeting location. Thus, Emonayi no longer held any hope of taking Yang Kai down. The Black Ink Clan was being sincere to Yang Kai, but he still treated them like vicious bandits, which frustrated Emonayi. He decided that if Yang Kai changed the meeting location again, he would return to the no-return pass with the Black Ink disciples and supplies. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void and Yang Kai appeared like a ghost. Before he appeared, neither the innate territory lords nor Emonayi felt Yang Kai's aura. This space secret technique alone rendered the Black Ink Clan somewhat powerless to deal with him. "It's been a long time," Yang Kai said as soon as he appeared. He had randomly and hastily decided to meet here, so the Black Ink Clan couldn't set up the traps in advance. Additionally, he had secretly surveyed the vicinity with his demon eye of annihilation to ensure there were no hidden dangers before showing up. "Sir Yang is quite cautious," Emonayi replied grouchily. He could be considered mild-tempered among the Black Ink Clan, but now he was thoroughly incensed by Yang Kai's behavior. Yang Kai said frostily, "What's wrong with being cautious? Enough nonsense, where are the supplies?" Emonayi kept a straight face and threw out a few space rings. Before Yang Kai caught them, he used his divine sense to check them for hidden traps and ensure that there were no problems. Each space ring was filled with resources and materials of various qualities and elements. The amount in each space ring was enough to allow a top second-class sect to sustain itself for 1,000 years. The amount and quality of the supplies was undeniably large. Yang Kai clicked his tongue and snickered. The Black Ink Clan's assets are truly remarkable. This wasn't a surprise, though, as the human race were stuck in just over a dozen great territories, while everywhere else was fully controlled by the Black Ink Clan. What's more, the Black Ink Clan did not care how they mined for resources, as even destroying universe worlds meant nothing to them. The 3,000 worlds of today was being fully exploited for its resources. After mining whatever they could, the Black Ink Clan simply allowed the various universe worlds to crumble into universe fragments. "Here are the 1,200 Black Ink disciples. Sir Yang, please inspect them. If these are acceptable, we will leave now." Emonayi urged him to accept the compensation so that he could leave and not have to deal with Yang Kai any further. "They will do." Yang Kai did not bother to check, not because he trusted the Black Ink Clan, but rather because he had already inspected these 1,200 Black Ink disciples before showing up. There were exactly 100 7th Order Black Ink disciples as agreed upon, while the rest were of various orders and strengths. In that case, goodbye. Emonayi cupped his fist and led the territory lords, who had constantly been on guard, to leave. Yang Kai saw them off warmly. "This has been a happy cooperation. I hope there will be more such cooperation in the future." Emonayi paused momentarily and could not help but curse to himself. "There will never be another time. If there is a next time, it will be you delivering your head to me." After Yang Kai watched the Black Ink Clan masters fade into the distance, he turned to look at the 1,200 Black Ink disciples. But as soon as he did, someone shouted, "Disperse!" 1,200 people turned into 1,200 streams of light in an instant, scattering in all directions. Yongkai entirely failed to stifle his laughter as he knew that the Black Ink clan would not be so honest. It turned out that this was what they were up to. If he were a regular 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there would be nothing he could do in the face of such a situation. At best, some of these Black Ink disciples would be captured, but probably 90% of them would be able to escape. However, with Yongkai being here, what the Black Ink clan did was pointless and doomed to fail. The moment the 1,200 streams of light shot in all directions, the void suddenly thrummed and solidified. The streams of light all faded to reveal the Black Ink disciples who were now frozen in place, none of them able to move, each with a different expression on their face. Yongkai stepped forward, and as soon as he walked past each of the Black Ink disciples, they would disappear. Each of the Black Ink disciples reappeared in Yongkai's small universe, and was immediately enveloped by a mass of purifying light which began to dispel the Black Ink strength in their bodies, and return them to their original selves. In a short time, all 1,200 Black Ink disciples were taken in. Yongkai took a long look in the direction of the no-return pass before turning around and disappearing into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. A short while later, he arrived at a secret place and established a connection to the World Tree. With the power of the World Tree, Yongkai shuttled through the void and soon arrived at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary where he stood below the World Tree. The old tree still had the same old look, with almost all the world fruits still on the tree being the ones corresponding to the universe worlds that Yongkai had refined and saved at the beginning of the invasion. There were also world fruits corresponding to several universe worlds in High Heaven Territory and the New Great Territory. As for the other world fruits, they had all fallen off. On some of the branches of the old tree, there was a trace of black chi. "Thank you, old tree." Yongkai bowed and saluted. The old tree did not show its face, choosing to just shake slightly. Yongkai identified the world fruit that corresponded to the star boundary and shot towards it. The world fruit rapidly enlarged in his eyes as a familiar aura came towards him. Before he knew it, Yongkai was already standing above the star boundary. He stepped forward and appeared in High Heaven Palace next, where a familiar divine sense immediately swept over, though it was withdrawn as soon as it scanned him. One of the great emperors stationed at the star boundary noticed that someone had entered it. However, once they identified that it was Yongkai, they knew that he was not here to cause trouble. This time it appeared to be Ice Feather Great Emperor who was stationed at the star boundary. Yongkai did not have many interactions with this great emperor, and thus was not too familiar with him. Yongkai's divine sense swept over the spirit peak where his parents lived, and found that the old couple were happily teaching some young disciples. With the Black Ink clan invading the 3,000 worlds, no one could avoid joining the war effort. In fact, Yongkai's parents had applied to join the army several times. However, High Heaven Palace always refused to allow them to go, claiming that they could contribute most by teaching the next generation of disciples. Naturally, no one, save for Yongkai's parents themselves, raised any complaints about this. Yongkai had made many invaluable contributions to the war over the years. In fact, if not for Yongkai, the human race might have lost long ago. His wives, adopted son, and little sister were all fighting on the front lines as well. Since his parents were not that strong, and there was a high probability of something happening to them if they went to the battlefield, the higher-ups all tacitly agreed to keep them out of the fighting. After all, how could they explain to Yongkai if something happened to them? Also, who would dare to say anything if his parents remained in the star boundary? Without bothering his parents, Yongkai called Hua Qingxi and asked about the situation in the star boundary. He also asked about the new great territory, the Myriad Monsters world. He learned that everything was fine here at the star boundary, and the Myriad Monsters world was also doing well. The World Tree clone was showing its power, and after thousands of years of nurturing, many rising stars from the Myriad Monsters world had directly broken through to the 5th, 6th, and even 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. A Monster King had been recognized by the Myriad Monsters world's will, and been named the first Great Emperor with the title Thunder Shadow. He left the Myriad Monsters world with some human companions, and had now made a name for himself on the various battlefields. Nowadays, there were several great emperors of the Myriad Monsters world. In addition to the original monster race Great Emperor with the title of Thunder Shadow, there was one more from the monster race and 2 humans who had been certified as Great Emperors. The Myriad Monsters world bottle still had positions open, So both monsters and humans were eager to attain the world's acknowledgement and seize this position for themselves. This was not only a matter of honor and prestige, of course, as anyone who obtained the Great Emperor position would see a dramatic increase in their speed of cultivation while in Myriad Monsters' world, allowing them to grow stronger more rapidly than their peers. As for the human race as a whole, everyone, from the Supreme Commander to the ordinary soldiers, could feel the stress of the approaching storm. Everyone knew that in the near future the peace between the humans and the Black Ink clan would break down completely and a battle to the death would begin. Once that happened, only the strong would be able to protect themselves. On the whole, the expectations of the human race were high but filled with potential. Have Shower and Schwer sent any messages back? Yang Kai asked casually. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, Yang Xiao did send back a message. He said that the palace master had caused them a lot of trouble. Now they are constantly being hunted by the Black Ink clan. Whenever their whereabouts are exposed, they are bound to be pursued. It has taken them a lot of effort to repel the enemy. Yang Kai chuckled heartily and said, It looks like they're having a good time. I can rest assured then. This was probably due to the final lesson that Yang Kai gave his 3 disciples in Azure Sun territory. Although Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and the others were not present at the time, the Black Ink clan had sources of information. They would be able to find out about Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's relationship with Yang Kai, and naturally wanted to handle them. Yang Kai was not too worried about their safety, of course. These little ones had all become 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so as long as they worked together and joined forces to defend themselves, the Black Ink clan, though strong, should not be able to harm them. Martial Peak. Chapter 56-56. Mi Jinglun's Speculation. Yang Kai did not stop for long at the star boundary. He exchanged a few words with Hua Qingxi, and released a group of disciples who were ready to reach the open heaven realm from the Void Dao Temple, leaving them under her care. He instructed her on some matters and then left. After passing through the territory gate, he arrived at the neighboring Great Territory, which was numbered but remained unnamed. Any great territory that was only represented as a number on the universe chart was ranked as an extremely low-grade great territory. It meant that it did not have any notable great force overseeing it. A great territory such as this usually had few universe worlds and sparse resources. Generally speaking, such a great territory was isolated from the rest of the world. High Heaven territory was like this in the past. In the whole High Heaven territory, there were only 2 habitable universe worlds. One was the star boundary and the other was the demon realm. The strongest masters were the great emperors and demon saints. There were no open heaven realm masters here. However, since the rise of the star boundary as an open heaven realm cradle, High Heaven territory made a name for itself. The neighboring great territory was not so fortunate, but it was the place where the supreme headquarters of the human race was located. Although the great territory was previously unknown and even deserted, it was now vital to the human race. Not only because it was the great territory that led directly to the star boundary, but also because it connected to more than 10 great territory battlefields. Just as the barren territory was the last barrier to the 3,000 worlds, this unnamed great territory was also the last bulwark for the human race today. If the Black Ink clan breached this place, they would be able to push straight into the heart of human territory. When that happened, the human race would have no choice but to completely fall back to High Heaven territory and the new Great Territory. With the supreme headquarters located here, this great territory was extremely bustling. No matter which battlefield the soldiers headed to or retreated from, they would transit through this place to rest and repair their equipment. Armies would be assembled here and be dispatched by the supreme headquarters as reinforcements to the Great Territory battlefields on a regular basis. Looking from afar, there were many human race soldiers coming and going in the void, and the glimmer of light from their bodies was as bright as stars. Yang Kai suppressed his aura and rushed to the universe fragment where the supreme headquarters was located. Without informing anyone, he flew straight to the main hall. Inside the main hall, Mi Jingluan was busy pointing at a territory map, and a few 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were in charge of transmitting orders nodded as they took careful notes. Yang Kai took a look and found the territory map was of Twin Poles territory. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, Mi Jingluan looked up and gave him a light nod, signaling him to wait for a moment. Yang Kai made himself at home, found a seat, poured himself a cup of tea, and leisurely sipped it. After a little more than half an hour, the Seventh Order Masters were sent away. Mi Jingluan stood in place in contemplation for several moments before rubbing his forehead. He then walked over to Yang Kai, sat down, and pushed an empty teacup towards him. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and poured him a cup. Mi Jingluan heaved a long sigh and downed the tea like he was draining a bottle of wine. Yang Kai asked, "Things aren't going well in Twin Pole's territory." Mi Jingluan replied, "The Black Ink clan has intensified their attack on Twin Pole's territory. They've recently gained more territory lords and deployed them there, so we are facing some difficulties." Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he asked with a smile, "Why don't you take a trip there?" "Impossible." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I just got back from harassing the Black Ink clan at the No Return Pass. If I go to Twin Pole's territory at this time, wouldn't I be reneging on the agreement?" "What happened?" Mi Jingluan raised a brow and asked curiously. Yang Kai briefly told them about his experience at the No Return Pass before handing Mi Jingluan the supplies he had extorted from the Black Ink clan. Mi Jingluan accepted them politely, and after a quick inspection he exclaimed, "Wow, the Black Ink clan was really generous to you." In his heart, he knew that this was due to Yang Kai's notorious reputation. If the Black Ink clan had to choose between losing territory lords or resources, they would definitely choose the latter. They could easily recoup the material losses even if they were given away. However, territory lords were all valuable assets, and it would not be beneficial to give Yang Kai an excuse to go on a killing spree. If Mi Jingluan tried to take advantage of the Black Ink clan like this, he would have been torn apart by the royal lord. Although he became an Eighth Order Master much earlier than Yang Kai, he had to admit that he was no match for the latter's strength. This was a positive development though. The future of the human race would only be bright if the future generation could surpass the abilities of the current one. A few days ago, there was a report of many black ink nests scattered all over the great territories withering for no apparent reason. I figured it was you who went to the No Return Pass to stir up trouble. From what you had just said, it seems my assumptions were correct. There was a precedent for this. Previously, Yang Kai went on a rampage at the No Return Pass and destroyed 7 high-rank black ink nests. This naturally disrupted the flow of reinforcements to the Black Ink clan as all the mid-rank and low-rank black ink nests spawned from those high-rank nests were destroyed. The human race was not sure what had happened at the time, but later found out that it was Yang Kai's doing. So, when a similar event happened, it was easy for Mi Jingluan to make a guess. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who returned from the ancestral land explained in detail what happened there, and the small stone race army you provided has also been integrated into our forces. Mi Jingluan said solemnly, "Junior brother, does the Black Ink clan really have the means to help an innate territory lords become a royal lord?" When they heard this news, many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the Supreme Headquarters were shocked and decided to block the news immediately to avoid damaging the morale of the army. It was a pity that Yang Kai was like a dragon who shows his tail but never his face. Yang Kai came over whenever he wanted to see Mi Jingluan, but the reverse essentially never happened. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens if Mi Jingluan wanted to find Yang Kai. Yang Kai drank another cup of tea and nodded. Indeed, the pseudo-royal lord I encountered at the ancestral land named Diwu was created in such a manner. Unfortunately for him, he was too careless and was killed by me. Pseudo-royal lord? Mi Jingluan exclaimed with his eyebrows raised. It seems senior brother isn't aware of this point. Although the Black Ink clan has the ability to forcibly raise an innate territory lord into a royal lord, there are clear flaws with the process. Such a created royal lord may have the raw power of a royal lord, but they are unable to utilize it properly. I clearly felt this when I fought Diwu. He could only exert about 70% to 80% of what a royal lord should be able to do. Thus, I regard them as pseudo-royal lords. Mi Jingluan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "If that's the case, then there's no need to be too concerned." A pseudo-royal lord who could only exert an average of 75% of his power was not nearly as threatening to Eighth Order Masters as a true royal lord. It might only take a few Eighth Order Masters in a battle formation to resist such an enemy, though killing one was probably impossible. But there is another pseudo-royal lord at the No Return Pass right now. Mi Jingluan's eyes narrowed and asked, "Who?" "Senior brother. Do you remember that innate territory lord named Emonayi?" Him? How could Mi Jinglun not know who Emonayi was? Emonayi was one of the innate territory lords that the human race was highly focused on. This guy was far more intelligent and cunning than other territory lords. It was definitely not a good development for the human race for this Black Ink clansman to become a pseudo-royal lord. Mi Jingluan thought about it momentarily but decided not to dwell on it any further. Now that Emonayi had become a pseudo-royal lord, it was useless to brood over it. If they really encountered him, they could only directly take him on. Junior brother, have you found out how the Black Ink clan creates these pseudo-royal lords? Yang Kai shook his head and replied, Emonayi was already a pseudo-royal lord when I arrived at the No Return Pass. I tried to probe them about it, and it seemed like the information those 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered at the No Return Pass was accurate. Even if the Black Ink clan has a method to create pseudo-royal lords, they have to pay a huge price. At the very least, they should have to sacrifice a large number of innate territory lords. When Diwu transformed into a pseudo-royal lord, 13 innate territory lords were sacrificed. In Emonayi's case, there were at least 12. Hearing this, Mi Jingluan seemed to have suddenly thought of something before snapping his feather fan closed. He gently tapped the fan against his palm and said, Perhaps, it also involves the sacrifice of a high-rank Black Ink nest. Yang Kai wondered and asked, Why do you think so? Perhaps junior brother isn't aware of this. About 400 years ago, some low-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests suddenly withered. When the numbers were tabulated, the headquarters estimated that a single high-rank Black Ink nest had been destroyed somehow. About 100 years ago, a similar situation occurred. Initially, I thought that it was junior brother who went on a rampage at the No Return Pass and destroyed these high-rank Black Ink nests, but from your story just now, that seems to not be the case. 400 years ago, after a little calculating, Yang Kai realized that was the time that he had just arrived at the ancestral land to cultivate. He also killed Diwu just over 100 years ago. For the Black Ink clan, Black Ink nests were their foundation, so they would not be given up easily. There could only be one reason for those low-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests to die all of a sudden. The high-rank Black Ink nest that produced them was destroyed. The timing was too coincidental, and the anomaly was equally obvious. The Black Ink clan was smart enough to hide the truth from him, but there were enough clues for the human race to make the necessary deduction. Yang Kai kept nodding his head. More than 400 years ago, when the Black Ink clan knew that he was cultivating in the ancestral land, they created Diwu, a pseudo-royal lord, and ordered him to go to the ancestral land to kill him. Unfortunately, Diwu ended up losing everything and died in the ancestral land. When they realized that Diwu had died, the Black Ink clan at the No Return Pass created Emonayi. They did it twice, and each time they not only sacrificed more than 10 territory lords, they also lost a high-rank Black Ink nest in the process. It makes sense now. Mi Jingluan's eyes flashed and continued. The Black Ink clan does have the means to transform an innate territory lord into a pseudo-royal lord, but it requires the sacrifice of a dozen or so territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink nest. No wonder the Black Ink clan has never used this technique before. The cost is indeed very high compared to the benefits. He looked at Yang Kai and said with a smile, Looks like that original royal lord is willing to pay any price as long as they can kill you. Yang Kai said, Man proposes, the heavens dispose. If he did not have an army of small stone race with him when he went to the ancestral land, there was a good chance that Diwu would have succeeded. The good thing was that this matter was considered resolved in his favor. The Black Ink clan tried to kill Yang Kai, but he managed to overcome that calamity and gain significant compensation for it. All of this was because the two races still needed to maintain the status quo. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-57, Suppressing Black Ink Fortress. What happened at the ancestral land was considered resolved and there was no point in thinking about it further, so Yang Kai changed the topic and asked, How are senior brother Xiang and the others? Xiang Shan had stopped appearing in public and focused on cultivating to break through to the 9th Order. The Black Ink clan suspected that Xiang Shan and the other 8th Order masters who were expected to break through and reach the 9th Order had already done so secretly. However, that was not the case in reality. The 9th Order was the peak of the human race's martial Tao, and was extremely difficult to reach. Now, there were not many humans who were qualified to make this breakthrough, There was indeed one person who had succeeded, but it was not Xiang Shan. When Yang Kai asked, Mi Jingluan sighed and replied, "It has been 1,000 years since they entered retreat, and still there is no news from them. In fact, with Brother Xiang's talent, he should have already reached the 9th order if nothing went wrong." The issue was that Xiang Shan's cultivation had once regressed. Long ago in Blue Sky Pass, in the era when Yang Kai had not yet set foot onto the Black Ink battlefield, Xiang Shan was a famous existence and many territory lords died at his hand. However, he was so feared that he became a priority target for the Black Ink clan. They specifically targeted him and trapped him in a bitter battle where he became corrupted heavily by Black Ink's strength, forcing him to sacrifice a large portion of his small universe to preserve himself. Afterwards, he took a profounding spirit fruit to repair his damaged small universe. However, the drop in one's cultivation was not something that was automatically made up for. For the many years that Yang Kai was stationed at Blue Sky Pass, he had never seen Xiang Shan because the latter was in secluded retreat. It was not until the leaders of the human race decided to form the Great Evolution Army to recover Great Evolution Pass that Xiang Shan returned to the limelight. What Mi Jingluan meant was that if that incident had not occurred all those years ago, Xiang Shan would already be a 9th order master. The cave heavens and paradises were filled with talented people, but throughout history few could match the reputation of Xiang Shan. It was a pity that his future accomplishments were greatly delayed, and now it seemed that dark injuries from that incident were preventing Xiang Shan from reaching the 9th order. The current situation between the two races was rather stable. Although the fighting never ceased, it was all in a managed situation rather than an all-out war. Thus, Xiang Shan took this opportunity to enter retreat and cultivate. Brother Xiang did mention that if necessary, he would come out to face the enemy, regardless of whether he had achieved a breakthrough. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "What about the suppressing Black Ink fortress? What's the progress?" The suppressing Black Ink fortress was a massive mobile palace artifact that Yang Kai had convinced the Supreme Headquarters to refine in order to deal with the Black Ink clan. It was quite similar to the Great Passes of old but far smaller. The current generation of artifact refiners, even compared to those from late ancient era, were not inferior. However, the human race sorely lacked resources at the moment. Great Passes were enormous mobile palace artifacts built up and refined over hundreds of thousands of years, consuming an unfathomable amount of resources. The human race could not afford to spend so lavishly in their current situation. If they tried to build such an artifact now, it would likely cripple the cultivation progress of the entire race, which was a situation that absolutely could not be allowed. Thus, they could only build the suppressing Black Ink fortress, for which Yang Kai campaigned hard some 1,000 years ago, just before he left for the Myriad Monsters world. This mobile palace artifact was not destined for the Great Territory battlefields, however. When Yang Kai asked about the suppressing Black Ink fortress, Mi Jingluan replied, 300 years ago, the superstructure of the suppressing Black Ink fortress was completed, and over the subsequent years various grand arrays and artifacts have been installed. It should be almost finished now. After a pause he asked, "Do you want to see it?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. The two of them left the Supreme Headquarters together, and shot off into the depths of the void. The construction of the suppressing Black Ink fortress was kept highly confidential, with only those participating in the project and the heads of the Supreme Headquarters being in the know. This giant weapon of war was located at an extremely remote place in the Great Territory, and covered with multiple arrays to conceal it. Patrolling human race masters also ensured that no one without authorization approached this region. Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan traveled for about an hour before reaching a universe world that seemed to be covered in shadows. Although this universe world was ancient, its grand Tao and will were imperfect, thus there was no vitality here. This was a rather common sight throughout the 3,000 worlds. Although such a universe world generally had a lot of precious cultivation resources, it was not suitable for the survival of living beings, thus it was essentially dead. A divine sense swept over from afar, but after confirming Mi Jingluan's identity, it allowed them through. Yang Kai, led by Mi Jingluan, flew for a while around the universe world before arriving at a certain spot and heading down. They passed through a layer of thick, dark clouds before being hit in the face with an imposing aura. A huge and lofty object immediately filled their view, one that looked like a massive steel beast. This was the suppressing Black Ink fortress. The suppressing black ink fortress was undoubtedly much smaller compared to a great pass from the black ink battlefield, being just 10% of the size. However, it was still a massive object. The entire suppressing black ink fortress looked like a small city with many structures, high walls and towers. Yang Kai could see people scurrying about inside the suppressing black ink fortress, carrying materials and working on construction projects. There were huge artifacts mounted atop of the city walls, and at a glance one could tell how extraordinary they were. There were also traces of numerous grand arrays, but none of them were currently active, so it was impossible to assess their might. The human race seemed to be in decline as it only held a dozen or so great territories because of the Black Ink clan. However, no matter how bad things were, they still had a profound heritage. When the Grand Army was defeated in the war outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, the humans were forced to retreat to the No Return Pass, and then to the Barren Territory. The death of countless soldiers was certainly heartbreaking, but the loss of a great pass inherited since the end of the late ancient era was also a massive strategic setback for the human race. While many great passes were destroyed, others remained mostly intact at the No Return Pass. Many wanted to take the great passes away with them, but they were too massive even for a Ninth Order old ancestor to fit into their small universe. Thus, they had no choice but to abandon them. Presently, those great passes outside the No Return Pass had become platforms for Black Ink Nest. If the human race could defeat the Black Ink clan and retake the No Return Pass, there was still hope to regain those great passes. The two landed on the suppressing Black Ink fortress and were immediately greeted by someone. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Grandmaster Donghua!" It was Donghua Ping who Yang Kai had met at Blue Sky Pass. He was an artifact refining great grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven, and also the one who built the first purifying Black Ink battleship together with Yang Kai and a number of array masters. However, since Yang Kai left Blue Sky Pass, they had not seen each other again. Mainly because Donghua Ping was in charge of artifact refining while Yang Kai's job was to kill the enemy. They fought on different battlefields, so it was natural for them not to meet each other. Yang Kai. Donghua Ping also recognized Yang Kai immediately and reached out his hand to slap his shoulder as he happily declared, "I should call you Junior Brother Yang now." Yang Kai returned the greeting, "Senior Brother Donghua." He was happy to see him. Although Yang Kai had met many people on the Black Ink battlefield, few survived until today. Donghua Ping was also a bit emotional. When he first met Yang Kai, the latter was just an unknown sixth-order brat. He was only valued by Blue Sky Pass leaders at the time because he brought purifying light to the human race. Now, when Donghua Ping saw him again, Yang Kai was already the powerful profound Nether Army commander, and a perpetual thorn in the Black Ink clan's side. Such growth was truly immense as only 3,000 years had passed since then. Mi Jingluan said with a smile, "Senior Brother Donghua is one of the chief artifact refiners on the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress project. Junior Brother Yang, if you want to know more about the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress, please feel free to ask Senior Brother Donghua." "Many thanks, Senior Brother." Donghua Ping simply waved his hand. "Artifact refining is the job of this old master. It's not a big deal. However, can Junior Brother Yang tell me what this Suppressing Black Ink Fortress is going to be used for? This artifact is massive and took no less than 1,000 artifact refiners almost 1,000 years to construct. Although it is powerful, it is not suitable for the current war. Even if it is for a counteroffensive, one Suppressing Black Ink Fortress won't make much of a difference. If it weren't for Supreme Headquarters special orders, this old master would not have agreed to squander so many resources and so much manpower on this. The amount of resources poured into the thing could have benefited the Great Army in many other ways." It was clear that Donghua Ping had strong opinions about the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress. As he said, this thing was not very useful for the situation the human race was currently in. Unless more Suppressing Black Ink Fortresses were built, they could not be used to attack the enemy. This was certainly a very sharp weapon of war. However, its disadvantages were also very obvious. It took far too many resources and too much time to build just one, so if it did not achieve its intended purpose, then it was all just a huge waste of time and money. Didn't Senior Brother Mi explain the situation? Yang Kai was stunned. Mi Jingluan said in return, "It's better that fewer people know about this matter." Donghua Ping glared at Mi Jingluan and snorted, "What nonsense is this guy sprouting? He just said that it was a secret. What can this old master do to him if he refuses to say anything? Yang Kai smiled before quietly whispering something to Dong Guanping. Dong Guanping immediately turned solemn and remarked, "I see." He had his suspicions considering the situation. However, Yang Kai just confirmed his guesses. He was a veteran from Blue Sky Pass who had experienced thousands of years of war on the Black Ink battlefield. If the suppressing Black Ink fortress was used in that place, it was indeed the perfect tool for the job. What are the chances of that happening? Dong Guanping asked. Yang Kai replied, "It's bound to happen, it's just a matter of time." Dong Guanping replied, "Fortunately, this old master did not cut corners when I built the suppressing Black Ink fortress. Otherwise, it would have been a big mistake." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Senior brother, please take us to look around." Dong Guanping was immediately reinvigorated. Although he had some reservations about building the suppressing Black Ink fortress, it was also the greatest masterpiece of his life. Now that he had succeeded in building it, he naturally wanted to show it off to others. It was pointless for him to brag about it to the builders. Thus, when Mi Jingluan and Yang Kai came, he finally had an audience to lead around and introduce all the wondrous features of his creation. Martial Peak, Chapter 56-58, Tiger Roar Cannon. When the Supreme Headquarters gave the order 1,000 years ago, Dong Guanping led several artifact refining great grandmasters and brought over 1,000 artifact refiners to this place to work. Those artifact refiners had put their all into the suppressing Black Ink fortress, and it represented their proudest achievement. Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven contributed a huge amount of resources to create this artifact. Although each Cave Heaven and Paradise contributed a lot to this project, Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven were the experts at artifact refining and thus contributed the most. Presently, the suppressing Black Ink fortress had various grand arrays, artifacts, and even some architectural uniqueness, making it essentially a mobile city. All of this was influenced by Dong Guanping, so he was intimately familiar with all aspects of the suppressing Black Ink fortress, making his introductions detailed and descriptive. Yang Kai soon began to appreciate the might of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. He was very satisfied with what he was hearing. Although the suppressing Black Ink fortress was only 10% the size of a great pass, its armaments and capabilities were basically on par with one. They paused for explanations and then resumed along the route. When the three of them arrived near a section of the city wall, Dong Guanping pointed to a huge artifact mounted up ahead. The shape of the artifact looked like a crouching tiger with an elongated neck gazing forward. There were several artifact refiners nearby who were busy working on it. Dong Guanping pointed at the artifact and said proudly, "This is a Tiger Roar Cannon, the main offensive artifact of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. Over all four walls there are a total of 1,200 of these. They were specially designed for the suppressing Black Ink fortress." Mi Jingluan looked at it for a while and asked, "How powerful is it?" Dong Guanping stroked his beard and smiled. When tested, 3 6th-order masters working together were able to unleash a strike equivalent to a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm master's full strength. If 3 7th-order masters worked together, the power unleashed would be similar to an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm master's attack. Mi Jingluan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Impressive, but creating such an artifact must have been expensive, right?" Dong Guanping replied with a solemn nod. "Didn't Supreme Headquarters say not to skimp on the cost? Creating a single Tiger Roar cannon consumes resources equivalent to building a standard warship." Mi Jingluan winced at the thought of the cost. With 1,200 Tiger Roar cannons, it was like having 1,200 standard warships, and that was just for the main armaments of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. There were other various supplementary artifacts, as well as the grand arrays within the fortress, which also required a lot of resources. The entire suppressing Black Ink fortress was practically a weapon of war built from several generations of stockpiled wealth. It was fortunate that Yang Kai went to the No-Return Pass to pick a fight with the Black Ink clan, and managed to get them to compensate him with so many materials. At least, that could help to replenish a good portion of the stock used in the production of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. Otherwise, the human race would have to tighten their belts for a few years just to get by. However, this was something Yang Kai had specially requested. Although the cost was immense, it was worth the expenditure as long as it could produce the desired effect. As the two spoke, Yang Kai had already walked toward the Tiger Roar cannon, which had several artifact refiners busy working on it. One of them became upset when he noticed someone approaching without permission and stood up abruptly with the intention to reprimand him, but was immediately stunned. Yang Kai smiled at him and said, "Senior Brother Su." The other person smiled and exclaimed, "Junior Brother Yang. Haven't seen you in years, Senior Brother Su. You still have the same noble bearing as before." Yang Kai glanced at the chubby figure in front of him, while comparing it to the one in his memories. In fact, there were no significant changes to Fatty Suzhan except for the traces of aging after all these years. Furthermore, Suzhan was already an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Donghua and Ping walked forward and asked curiously, "Junior Brother Yang, you know my martial nephew?" Although they were both in the 8th Order, since they were born and raised in Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven, Donghua and Ping was still Suzhan's senior and thus of a higher rank compared to a rising star like Suzhan. Furthermore, while they were cultivators in the same realm and from the same sect, there was still some difference in their strength and achievements. In contrast, although Yang Kai was much younger than the rest, as long as his cultivation was on par with theirs, he was considered equal in terms of seniority to Mi Jingluan and Donghua and Ping. "Of course I know him. I was drawn into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary with Senior Brother Su. We went through a lot of hardships together," Yang Kai explained. Donghua and Ping suddenly understood. Over the past 10,000 years, the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary only appeared once. Suzhan coincidentally got dragged into it, and apparently so did Yang Kai. Therefore, it was normal that they knew each other from the incident. Sometime later, Yang Kai and Suzhan also met in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. However, after Yang Kai went to the Black Ink battlefield, there was no longer any news of him. Suzhan naturally heard about Yang Kai's exploits when the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. It was a pity that they could not meet until today. To construct the suppressing Black Ink fortress, Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven had deployed 30% of their sex artifact refiners, which was why Fatty Suzhan was here. After some pleasantries, Suzhan cupped his fist and said, "Martial Uncle is here just in time. This Tiger Roar cannon has some problems linking together with the Grand Array. No matter how we tried, we just can't get it to work smoothly. Perhaps Martial Uncle can figure out the problem." Donghua and Ping, who never backed down from a challenge, stepped forward and said, "Let me take a look." He approached the Tiger Roar cannon, carefully investigated and quickly found the crux of the problem. He did not personally resolve it though, and instead carefully instructed Suzhan and the others and let them do it. This was also a kind of on-the-spot education. The few artifact refiners soon became busy working on the cannon and forgot all about Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan, who were standing beside them. Yang Kai also knew something about the Tao of artifact refining, and although it was not as good as his mastery over the Taos of time, space, and spear, he was still an artifact refining grandmaster, so he could more or less understand what they were discussing and was also interested in it. On the contrary, Mi Jingluan, who knew nothing about the subject, stood by the side, bored to tears. Upon realizing this, Yang Kai said, "Senior Brother Mi, we have basically finished with the tour of the suppressing Black Ink fortress, but I would like to remain here and see the rest of the artifacts and spirit arrays. You should go on ahead first." Mi Jingluan nodded and said, "Good. I will make the rest of the arrangements at the Supreme Headquarters." Yang Kai made his requests without holding back. "I estimate it will take a minimum of 5,000 and up to 8,000 soldiers to fully mobilize the power of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. I will have to trouble Senior Brother Mi to prepare them as soon as possible. Additionally, please send the divine spirits that I brought back from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary over here. Although they have been obedient over the years, the agreement I made with them was only for 3,000 years and will soon be up. It will be difficult for me to extend the pact, but there just so happens to be someone over on that side who can handle them." Mi Jingluan immediately understood and replied with a smile, "That's right, under that person's watchful eye. These divine spirits have no choice but to behave obediently." Naturally, the suppressing Black Ink fortress needs a divine spirit with great sun and moon marks to be able to create purifying light to protect against the encroachment of Black Ink strength. I'll make sure everything is prepared appropriately. Mi Jingluan quickly left and went back to the Supreme Headquarters to organize the troops while Yang Kai stayed. Once the suppressing Black Ink fortress was ready for action, Yang Kai would be responsible for sending it to that place. Dongguo and Ping was still instructing Su Zhan and the others to solve the problem of the Tiger Roar cannon, when Yang Kai heard a soft voice in his ear. He was surprised and decided to follow the voice, leaving the suppressing black ink fortress and heading towards a mountain valley some 3,000 kilometers to the west. He approached it, and was stunned by what he saw within it. The entire surrounding land was barren and silent, but this mountain valley was full of vitality, with an abundance of fragrant flowers and vegetation. However, under careful observation and inspection, he realized that all the greenery was nothing but an illusion. This was obviously an extremely profound manifestation of power. He then noticed a delicate figure sitting quietly in the middle of the sea of flowers. As Yang Kai waded through the sea of flowers, the flowers were disturbed, detached from their stems, and flew away from the branches. The flowers turned into yellow, red, and green butterflies dancing among other flowers. At that moment the world was colorful and beautiful. Yang Kai was captivated by this beauty, even stretching out his hand and allowing a butterfly to land gently on his fingertips while flapping its wings. A few moments later, he approached the figure, bowed and greeted Old Ancestor. This was the only human who had advanced to become a ninth-order Old Ancestor since the invasion of the 3,000 worlds. Only a select few of the upper ranks knew about this. Yang Kai was curious about where she was after she had reached the ninth order, and it was only when he heard her voice that he realized that she had been here the whole time, guarding the suppressing black ink fortress. The Supreme Headquarters must have arranged for this newly promoted Ninth Order Master to secretly guard the suppressing black ink fortress to ensure that absolutely nothing happened to it. Luoting, he smiled slightly, reached out her hand and spoke gently, "No need for formalities. In fact, I owe everything that I have to you." This Ninth Order Master of Inyang Cave Heaven was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion for 2,000 years. Many years later, Chu Huashang had entered the Samsara Pavilion vowing to live and die together with Yang Kai for 9 lifetimes or perish inside. Yang Kai managed to overcome this challenge and leave with Chu Huashang. It was through that opportunity that Luoting he was also able to leave the Samsara Pavilion. If Yang Kai had not gone through the 9th reincarnation and succeeded in awakening Chu Huashang, Luoting he would still be trapped in the Samsara Pavilion. She would not be where she is today. Old Ancestor is too kind. What happened that day was pure coincidence, Yang Kai said respectfully. Back then he had no idea Luoting he was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion. All he did was break Chu Huashang's heart seal and awaken her memories. It was pure coincidence that he managed to get Luoting he out as well. Coincidence or not, I still owe you a favor, Luoting he insisted. Yang Kai could not say anything else. Luoting he tilted her head and smiled as she said, "I've been thinking about how to repay you for that. I originally thought of giving you some benefits after I reached the 9th order. However, your cultivation speed is so fast that the benefits I can give you now related to that are far too limited." Martial Peak, Chapter 56-59 Butterfly. Luoting he would not be in such a tight spot if Yang Kai was only in the 6th or 7th order. All she needed to do was to give him some gifts and give him some pointers for his cultivation, which would not be difficult. However, Yang Kai's cultivation had been increasing rapidly over the years, leading to him reach the peak of the 8th order. In terms of strength as an 8th order master, Yang Kai was definitely the strongest. Even Xiang Shan was incomparable to him. This made it difficult for Luoting he to figure out what she could give him in return. Since she successfully advanced to the 9th order and was stationed here to guard the suppressing black ink fortress, she had been thinking long and hard about this. "I pondered a lot on this. Since you are always out and about, you should be constantly in danger, so why don't I give you something to protect yourself? It might come in handy one day." Upon saying so, she did not allow Yang Kai to refuse. Her slender jade finger gently lifted and the sea of flowers that blanketed the mountain valley started to detach and turned into balls of light that converged at her fingertip. The flowing lights lingered and gathered, slowly converging into one and reconstituted into a colorful butterfly which gently flapped its wings. When the glow waned, the butterfly completely materialized. She was not finished yet though, as Yang Kai clearly felt Luoting he's world force surging madly and pour into the butterfly. The little butterfly, which was the size of a baby's palm, was like a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing world force from the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Young Kai was immediately dumbfounded. Although he did not know what mysterious secret technique Luoting he had performed, he could tell that this senior who came from Inyang Cave Heaven was injecting the heritage from her own small universe into this butterfly. This was undoubtedly a huge loss to her. When this butterfly was activated, it would be as if Luoting he was present to take action. It was truly a treasure. Just as Luoting he said, Yang Kai traveled around regularly as he no longer needed to cultivate in retreat. Previously in the ancestral land, he was surrounded by powerful Black Ink clan masters, and when he went to the No Return Pass, he faced 2 royal lords and countless territory lords. He really did encounter a lot of danger, so such a defensive treasure could be a life-saving token in certain critical moments. Setting other incidents aside, if he had this butterfly when he was at the ancestral land, would Diwu have even been a threat to him? With the infusion of a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe heritage, the secret technique butterfly became increasingly dynamic, as if it really came alive and was ready to fly. Luoting he soon began to look fatigued. It was only after half an hour that Luoting he exhaled a long breath and severed the connection between her small universe and the secret technique butterfly. With a flick of her fingertip, the butterfly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his palm and the butterfly landed on it. The gorgeous light then dissipated and turned into a butterfly-shaped crystal. If you encounter a dangerous situation that you can't get out of, activating this will certainly help. It contains my full power, but remember that it can only last for 30 breaths. Luoting he warned. Although the butterfly felt light, Yang Kai's heart was heavy. He estimated that to create this secret technique butterfly, Luoting he had sacrificed at least 500 years of hard cultivation. In other words, several centuries of effort had been used up to create this butterfly, which only lasted 30 breaths of time. In some sense, while such a secret technique was extremely damaging to Luoting it was a potentially life-saving treasure to Yang Kai. Yang Kai put the secret technique butterfly away, bowed and solemnly said, "Many thanks for old ancestors' generosity." Luoting he smiled lightly and said, "You are now a pillar of the human race. We cannot afford any mistakes with your life." After a pause she continued, "You have been out and about a lot, and understand far more than others about the situation between the 2 races today. Tell me, if the 2 sides were to go to war today, what are the chances of the human race winning?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "The odds of our victory are actually quite high, but we cannot just focus on the immediate crisis." It was not that the human race did not dare to fight back against Black Ink clan in an all-out war today, but rather that they needed to not be short-sighted. Yang Kai gave up an absolute advantage in profound nether territory, and made peace with the Black Ink clan to create a relatively safe environment for the next generation to grow up in. He did this because he realized that this was not a war that one person alone could control, and that the human race needed more masters if it truly wanted to win in the end. Later on, the scope of the peace talks extended to more great territory battlefield, and now that some 2,000 years had passed, the human race truly had nurtured many rising stars into powerful masters. The star boundary, the myriad monsters world, and even his small universe continued to witness the birth of such talents. Now, the human race had one more Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it could be said that their situation was much better than 3,000 years ago. If a full-blown war started today, the human race would likely win. Yang Kai alone would have a huge impact as he would be unshackled, able to slaughter acquired and innate territory lords freely. Although the Black Ink clan could create pseudo-royal lords, they would have to sacrifice a lot of territory lords to do so, which would not be worth it as a dozen territory lords were actually more useful than one pseudo-royal lord. So, if a full-scale war broke out, the human race's chances of winning were more than 70%, though they would have to pay a terrible price to achieve victory. Such a war would likely result in 50% losses on the human side. The problem was what came after. The root cause of the Black Ink clan was slumbering inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Even if the Black Ink clan that invaded the 3,000 worlds was ruthlessly wiped out tomorrow, the problem would not be resolved until MO was completely eliminated. The human race needed to be much stronger to deal with what was to come. The suppressing Black Ink fortress was one such preparation for that future. For the time being, delaying was the human race's best option. The longer they could delay, the greater their advantage would become. However, there was a limit to this. If most true body completely awakened, the human race would have to deal with it, regardless of whether they were prepared or not. Thus, Yang Kai was willing to accept 1,200 Black Ink disciples and a multitude of resources to resolve his confrontation with the Black Ink clan at the No Return Pass. It was not because he turned soft to them, but that now was not the time to confront the enemy directly. Speaking of the 1,200 Black Ink disciples, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that they were still suppressed in his small universe. He had forgotten to release them back at Supreme Headquarters when he was there. There was no hurry though. Furthermore, they posed no danger as they remained in his small universe for the moment. Yang Kai had a long chat with Luo Ting-he, describing the situation of the two races while she listened intently. Although she was a Ninth Order master, after leaving Azure Sun territory some 1,000 years ago, she had been stationed here the whole time. Thus she really did not know much about the situation in the outside world. Yang Kai only knew so much because he was able to move around freely while the others could not. I understand now, Luo Ting-he nodded lightly, then smiled and said, "You are so certain of victory? Have you found a way to deal with that Black Ink giant spirit god?" If the two sides were go to war, the Black Ink clan's biggest advantage was not the huge number of troops they had, or that the number of territory lords exceeded the numbers of Eighth Order masters. It was the Black Ink giant spirit god who was pinned down by the two veteran Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters in the barren territory. That was the true existence that could single-handedly tip the balance of power between the two sides. The Black Ink clan now had two Black Ink giant spirit gods. One was held in check by Air, so they did not need to worry too much about it. Those two had been fighting each other for several thousands of years, and neither side had gained any kind of advantage. It was the Black Ink giant spirit god that had once been subdued by the divine spirits in the ancestral land that they had to worry about. Once it freed itself from the old ancestors' restraint, it would be an absolute disaster for the human race. Before, while it was seriously injured, it was locked in place by the two Ninth Order masters using their secret techniques. However, after so many years had passed, most of its injuries should have been healed by now. Nevertheless, that alone would not be enough of a reason for Yang Kai to personally go to the barren territory to torment it. If the Black Ink clan was in a life-or-death struggle, the Black Ink giant spirit god would not stand idly by. In that situation, it would likely sacrifice its arm to fight back. If it broke free, then it would be difficult for the human race to counter it. However, from what Luo Ting-he had heard so far, Yang Kai did not seem concerned about it, so he obviously had a way to deal with it. Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter and said, "Old ancestor is truly sharp." While Luo Ting-he mentioned this, she did not ask any more questions about it. Yang Kai left after some more small talk, and Luo Ting-he continued to meditate to make up for the heritage that she had just used up. Instead of returning to the suppressing Black Ink fortress, Yang Kai flew directly up into the void, where he opened up his small universe and released the 1,200 Black Ink disciples he had received from the No Return Pass. The Black Ink strength in their bodies had already been purged by purifying light, and they were now ashamed to face Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had not got them back from the Black Ink clan, they would still be working for the enemy. Yang Kai was not surprised by this and did not say much to them. He only gave them instructions and then provided them in the direction of the Supreme Headquarters. The 1,200 saluted in unison, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. The Supreme Headquarters spent months mobilizing the necessary troops. It was not an easy task to gather so many Open Heaven Realm masters. They could not draw too many from any single battlefield. Otherwise, it may affect the situation on the front lines. They also needed to balance the personnel appropriately, which was no easy task. Before the arrival of the soldiers, a group of divine spirits came to Yang Kai to report. They were the divine spirits that he brought out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Since Yang Kai killed Tao Wu in Profound Nether territory, these divine spirits had been performing much better on the battlefield because they were afraid of Yang Kai's ferocious methods. Tao Wu, who was comparable to an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm master at the time, was beheaded by Yang Kai without being able to resist. None of the divine spirits wanted to be the next Tao Wu, so over the years whatever the humans requested, they would do their best to complete. The divine spirits all stood in a field near to the suppressing black ink fortress, but when Yang Kai looked out at them, he suddenly felt rather saddened. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5660. Riding a pirate ship. Yang Kai brought just over 100 divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. However, there were only about 60 of them standing in front of him today. A 40% casualty rate over 3,000 years of fierce battles was by no means small. Each of the divine spirits was more powerful than the average human race master in the same equivalent order, so one could imagine how perilous the war had been. Although there were not many of them, these divine spirits had already constituted an extremely powerful force, as many were comparable to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Their ancestors were imprisoned for various reasons in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary by the Old Tree. In the special environment of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, it was difficult for their bloodline to grow as powerful as it could be, even if their bloodline was pure. For example, Zhu Jiuyin, who Yang Kai brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary all those years ago, was as strong, if not stronger, than any 8th Order human master, but due to the suppression in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she had only been able to exert the strength of a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master while trapped there. It was not until she left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that she began to restore her true strength in the Void Land. These dozens of divine spirits had left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for almost 3,000 years, and had already adapted naturally to the world principles of the outside world. Almost 80% of them were 8th Order, while the remaining 20% were 7th Order. Among the 8th Order divine spirits, there were several whose aura was particularly strong, indicating that if there was enough opportunity for them, they could reach the 9th Order in the future, which was the peak of the universe. After so many years of constant battling, these divine spirits were very intimidating, with their cold murderous intent lingering about their bodies, mixed with the innate might of divine spirits. As they stood here, the artifact refiners and array masters who were busy working on the suppressing black ink fortress tried their best to keep their distances. Unfortunately for these divine spirits, the refinement of their bloodline became increasingly difficult the higher they climbed. It was no longer like during the primordial era when the heavenly way favored the divine spirits, resulting in fewer of them being able to ever advance to the 9th Order. Dragon Clan's Fu Guang had been cultivating in the dragon pool for so many years, but in the end, it was only with Yang Kai's help that he could become a divine dragon. As for the Phoenix clan, none of them had risen to the divine rank since the fall of the previous Phoenix clan leader during the Barren Territory War. The refinement of one's bloodline was not just a matter of dedication and effort, but also highly dependent on personal inheritance. No matter how long one lived, if their inheritance was insufficient, it would be useless. Yang Kai glanced at all the divine spirits and suddenly cupped his fist and bowed appreciatively. Many thanks for all your hard work and sacrifice. The solemn atmosphere suddenly eased, and a divine spirit smiled and said, "This is our duty, sir." Yang Kai glanced at the divine spirit who spoke, nodded lightly, and said with a smile, "When I brought you all out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, I made a bloodline oath with you for 3,000 years, and now that time has basically passed." Upon saying so, Yang Kai reached up his fingers and began to count. A voice from below softly said, "There are 79 years to go before the full 3,000 is up." A chorus of voices said, "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Kai looked up and chuckled. "All of you remember so clearly." The divine spirits smiled. How could they not remember this, as it was related to their freedom? Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and said, "When I asked you to make that great oath, I said that I would set you free after the expiration of the agreement 3,000 years later. I have no intention of breaking my word. However, all of you must know the situation that we are in, so I would like to ask all of you now. After the expiration of the 3,000-year Great Oath, where do you intend to go?" The divine spirits exchanged looks with each other, and every one of them could see the indecision in each other's eyes. When they came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they did not know the situation in the outside world was like this, but they were no longer ignorant like back then. Now, when the 3,000-year agreement was ending, where could they go even when they were free? A divine spirit with an ox head said, "Sir, now that all life is under threat by the Black Ink clan, we have nowhere else to go. I'm afraid we can only fight alongside the human race to drive out the enemy." Yang Kai looked at the divine spirit and was surprised that it was Zhu Jian. He thought that these divine spirits could not wait to get far away from the battlefields after they regained their freedom. He did not expect them to be so righteous. He was relieved and asked, "Do all of you feel the same way?" A divine spirit yelled, "We're already riding this pirate ship, how can we get off now?" This caused many divine spirits to roar in laughter. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It is a blessing for my people and all people that you think this way. I, Yang Kai, hereby swear by my source and bloodline that in my lifetime, I will ruthlessly kill the Black Ink clan and eliminate them from this universe. When peace is finally restored, I will drink and celebrate with all of you. When that happens, you will be favored by the heavens, and perhaps restore the glory of your ancestors." At the end of his sentence, a golden illusory phantom flickered behind Yang Kai, which was a manifestation of his source great oath. All the divine spirits were moved. Zhu Jian immediately cupped his fist and said, "We are willing to serve, sir." The divine spirit also shouted in unison, "We are willing to serve." "Excellent." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "I have asked all of you to come here because I have a task for you. This matter is of utmost importance and victory or defeat in this war will depend on it, so you must think carefully before accepting it." Zhu Jian immediately asked curiously, "Sir, what task is it?" Yang Kai smiled profoundly and said, "There is no hurry. We still have to wait for the human side to finish its arrangements. When the time comes, I will send you to a place. I will explain in detail when the humans are ready." Oh. The divine spirits did not ask any more questions and Yang Kai allowed them to disperse and find a place to rest, away from the still busy artifact refiners and array masters. The divine spirits did not respect ordinary humans as they were more intimidating and powerful. However, Yang Kai was no ordinary human. Technically speaking, he was now a powerful ancient dragon, who was just one step away from becoming a divine dragon. Days later, 6,000 soldiers finally arrived at the suppressing Black Ink fortress. These 6,000 soldiers included all sorts of talents and were enough to operate the suppressing Black Ink fortress like a real great pass. Mi Jingluan personally drafted these soldiers from across all the various battlefields. The 6,000 battle-hardened veterans gathered in a large courtyard, and their combined aura was truly awe-inspiring. The cultivation of each of these soldiers was no less than the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, with many 7th and 8th Order masters among them. Each one of them was battle-tested and had killed many Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield. They suddenly received the transfer order from the Supreme Headquarters and were brought here, so none of them knew what was happening and did not know what they should do. At the very least, they could see the enormous suppressing Black Ink fortress. Thus, it was clear that something big was going to happen and all of them looked forward to it. Yang Kai stood in front of the 6,000 men and women and began to look at them in detail, soon noticing many familiar faces in the crowd. Yu Rumeng, Su Yan, Shanqing Luo, Shui Yujiao. His wives were all here except for Xia Ningchong, who had been stationed at the rear because of her mastery over the Tao of alchemy. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Zhao Yibai, Zhao Yesui, all of whom were close to him, were also there. Yang Kai even saw Gu Pan, whom he had not seen for many years, and Zhang Ruoxi beside her, staring back at him with glittering eyes. The moment he saw Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai's heart suddenly began to race. He felt a strange impulse but was not sure what it was about. Yang Kai did not think much about it though and just quietly said to Mi Jingluan, "Many thanks, senior brother Mi." It was obviously Mi Jingluan's idea to transfer his wives, Yang Xiao and his sister here. It was not so much as to take care of the people close to Yang Kai, but rather because the Black Ink clan was now targeting them. Once they appeared on the battlefield, they were always swarmed by the Black Ink clan. If it was not for the fact that some of them were proficient in the Tao of space, they would have been in deep trouble. There is no need to thank me, Mi Jingluan, whose insight was exceptionally keen, knew what Yang Kai meant. They are all heroes and this is the right time for them to contribute. Besides, the situation there might be even more dangerous than on the battlefield here. While the two of them were talking, somewhere below within the crowd, Yang Xiao said to Yang Shui, "Little aunt, what's wrong with that big head Mi? Our whole squad has been transferred over, so why did he leave Old Fong out? Although Old Fong is a bit laid back, he is very powerful. Hey, why don't you ask adoptive father to transfer Old Fong over?" Over the years, Yang Xiao and the others had made a big name for themselves. Since the Black Ink clan knew about his relationship with Yang Shui and Yang Kai, they had targeted them repeatedly. It was Feng Tianci who used his mastery over the Tao of space to lead them out of danger many times. The years of working together resulted in them bonding strongly with each other. Yang Xiao had high regards for Feng Tianci, but unfortunately, for reasons unknown, Mi Jingluan had transferred all of them here except for Feng Tianci. They did not know why Big Head Mi had seemingly singled out old Feng, but Yang Xiao was not happy about it. Now, he was encouraging Yang Shui to go to Yang Kai to file an official complaint. Yang Shui would naturally not want Feng Tianci to be excluded as he had helped them a lot of times before. This time there was no telling what kind of missions they were being sent on, but from the lineup gathered here in the massive fortress in front of them, it was obviously going to be a task fraught with dangers. They would also be much safer with Feng Tianci by their side. Yang Shui faintly nodded and replied, I'll talk to Big Brother when I find a chance. In front of the square, Mi Jingluan said, Junior Brother Yang, I found an interesting person when I was making the transfers. This person was originally in the same squad as Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. He is also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with great strength, and is also highly proficient in the Tao of space. Apparently, he came from your small universe, but he came to me and said that he could not accept this transfer. I asked him for the reason, but he was unable to explain clearly. He only told me to come and tell you about this. Yang Kai seemed to know what happened and asked, was his name Feng Tianci? Mi Jingluan nodded and replied, that's him. Yang Kai said, I have a critical task for him, so I can't afford to send him to that place. Mi Jingluan was relieved and said, since it's junior brother's arrangement, then I see no problems with it. Martial Peak Chapter 5661, Forming the Suppressing Black Ink Army. Feng Tianci had worked together with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui all these years. He was proficient in the Tao of space and originated from Yang Kai's small universe, which was why the Supreme Headquarters paid attention to him. Mi Jingluan had also heard of this person. When Yang Zhao's squad was sent to the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, he did not expect Feng Tianci to take the initiative to ask him to send a message to Yang Kai. With Yang Kai's confirmation, he was relieved that Feng Tianci's deployment was something arranged by Yang Kai himself. Mi Jingluan secretly sighed as he looked at the 6,000 soldiers and 60 or so divine spirits below. There were great uncertainties ahead. It was fine if everything went well, but if the situation went south, then there was no telling how many of them would survive. Yang Kai was also deep in thought. Feng Tianci took the initiative to speak to Mi Jingluan about not being able to be transferred. Was this the result of my memories sealed in his body slowly awakening? Or was it just an instinctive feeling that he could not leave the 3,000 worlds? In the future, Yang Kai would have to perform the 3-self source reconstitution art to try to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. If Feng Tianci was to be appointed there, he would be unable to perform the 3-self source reconstitution art. Thus, both Feng Tianci and Thunder Shadow Great Emperor would have to stay in the 3,000 worlds in case of an emergency. When Yang Kai looked up, he was glad to see that Thunder Shadow had not been transferred over. Gathering all eyes on himself, Yang Kai began to speak. Thousands of years ago, the Great Passes joined forces on a crusade to the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. 3 million troops rallied under the banner of over 100 9th Order old ancestors. They marched towards the Black Ink clan's mother nest to eliminate the evil we now know as MO. It was an ambitious and gallant effort by a mighty army with the finest of arms. However, in the war outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the Black Ink giant spirit god launched a surprise attack from our human army's rear, causing the collapse of our forces and resulting in heavy losses. The army was defeated and forced to flee from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Great passes were destroyed and 9th Order old ancestors died in that battle, with we humans suffering massive casualties along the way. The remnants retreated to the no-return pass to establish a new defensive position with the assistance of the divine spirits. However, the sheer disparity in strength allowed the Black Ink clan to drive straight in and capture the no-return pass. The reconstituted forces were hit hard again, with the no-return pass being abandoned and many divine spirits being killed or injured. Fortunately, with the help of the giant spirit god, Air, the human race finally managed to stabilize its position in the barren territory. However, Mo's desire to wipe out our kind never waned. After much scheming and plotting, the Black Ink clan finally opened a passageway from the barren territory to Wind Mist territory. That day, the human race lost many powerful elites. All but 2 of the surviving Ninth Order old ancestors, and both the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders sacrificed themselves in the final moments of that battle, taking with them all but 1 royal lord and severely injuring the Black Ink giant spirit god. Their sacrifice allowed the rest of the army to retreat to safety. Afterwards, the Black Ink clan invaded our 3,000 worlds and the human race retreated to the current Great Territory battlefields. So far, we have been guarding High Heaven territory as the last pure land for more than 3,000 years. Since the late ancient era, our people have always been the heavenly ways favored, but now we have been forced by Black Ink clan into such a desperate state. We have failed to live up to the favor shown us by the heavenly way. Most of the 6,000 soldiers present had never experienced these great battles, but as they listened to Yang Kai's words, the tragic scenes from the past seemed to flash in their minds, and their hearts swelled with rage. It is undeniable that the Black Ink clan is strong and our human race is weak. In those battles, the Black Ink clan managed to break our hands and feet, but they could not break our backbone. The human race will never compromise with the Black Ink clan and will never surrender. Yang Xiao fumed as his dragon blood boiled. He could not help but yell with a high-pitched dragon roar. The human race will never surrender. Several dozen divine spirits who stood beside him looked at him strangely. They all felt a bit strange that a pure-blood dragon clansman would shout such words. Although they were willing to fight alongside the human race to drive away the Black Ink clan, so that they could find a place to live in the future, they never shouted such words as it was inconsistent with their identity. However, the eager fighting spirit of the 6,000 soldiers was completely ignited by Yang Zhao's roar. A loud thunderous roar shook the entire world. The human race will never surrender. The battle spirit was raging and every soldier thirsted for revenge. Their ferocious auras shot to the sky and seemed to penetrate the heavens, shaking the world itself. Thousands of years ago, when the old ancestors died in the last battle on the barren territory, the same earth-shattering cries could be heard. Yang Kai nodded lightly, waited for the chance to die down before continuing. All of you must be curious why you were transferred here. You are all heroes with great merits who have killed countless enemies in the past. All of you can be regarded as the elites of the army. Since you are all elites though, the duties entrusted to you will also be beyond normal. What you are standing on is the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, which is an artifact that has taken 1,000 years and countless resources to construct. It is designed specifically to defend against the Black Ink clan, and you have all been transferred here to operate it and resist the coming crisis. Thousands of years ago, the human race army was defeated outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. The true body of Mo fell into a deep sleep, and there is no telling when it will awaken. Although some arrangements have already been prepared and are in place, nothing is certain. We need you all to head to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to guard the place. The humans roared while even the divine spirits were moved. Although they all knew that Yang Kai might want them to do something big, they never expected that the reason why they were deployed to the suppressing Black Ink Fortress was for them to guard the primordial heaven source grand restriction. That was where the mother nest was located. In other words, that was where the true body of Mo was. It was the source of all the current chaos. Those survivors of the primordial heaven source grand restriction war looked grave as they could not help but recall the tragedy that occurred there. It could be said that the battlefield over there marked the first defeat of the human race, which precipitated all the tragedies that followed. It was a traumatic experience for all those who lived through it. Thousands of years ago, they carried this great humiliation when they escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Now, after thousands of years, they finally got a chance to go back and seek revenge. The fighting spirits in their hearts had never been higher. They would never retreat again. Yang Kai continued, "That place is cut off from the world, so you will not be able to receive any assistance from this side. You can only rely on yourselves and the compatriots standing beside you. You may encounter far more dangers than anywhere else in the Great Territories. This mission may very well be your last, so if any here are unwilling to go, leave now and no one will blame you." Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced around, but no one moved. After waiting for more than 10 breaths, all 6,000 soldiers still stood straight, none of them wavering in the slightest. Yang Kai was greatly relieved and nodded, "Good. With such determination, there is no longer any need to worry about Mo. Today I, Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan are here to form the Suppressing Black Ink Army on behalf of the supreme headquarters of the human race. I wish you all a speedy and triumphant return." When the Great Evolution Army was first established, Yang Kai was just a 7th Order squad leader like these 6,000 soldiers in front of him. Now, he stood there looking at them with the majesty of an 8th Order Army commander. He could not help but feel proud. Now times had changed, and the younger generation had also begun to carry the banner of the human race, shouldering their share of responsibilities. Mi Jingluan stepped forward, took out a jade book and shouted, "Where is Su Yan?" In the crowd, Su Yan, who looked solemn and graceful, cupped her fist and shouted, "Su Yan reporting for orders." Mi Jingluan looked at her and punched out the jade book. "Today you are appointed as the division commander of Suppressing Black Ink Army's 1st Division. You will be the commander of 600 soldiers. In this jade book, you will find the names of the soldiers appointed as your subordinates. As for the squads and their squad leaders, you will be the one who decides later." Su Yan was immediately baffled. Although she had killed many enemies on various battlefields over the years, and her merits were numerous, she had not done much to be deserving of becoming a commander. When their group of women gathered together, it was always Yu Rumeng who led them. It was not that Yu Rumeng was stronger than her. In fact, the strongest of all Yang Kai's wives was currently Su Yan. After all, she possessed a Phoenix clan bloodline and was now in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. She was naturally more powerful than the average 8th Order Open Heaven realm master. However, Yu Rumeng was a former demon saint from the demon realm, a leader of billions who held a high status and loft position for 10,000 years. In short, she was used to ordering people around and was naturally better at it. So, Su Yan and the others became accustomed to following her directions. Su Yan was at a loss when she was suddenly given the heavy responsibility of having 600 soldiers under her. She glanced towards Yang Kai and saw him looking back at her with confidence. Steeling herself, she nodded lightly and firmly declared, "Su Yan has received the order." After receiving the jade book, she used her divine sense and was relieved to find out that her personnel included Yu Rumeng. Mi Jingluan also knew about the inner workings of their group, and had naturally made some arrangements. With Yu Rumeng with her, she would not have any problems being a division commander. Mi Jingluan shouted again, "Where is Yang Xiao?" Yang Xiao instantly shouted with great vigor, cupped his fist with enthusiasm, and shouted, "Yang Xiao reporting for orders." With what just happened to Su Yan, he naturally expected that he was going to be named a division commander. He was so happy that he smiled from ear to ear, even winking at Yang Kai, as if to say that he had not disgraced him. Of course, Yang Kai knew what he was thinking and couldn't help rolling his eyes to himself. This brat, he still hasn't grown up after all these years. Yang Kai did not expect that Mi Jingluan would appoint Su Yan and Yang Xiao to be division commanders. The appointment of a division commander of the Suppressing Black Ink Army was a decision made by the Supreme Headquarters itself, so Yang Kai was not involved in the slightest. However, it wasn't a big deal. Both Su Yan and Yang Xiao were qualified to be division commanders by virtue of having dragon and phoenix backgrounds and strengths. No one would accuse Yang Kai of nepotism because of this. Besides, it was not easy to be a division commander. Things were so unpredictable and dangerous at the primordial heaven source grand restriction that perhaps the division commanders would become the first to lead soldiers into battle, meaning they had to shoulder the greatest amount of risk. Martial Peak Chapter 5662, The Elite Division. Since 600 men formed one division, 6,000 soldiers would have to be divided into 10 divisions. Mi Jingluan quickly called out the names of the 10 and each of them received their orders. Among these 10 divisions, only 5,000 were combatants, with the remaining 1,000 taking care of logistics such as maintaining the Suppressing Black Ink Army's spirit arrays, artifacts, and even medical treatment. These soldiers were no less important than those who fought on the front lines, but were also at least in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Even though these support personnel were not good at fighting in a critical moment, they were also able to contribute to the battle. It was just that they were less powerful than those who spent their time on the battlefield. After appointing the 10 division commanders, Mi Jingluan took a step backwards, turned to Yang Kai, and left the rest to him. Yang Kai nodded, looked down, and asked, "Does anyone have any questions? If not, we will proceed." Everyone fell silent, except Yang Xiao, who raised his hand high. "Go ahead." Yang Kai glanced at this brat. Yang Xiao cupped his fist and asked, "Sir, may I ask which senior is the army commander of the suppressing Black Ink Army? Surely there would be an army commander, right?" His question immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. They were equally curious as commanding such a big and powerful army was a heavy responsibility. However, Mi Jingluan only appointed 10 division commanders, but did not even mention anything about an army commander. The suppressing Black Ink Army must also have an army commander who was very strong and highly respected. Otherwise the soldiers would not be able to fight effectively in the coming brutal war. The makeup of the suppressing Black Ink Army was exceptionally strong, with many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not to mention the dozens of divine spirits who appeared like they were going along with the army. Thus, the army commander could not be a regular person. Among the current humans, there were only 2 or 3 people who were qualified to serve as the army commander of the suppressing Black Ink Army. Xiang Shan was one, Yang Kai was the other. While other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were nowhere near their capabilities, Yang Kai grinned and said to the curious soldiers, "There is naturally an army commander, but that senior is already standing by at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Be patient, you will soon know who he is." His reply immediately sparked speculations. With Yang Kai's status, there were very few who deserved to be addressed as senior by him. Thus, although it was just a simple reply, many quickly guessed the identity of the army commander of the suppressing Black Ink Army. If it was who they thought it was, his suitability was truly indisputable. "Any more questions?" Yang Kai asked one more time. No one asked. Yang Kai nodded his head and ordered, "Division commanders, perform roll call and then assemble your squads. You have 1 stick of incense to deal with this." "Yes, sir." The 10 division commanders shouted in unison. Soon, the area became rowdy and chaotic as commanders called out to their troops and organized them into squads. Everyone knew what was happening and started to move to their respective divisions as their names were called. Moments later, the 6,000 soldiers were orderly divided into 10 divisions. Each division commander started to assign members to squads according to the information provided to them in their jade books. The suppressing Black Ink Army did not have battalions, instead choosing to form the division of squads from the start. Each division had 600 troops and each squad had a standard 15 members. That meant that there were 40 squads in each division. The squad leaders were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In other words, although the suppressing Black Ink Army only had 6,000 men, there were 400 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them. When the Great Evolution Army was formed, it had a grand total of 128th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, how many ordinary soldiers did the Great Evolution Army have back then? A full 60,000, 10 times more than the suppressing Black Ink Army. Although the human race was now facing an existential crisis, its heritage was actually several times stronger than back then, especially in terms of the number of mid- and high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. All this was naturally due to the star boundary, the Myriad Monsters world, and Yang Kai's small universe. Setting the star boundary and the Myriad Monsters world aside, just Yang Kai's small universe alone had brought out almost 10,000 people over the years, all of them directly advanced to the 5th, 6th, and 7th orders. And this was with Yang Kai being extremely selective of who was brought out of his small universe. The situation was entirely different for the star boundary and the Myriad Monsters world, which had population bases hundreds of times larger. Together with the influence of the World Tree clones, which could nurture one's talent and guide them in the martial Tao, as long as one wasn't completely hopeless in cultivation, anyone from the star boundary could break through to the 4th order. There was now no one who directly advanced to the 3rd order at all. Anyone who directly advanced to the 4th order had a chance to reach the 6th order in the future as long as they had sufficient resources. It could be said that, in time, there would no longer be any low-rank Open Heaven Masters in the 3,000 worlds. The suppressing Black Ink Army was the elite of the elites, brought together from every battlefield by the Supreme Headquarters with great care and effort. The suppressing Black Ink Fortress, manned by the suppressing Black Ink army of 6,000, was much more powerful than the original Great Evolution army from back then. Under Su Yan's command, Yu Rumeng and the others were assigned as squad leaders, while Yang Xiao assigned Zhao Yibai and the others as squad leaders. While the suppressing Black Ink army was organizing itself, Yang Kai had already connected with the World Tree and communicated with it. He planned to use the power of the World Tree to travel through the void and directly reach the primordial heaven source grand restriction, which would not only be incredibly convenient but also save a massive amount of time. 3,000 years ago, when he sent Wu Kuang to the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Yang Kai deliberately left a sealed universe world nearby so that he could go to the primordial heaven source grand restriction at any time and from anywhere. However, after communicating with the old tree, Yang Kai realized that its current state was not optimistic. The World Tree was greatly affected by the destruction of the universe worlds of the 3,000 worlds, so the vast majority of its world fruits had withered and fallen, making the entire tree look old and sickly. To move outsiders from the 3,000 worlds to the grand ancient ruins boundary required the old tree to expend its energy. It was not a big problem for just Yang Kai and maybe one or two others to do this as the expenditure was minor. However, trying to move 400 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was simply not feasible for the current World Tree and would quite likely be harmful. Upon realizing this, Yang Kai felt disappointed with himself for not thinking about this before. The old tree had once helped Yang Kai move 10,000 refugees from Acacia territory, and in the process suffered some damage. It was only now that Yang Kai recalled that event and realized how naive he had just been. There was no way for Yang Kai to borrow the old tree's strength for this endeavor, so Yang Kai could only adjust his plan. It was a good thing that there were other means of getting to the Black Ink battlefield. There were two other ways to get to the Black Ink battlefield. First, head to the Shattered Heaven, enter the barren territory, and then step into the Black Ink battlefield. This path unfortunately led to needing to pass through the No Return Pass, which would attract retaliation from the Royal Lord. If they did not go via this main route, then they would have to take the secret passageway in Black Territory. However, there were also problems with this second plan as the secret passage was a highly dangerous void corridor. It was harmless for Yang Kai to go through this void corridor alone, and even taking several people with him should be alright. However, for 108th Order Masters all at once, Yang Kai would have to monitor and control all 400 at once. After all, in order for him to avoid the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters getting lost in the void, he would also need to use space principles to keep them together. Even for Zhao Yibai and the others who practiced the Tao of Space, their safety was not guaranteed. Thinking it over, it seemed they could only travel via the No Return Pass. The Black Ink clan at the No Return Pass had just suffered quite a big loss at Yang Kai's hands recently and would not dare to make things difficult for him again. Furthermore, they were just passing through. Yang Kai thus made up his mind. The suppressing Black Ink army had already finished their organization and had lined up quietly to await his next orders. Yang Kai scanned the troops and was satisfied. They were worthy of being the elites drawn from the major battlefields. He then shouted, "All 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, open your small universes and take in the soldiers of your respective squads." All the 8th Orders received the order, and the aura of world force instantly surged as portals to their small universes were opened. Those in the 7th Order and below soon poured inside. An 8th Order Master's small universe was large enough to accommodate a squad of 15 people. However, it would undoubtedly affect the utilization of their strength. In an instant, there were only around 400 8th Order Masters left out of the original 6,000 soldiers. If possible, Yang Kai would rather take these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe. However, he was only an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and although his small universe was different from normal, it was difficult to break the shackles and take in other 8th Order Masters. Regardless, he needed to reach the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, traveling around would be extremely troublesome. Naturally, the Black Ink clansmen quickly went into hiding until the purifying Black Ink battleship left the current Great Territory battlefield. Yang Kai had already informed everyone of the goal of their trip. Thus, the 8th Order Masters were excited that they would be crossing the No Return Pass this time. Among the 400 8th Order Masters, only a few had seen the majesty of the No Return Pass, while rising stars like Su Yan and Yang Xiao had never been to the No Return Pass, let alone the Black Ink battlefield. They had long heard about the final line of defense of the human race, the Black Ink battlefield, and how the Grand Army was defeated there. Yang Xiao, who was eager for a fight, was thinking about whether the Black Ink clan would try to stop them at the No Return Pass. If they did, the 408th Order Masters and his adoptive father could defeat them and retake the Great Pass from the Black Ink clan, which would be a great achievement. It was a pity that Old Fong was not with them. Otherwise, he could experience the excitement of this journey. The purifying Black Ink battleship crossed one great territory after another, with the Black Ink clan keeping a watchful eye on it from afar as Yang Kai and the others could not hide their movements from the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, the No Return Pass went on high alert, because the route of this purifying Black Ink battleship seemed to be heading straight for them. It was not the hundreds of 8th Order Masters who they were worried about though. They were most concerned with the presence of the Killing Star on the purifying Black Ink battleship, Yang Kai. Both the Royal Lord and Emona Yi were particularly concerned by his presence. The Royal Lord was still fuming about what happened when Yang Kai was here previously. Although the loss of a large amount of supplies and 1,200 Black Ink disciples were nothing to the Black Ink clan, the loss of face was difficult for him to stomach. Now Yang Kai was leading so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the direction of the No Return Pass. Does that bastard have no regard for me at all? In the main conference hall, Emona Yi remained silent as he listened to the Royal Lord's rantings. After finally calming down a bit, the Royal Lord asked, Emona Yi, what do you think Yang Kai is up to? Emona Yi deliberated for a moment before saying, judging from the route of that purifying Black Ink battleship, it is indeed heading towards the No Return Pass. From the reports of our scouts, they have already reached the Shattered Heaven, and will soon enter the barren territory. The Royal Lord snarled furiously, Yang Kai is really asking for it now. If he dares to come, he will not leave this place alive. Previously, the Royal Lord ordered his men to set up the heaven-sealing earth-locking array at the territory gate. However, Yang Kai did not come through the territory gate, and instead showed up from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. Hence, the arrangements proved useless. Now, since Yang Kai was coming through the territory gate, the previous setup would work. Emona Yi quickly said, Sir, please calm your anger. Although Yang Kai is despicable, we just settled the incident of the ancestral land. We should not provoke him and give him an excuse to act out against us. If he was alone, there might be a chance to trap him in the Grand Array at the No Return Pass. However, with hundreds of 8th Order Masters accompanying him, even if we can trap him with the Grand Arrays, he would immediately be able to break out with so many strong helpers. The Royal Lord was filled with anger, but he had to admit that Emona Yi had a point. Even he could not take lightly the presence of hundreds of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and there was certainly no way the Grand Array could not trap so many powerhouses. Then what should we do? The Royal Lord asked. Emona Yi asked, Sir, do you think that Yang Kai is trying to renege on our deal after extracting so much compensation from us? Do you believe he is coming to go on another rampage at the No Return Pass? Isn't he? I can't deny such a possibility, but I believe that Yang Kai's objective is not the No Return Pass this time. Why do you think so? Emona Yi said, From what I know about him, although he puts on the face of a reckless madman, he is an extremely cautious person. He is a master of the Tao of space and can come and go as he pleases, so bringing so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with him is more a burden than a benefit. The Royal Lord pondered about the previous times Yang Kai came to the No Return Pass, and just as Emona Yi said, Yang Kai always came alone whenever possible and never acted in conjunction with anyone. Thus, it seemed that he might not be coming to the No Return Pass to cause trouble this time. Then where is he heading? The Royal Lord frowned. He took a deep breath, sighed and frowned for several moments, before sitting back down on the bone throne. He then said with some resignation, Yes, there is a need to guard the Black Ink nests. Emona Yi, you are right. Emona Yi understood the Royal Lord's near depression well. In some sense, it was torture for a powerful being like the Royal Lord to be sitting here at the No Return Pass for thousands of years, unable to do anything. The Black Ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan, but they were also an invisible shackle that bound the only Royal Lord here. In the battle at the Barren Territory, almost all of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed, including the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders. That final battle was a huge victory for the humans as they killed almost all the royal lords and even managed to seriously hurt the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. The battle that took place over 3,000 years ago, and had a profound impact on both sides to this day. In fact, the impact of that battle would continue on for many years into the future. Perhaps only when the number of Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Royal Lords recovered would a new era begin. After a moment of deliberation, Emonayi asked, "Sir, is there any news from the Mother Nest?" The Royal Lord slowly shook his head and replied, "There has been no news since the Supreme One fell into deep sleep. Obviously, it is not time for the Supreme One to awaken." Emonayi nodded and said, "Sir, there is no need to worry too much about the Mother Nest and the Supreme One's situation. Since it has been the same for so many years, obviously there would be no changes in the short term regardless of what the humans attempt. What can a mere divine dragon do to the Supreme One other than monitor it?" The Royal Lord suddenly snorted coldly. "A lone divine dragon? If it dares to penetrate the primordial heaven source grand restriction, then I have to thank it for contributing to the war effort." Though they could not do anything to a divine dragon, the Supreme One was different. If the Supreme One was awakened, even a divine dragon could be corrupted by Black Ink's strength. If that dragon dared to go deeper into the primordial heaven source grand restriction, he would definitely make a fool of himself. "That's right," Emonayi agreed. "If that is the case for the divine dragon, then it would be the same for Yonkai and the others." The Royal Lord suddenly understood what Emonayi meant, looked at him and asked, "You suggest we just let them go?" Emonayi calmed down and was secretly relieved that the Royal Lord was convinced by him. At least his efforts were not in vain. As such, he nodded and said, "If they are just passing through the no-return pass, then we should let them go. This can also take some pressure off the battlefield." The intel mentioned that the number of Eighth Order Masters with Yonkai numbered in the hundreds. If so many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters went to the primordial heaven source grand restriction, that would mean that the Great Territory battlefields would have less of them and the pressure on the Black Ink clan would be reduced significantly. "But we can't let our guard down," Emonayi added. "We should still make some preparations in case Yonkai decides to attack the no-return pass. If that happens, we will need Sir to deal with him personally." The Royal Lord nodded and said, "If that is the case, he will not be spared. Sir is the only Royal Lord left and represents the face of the Black Ink clan." Before Emonayi could finish his sentence, the Royal Lord responded, "I know, I will enter a Black Ink nest later to heal my old wounds." Emonayi shouted, "Sir is wise." The purifying Black Ink battleship swiftly flew across the barren territory. Powerful divine senses spread out from inside the ship. They could see two giant spirit gods from afar, continuing their 3,000-year-long battle. In another direction of the void, another Black Ink giant spirit god was sitting cross-legged with one of his arms stuck through the boundary wall. The rising stars who saw the giant spirit gods for the first time were awed by their sheer size. Even those who had encountered the giant spirit gods before were just as unsettled as when they first saw them. No one could help but wonder how there could be such huge beings in this universe. If such a huge being was to sneeze in their direction, the ship full of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be smashed and many would undoubtedly die. Their forefathers and the Ninth Order old ancestors who died in the barren territory thousands of years ago had faced such frightening figures. To think that they had launched such a brave attack on such a powerful foe, and managed to seriously wound it. If the Black Ink giant spirit god was so powerful, then what about Mo, the being who created them? Was this an enemy that could be defeated? There was an ominous feeling all around. Yonkai remained silent and had no intention of encouraging the ship full of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After so many years of cultivating, if they gave up their will to fight just after a glance at the enemy, then the human race was doomed no matter what he said. Naturally, those who had reached the Eighth Order had strong wills. In fact, if Yonkai wanted to, he could have activated the purifying Black Ink battleship's defensive arrays to prevent them from looking outside so that they would not be intimidated by the Black Ink giant spirit god. However, he did not do so. He wanted them to realize how powerful the enemy really was, and to let them know that the road ahead was long and arduous. Their Eighth Order cultivation was far from enough. If the human race wanted to defeat the Black Ink Clan and eliminate MO, the only way was to get stronger. Much, much stronger. They silently traveled through the vast barren territory, and soon arrived at the territory gate. Yang Kai had planned to go to the no-return pass first to check if the Black Ink Clan had set up an ambush on the other side. He thought that if the Black Ink Clan had any intelligence, they would not do something so stupid. After all, it would not do the Black Ink Clan any good to fight at the no-return pass. However, he had to take some precautions. Before the purifying Black Ink battleship could reach the territory gate though, a voice shouted from afar, "Is that Sir Yang Kai?" Yang Kai looked up and saw a sturdy figure waiting in the distance, and felt the aura of an innate territory lord. Interesting, did the Black Ink Clan arrange for someone to welcome us? Aboard the warship, the group of 8th Order Master had a change in expression. Most of them had already fought against territory lords on the battlefields, but they hardly spoke with one another and instead just fought to the death. It was also the first time they heard a human addressed as Sir by a territory lord. Yang Xiao whispered to Yang Shui, "Little aunt, adoptive father is so powerful. Even before we arrived, a territory lord came from afar to welcome him. His fame from all his killing rampages must be truly remarkable." Yang Shui lightly pursed her lips and smiled. There is no need to envy him. The Dragon Clan is not bad either. Yang Xiao sighed and said, "It's not the same. I'm afraid I can only look up to my adoptive father in my entire life. However, Old Fong still has some hope." Old Fong had also made a name for himself amongst the Black Ink Clan over the years, and was widely known as Little Yang Kai. Not only was he proficient in the Tao of Space, but he was also extremely powerful and had a deep heritage. He was much stronger than average 8th Order Masters, but although that was the case, he remained calm and honest. Martial Peak, Chapter 5665. One day, Yang Xiao felt sorry for Old Fong as he knew that the latter had always regarded his adoptive father as his role model. If Old Fong was here and saw this scene, he would surely have been proud of Yang Kai. He had complained about Mi Jingluan's decision that the entire squad was transferred to the suppressing Black Ink Army, but Old Fong was left behind. While Yang Xiao was sulking, Yang Kai shouted a response from the front of the deck, "It is this Yang." In fact, there was no need to respond. The territory lord had already seen his figure from afar. To all the Black Ink clansmen, they need not remember any human except for Yang Kai. His image and features had been sent across the entire Black Ink clan, for all of them to study him closely. Everyone in the Black Ink clan was very familiar with this face. The purifying Black Ink battleship stopped not far from the front of the territory gate. The territory lord who shouted the greeting was clearly tense, his Black Ink strength involuntarily undulating. He never expected to be placed in such a position before, staring down a warship with Yang Kai at the front. He suddenly felt that the world was dark, and there was no hope or future for him. This territory lord could barely resist the anxiety in his heart, which compelled him to charge towards Yang Kai in a desperate bid to attack. However, he managed to calm down because he knew that if he tried to strike Yang Kai, he would die. Yang Kai had already proven his ability and skill with countless of his dead comrades. He cursed Mo Yi in his heart. Just because he had some verbal disputes with Mo Yi when they were both innate territory lords, he was sent here by the latter in a kind of personal vendetta. If he was killed by Yang Kai, Mo Yi would not be bothered by it. There need not be any mention of avenging his death or even a report to the royal lord. With fear and trepidation, the territory lord mustered a smile on his face and cupped his fist towards the human and said, "By order of Sir Mo Yi, I am here to receive Sir Yang. Sir Mo Yi has instructed me to ask your excellency one question. What is the purpose of Sir Yang Kai's visit today?" Although he was smiling, he seemed to be whimpering as his voice trembled. Aboard the warship, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters watched on coldly while they marveled at how much guts it took for this lone territory lord to face Yang Kai and hundreds of 8th Order Masters. This ship did not just contain ordinary 8th Order Masters, but the elite amongst the elite of the human race. Of course, the Black Ink clan only feared and respected Yang Kai while they scorned the rest and did not even bother to remember their names. Emona Yang Kai murmured, "This guy is as perceptive as ever. Though I did not hide our movements, Stationing a territory lord here means that he must have figured out what we are up to. What if I say that I'm just passing through? Yang Kai responded indifferently. The territory lord's tense heart immediately relaxed and his smile became much more sincere as he sidestepped and made a welcoming gesture. Sir Emonayi said that if the humans are only passing through, then go ahead. Please. Interesting. Yang Kai grinned and did not want to waste any time on this territory lord, so he ordered defensive positions. Although Yang Kai believed the Black Ink clan would not risk starting a fight here, they still had to be on guard. Once he gave the order, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately took up a defensive stance. Yang Kai waved his hand forward and the purifying Black Ink battleship sailed into the territory gate and disappeared. After the purifying Black Ink battleship entered the territory gate, the territory lord heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had returned from the gates of death. At the no-return pass, the purifying Black Ink battleship emerged from the territory gate. Yang Kai stood alone at the front of the deck, straight as a post, and saw a gathering of powerful foes ahead. Territory lords gathered in large numbers, led by Emonayi. Fortunately, all the territory lords had revealed their whereabouts and there was no sign of any grand array being activated. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have suspected that the Black Ink clan were here to ambush them. On the warship, the Eighth Order Masters surged their world force as they met the territory lords in front of them with a tinge of anxiety. Both sides exchanged solemn looks as the atmosphere grew extremely tense. The two races had long fought ruthlessly for innumerable years, and a vicious blood feud now existed between the two sides. Peace was impossible between them. The only reason why they did not fight immediately was because they had other priorities right now. Just after the purifying Black Ink battleship crossed the territory gate, Emonayi cupped his fist and said with a smile, "Sir Yang, we meet again." Though he was outwardly smiling, he was actually cursing Yang Kai in his heart. It had only been a year or two since Yang Kai's last rampage at the no-return pass. "Sir Emonayi." Yang Kai also returned the salute with a smile. "Sorry to impose on you again." Many of the Eighth Order Masters looked dumbfounded. If for a moment they pretended that there was not a blood feud between the two races, just seeing how Yang Kai and Emonayi greeted one another, they would think that it was a reunion of old friends. However, this seemingly warm reunion was accompanied by many secret divine sense probes between the two sides, which would be extremely strange. "No worries, you're always welcome." Emonayi smiled eagerly and continued, "This was once a place for the humans, there's no imposition at all." Yang Kai's eyes slightly narrowed as he heard the doublespeak in his words. But Yang Kai was no pushover and simply laughed as he said, "Indeed, one day, we will have to play hosts to you here." Emonayi smiled and replied, "I hope that I'll be around to see that day." Yang Kai nodded and said firmly, "You will be." Emonayi's smile froze as he was slightly off-put by this subtle threat. Still, he quickly composed himself and asked, "Sir Yang Kai's purpose for coming here is?" "Rest assured, I'm not here to stir up trouble with the Black Ink clan. I just want to take a trip to the depths of the Black Ink battlefield." "So that's how it is." Emonayi appeared as if his suppositions were correct. The two sides seemed to be constantly fighting recently. Since Sir Yang Kai is leading so many human masters, obviously it must be something important. "In that case, I won't delay you any longer." Extending his hand, he gestured, "Please." "Many thanks." Yang Kai replied courteously and took a step out of the purifying Black Ink battleship. The next moment, Emonayi realized that Yang Kai was standing side by side with him. Emonayi was surprised by this move, and could not resist as he turned to look at Yang Kai for a moment. He would not have thought of anything if Yang Kai had stayed aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, but now that he suddenly came so close to him, things were different. Was Yang Kai not afraid of being attacked? With his strength as a pseudo-royal lord, if Emonayi struck, Yang Kai might not be able to retreat even with his space secret techniques. If the royal lord came out from the Black Ink nests, they might very well have the chance to trap Yang Kai. No, it is impossible for him to be that foolish. If he was, then he would have died many times over. But what does he want to do? What the hell is he up to? Emonayi nervously thought. Yang Kai grinned at him and casually asked, "Where is Sir Royal Lord? Why haven't I seen him?" If it was before, he really would have kept his distance from Emonayi. A pseudo-royal lord was also a royal lord and not someone he should take lightly, but now that he had a life-saving trump card, he was not afraid of Emonayi. Acting in a way that seemingly disadvantaged oneself was a good way to confuse one's opponents. When dealing with a smart guy like Emonayi, Yongkai could not just force his way through things. He should act with a certain degree of eccentricity to keep the other side off balance. The fact that Yongkai asked him about the royal lord made Emonayi even more wary. It was one thing standing so close to him, but Yongkai was now even casually inquiring about the royal lord. What the hell is this bastard up to? Many thoughts flashed through Emonayi's mind, before in the end he still casually answered, Sir Royal Lord has minor injuries to deal with and is now resting in the black ink nest. Sir Royal Lord's injuries were caused by me years ago, weren't they? Emonayi was dumbfounded by this question. A rather odd scene was now playing out at the no-return pass. Yongkai and Emonayi were chatting casually as they walked side by side, the purifying black ink battleship following closely behind, and a mass of territory lords lining up on either side. The atmosphere was tense but peaceful. The two sides continued to walk further and further away. Only after sending them 1,000,000 kilometers away from the no-return pass, did Emonayi stop and say, I believe this is far enough, Sir Yang. Yongkai said with a smile, good. I will return to the no-return pass to enjoy a drink with you soon, when I have time. The fine wine of the human race cannot be missed. Emonayi immediately declared, I never drink wine. All the more reason to try it. Yongkai laughed and said, it has been decided. After saying that, he did not care how Emonayi reacted and just dashed back to the purifying black ink battleship before giving the order. The purifying black ink battleship immediately turned into a stream of light and shot off into the black ink battlefield. Looking at the direction where the light disappeared, Emonayi felt a headache setting in. Yongkai was leading so many 8th Order Masters to the primordial heaven source grand restriction and certainly would not be back soon. Nonetheless, he would soon return to the front lines of the battlefield. As for how long soon was, that could not be determined. In other words, Yongkai had hit the final nail with that one statement. The no-return pass currently had Emonayi and the Royal Lord jointly stationed here so that they could keep the black ink nest safe. If Emonayi left and the Royal Lord was alone, he might not be able to stop Yongkai from causing trouble. While Emonayi could freely roam the battlefields, Yongkai could then freely destroy the black ink nests at the no-return pass. He sure is a tough nut to crack. After leading the territory lords back to the no-return pass, Emonayi thought about it, but eventually decided not to leave unless another pseudo-royal lord was created by the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, the cost of creating a pseudo-royal lord was immense and the Black Ink clan could not afford it. Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, the group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fell silent. It was not because they had transited the no-return pass peacefully, but rather because they felt a strong sense of shame. This could not be helped. When passing through the no-return pass, they saw the great passes that had been abandoned by the human race. Within the great passes were a large number of black ink nests which were buzzing with activity. Those were the human race's greatest weapons of war against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, inherited from their ancestors dating back to the late ancient era. Countless soldiers had shed blood to defend those great passes, and recorded on the monument of heroes within each one were the names of all those heroes who sacrificed their lives to defend the 3,000 worlds. But now they had become trophies of the Black Ink clan. Martial Peak, Chapter 5666, Divine Spirit Nemesis. After leaving the no-return pass, a tense silence fell on everyone on the warship. Even Yang Xiao, who was normally the most boisterous, had become solemn and filled with trepidation. However, there seemed to be a fire burning in the eyes of every 8th Order Master, the flame of hatred and humiliation. One day this fire would burn so intensely that it would sweep across the universe and burn away all their enemies. It was not until several days later that the oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated. Aboard the warship, the 8th Order Masters were chatting among themselves in various groups. Among the 400 8th Order Masters, most of them were rising stars like Yang Xiao, but some veterans of the human race army had successfully retreated from the Black Ink battlefield. These veterans had spent a lot of time on the Black Ink battlefield, with many of them having made the breakthrough to the Eighth Order in the various great passes. Unfortunately, the human race crusade was defeated, lost the Black Ink battlefield, and had to retreat with its remnants to the 3000 world. After thousands of years, they finally returned to this place. Those rising stars who had never set foot onto the Black Ink battlefield were naturally eager to ask these veterans for some advice about this place. All of them wanted to hear stories about the human race army of the past and the majestic Great Passes. The Great Passes were all either broken or abandoned now. Many were around the No-Return Pass while the rest were scattered about. It was hard to imagine what it was like in the past. Young Kai was standing at the front of the deck, keeping watch, and at the same time guiding the purifying Black Ink battleship forward. The journey to the primordial heaven source grand restriction would take at least 10 years at the warship's cruising speed. So if there was even a slight deviation from the proper course, they would be thrown off by millions of kilometers and delayed for a significant amount of time. Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. Zhu Jian, encouraged by a group of divine spirits, came to Yang Kai at one point and said with a smile, "Sir?" Yang Kai asked, "What is it?" On the warship, the divine spirits and the Eighth Order masters rarely interacted. It was not that the Eighth Order masters did not want to socialize with them, but rather that these divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary still held on to their aloof arrogance that made it hard to interact with them. If not for their abrasive personalities, Yang Kai would not have thought of bringing them to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. These divine spirits could only be subdued by two people, so until Yang Kai could pass that responsibility on to the other individual, keeping an eye on them personally was really the only choice he had. Zhu Jian scratched his head and said, "Sir, that chap, Fei Yi, asked me to ask you about the situation in the ancestral land." On hearing this, Fei Yi could not help but roll his eyes and curse this bastard for tossing the responsibility onto his head. The divine spirits were naturally concerned about the ancestral land, which was their birthplace. When a divine spirit reached adulthood, they would feel a bloodline calling and be able to sense the existence of the ancestral land. They also knew that living in the ancestral land would be extremely beneficial to their cultivation. Nowadays, most of these divine spirits had reached the equivalent of the Eighth Order. If they wanted to improve and refine their bloodline further, the ancestral land was their only hope. It was a pity that although they came out from the grand ancient ruins boundary 3000 years ago, they had not been to the ancestral land as they had been busy fighting this whole time. The Black Ink clan had spread everywhere, and the ancestral land had been abandoned by the divine spirits who originally lived there. So no one knew how things were over there now. Perhaps only Yang Kai knew. He was the only one who had been running around over these years, so he had the most comprehensive understanding of the outside world. On hearing Zhu Jian's question, Yang Kai more or less knew what was on their minds. He knew that he had to assure them if he wanted their continued support for this venture. So he casually explained, "Don't worry, the ancestral land is fine. I just returned from there a year ago. However, I'm afraid it will take some time for it to restore its ancestral strength." Zhu Jian ignored the second half of the sentence and said excitedly, "Just as I thought. The ancestral land is a holy land. How could it possibly suffer anything untoward? That fool Fei Yi even said that the Black Ink clan had irreparably ravaged the ancestral land." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Rest assured that the ancestral land is very special. Even if the whole universe falls apart and crumbles, the ancestral land will not be broken." Yang Kai witnessed the birth of the ancestral land when he watched its history in reverse. Thus, he was more qualified than anyone else to come to this conclusion. The battle between him and Di Wu in the ancestral land was fierce enough to destroy countless universe worlds. But the ancestral land remained unscathed. A long time ago, the battle between the Dragon Emperor, Phoenix Empress, and the Black Ink giant spirit god raged across the entire ancestral land, but even that was not enough to break it. The ancestral land would have been destroyed long ago if it had been as fragile as an ordinary universe world. If the Black Ink clan problem is eliminated, you and the others can return to ancestral land to cultivate," Yang Kai said, reassuring them. Zhu Jian's eyes lit up and nodded firmly. "I'm certain that day will come." In the past, these divine spirits who came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary were bound by their bloodline oath and participated in the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Now the time of the great oath was coming to an end, so it was important to provide them with some hope, so that they would still give their best efforts. The ancestral land was where their hope lay. Yang Kai asked them about the divine spirits' dealings with other divine spirits. The divine spirits who were on the side of the human race were not only the ones who came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary. There were 3 groups of divine spirits in fact. One of the other groups was the Dragon and Phoenix clans, originally from the Noreturn Pass, while the other was from the ancestral land. These 2 groups of divine spirits were fundamentally from the same source and got along fairly well. However, they did not like Zhu Jian and the others. This could not be helped as the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary were all basically imprisoned there for their ancestors' crimes. Their initial performance on the battlefield was unreliable as well. Thus, the different groups of divine spirits did not interact much with each other. Zhu Jian was also rather helpless when it came to this matter. If he ever returned to the ancestral land in the future, he would have some problems trying to get along with those divine spirits. At that moment, another person walked over, drawing Yang Kai's attention, junior sister Gu. Senior brother Yang, Gu Pan replied with a smile. She was a core disciple of Langya Paradise from Yang Kai's generation that he had met in the grand ancient ruins boundary. After thousands of years of cultivation, she had also reached the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and became one of the pillars of the human race. Zhu Jian also knew Gu Pan and nodded to her. It was not surprising that they knew each other, as Gu Pan was chosen as a bearer by Kuei Nyo in the grand ancient ruins boundary, and had gained some benefits from the latter. Gu Pan had naturally met Zhu Jian back then. Seeing how his business was finished, Zhu Jian said, "Sir, please excuse me, I'll take my leave now." On saying so, he turned around and left. When he passed by Gu Pan, she opened the portal of her small universe and a figure came out. Zhu Jian instantly froze as he seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked towards the figure that had just appeared. Before him was a human woman whose cultivation was only at the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. This made him frown slightly. After a brief look at her, he did not notice anything worthy of his attention, so he just shook his head and left. When he returned to the divine spirits, they saw his serious expression and a divine spirit asked, "What happened?" Zhu Jian scratched his head, looked back and said, "Nothing, perhaps I was mistaken." The moment he brushed past that female 7th Order human who appeared from Gu Pan's small universe, he suddenly had an ominous feeling, as if he had met some kind of nemesis. He would naturally not mention this to Fei Yi and the rest, lest they laugh at his cowardice. However, that feeling did not seem to be an illusion. Something was odd about that 7th Order woman. The woman who appeared from Gu Pan's small universe was none other than Zhang Ruoxi. Over these years, she and Gu Pan were essentially inseparable. With a core disciple like Gu Pan and Yang Kai having close relationships with her, Zhang Ruoxi's life in the Langya Paradise was quite comfortable. It was a pity that she only advanced directly to the 5th Order. Otherwise, she would have been more valued by Langya Paradise. Earlier, Yang Kai asked the 8th Order Masters to take in the other suppressing Black Ink Army soldiers. Thus, Zhang Ruoxi was taken into Gu Pan's small universe. "Sir." Zhang Ruoxi bowed elegantly. Yang Kai reached out and helped her up, smiling happily as he said, "Ruoxi is now in the 7th Order too." Back at the star boundary, many great emperors joined hands to fight great demon god Emosheng. He and Zhang Ruoxi also participated in that great battle, after which they left the star boundary together. Unfortunately, halfway through their trip they were separated. Yang Kai was stranded in the 7 Wonders land while Zhang Ruoxi went through some difficulties, but eventually managed to reach Langya Paradise. She then became a disciple of Langya Paradise through the relationship it shared with her ancestor. Over the years, although they had met each other, their interactions had been quite limited. The last time Yang Kai saw her, Ruoxi had just broken through to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, yet now she was already in the 7th Order. There was nothing better in life than to see a familiar face in the crowd after thousands of years of war. Langya Paradise had also contributed some manpower to the suppressing Black Ink Army, among which Gu Pan, a rising star, was their leader. Since Gu Pan came, Zhang Ruoxi naturally came along with her. Thinking of Zhu Jian's look of uncertainty, Yang Kai laughed again and said, "It looks like your bloodline has also become much purer." Zhang Ruoxi possessed the Heaven's Order bloodline. Yang Kai did not know what exactly was the name of this bloodline. He only knew that in the star boundary, Heaven's order was the nemesis of all divine spirits. There was a place in the star boundary known as the Ancient Wild Lands, which was a paradise for the monster race. Over there stood the Blood Gate, behind which were many divine spirit sources. If a monster beast could obtain the appropriate source, they would have a chance to inherit the power of a divine spirit. The Blood Gate was created by Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor, the original owner of the Heaven's Order bloodline. Legend has it that when the star boundary was overrun by divine spirits, Heaven's Order took pity on the world and killed many divine spirits who were causing trouble, extracting their sources and sealing them behind the Blood Gate as punishment. Martial Peak, Chapter 56-67, Ruoxi's Confusion. The Blood Gate was forged by Heaven's Order with her blood essence. It was the restricted area of the ancient wild lands that even the most powerful of monster race dared not approach carelessly. Only the successor of the Heaven's Order bloodline was qualified to open the Blood Gate. Unfortunately, after the death of Heaven's Order, her bloodline fell into obscurity. Her descendants were unable to revive their ancestral glory, and gradually fell into decline, and risked disappearing entirely. Later, Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was awakened and she entered the Blood Gate, taking Xiao Xiao with her. Xiao Xiao's current strength was inherited from the source of the divine spirit, Tai Yu. Many monster race masters from the star boundary had benefited from the divine spirit source's inheritance from the Blood Gate, and some were still active in the Great Territory battlefields today. This included Luan Feng and Fan Wu. While they only had a trace of divine spirit bloodline in them originally, which was far from pure, when they obtained the appropriate source, they could be called true divine spirits. Afterwards, many of them even journeyed to the divine spirit ancestral land to cultivate, further purifying their bloodlines. Yang Kai suddenly looked a bit confused when he thought about this. If the divine spirits had their bloodline, then what was the Heaven's Order bloodline Zhang Ruoxi had? This kind of bloodline had a natural restraint on all divine spirits, which could be seen only from Zhu Jian's reaction just now. Just by walking by each other, a master on Zhu Jian's level felt uneasy around Zhang Ruoxi, a mere 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master. In fact, when Zhang Ruoxi stood in front of Yang Kai, even he could not help but feel an innate sense of unease coming from his dragon vein. However, due to their familiarity with each other, and knowing that Zhang Ruoxi couldn't harm him, this uneasiness was easily ignored. If it had been someone else, that feeling would be enough to trigger Yang Kai to be more cautious. Oddly, he had never felt this way in the past. Either Zhang Ruoxi's Heaven's Order bloodline had grown tremendously, or Yang Kai's dragon vein had grown so pure that it was now able to sense Ruoxi's bloodline more strongly. "Sir, you are very knowledgeable, so Ruoxi has a question for you." Zhang Ruoxi spoke softly. Gu Pan had already waved her hand and created a barrier that surrounded the three of them, separating them from the outside. Yang Kai immediately understood that what Ruoxi wanted to say must be extremely personal to her. Otherwise, Gu Pan would not have been so cautious. He immediately nodded and said, "Go ahead." Zhang Ruoxi said, "Sir, you know that after Ruoxi condensed her Dao seal, refined appropriate materials, and became a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the final realm I could reach was the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, right?" Yang Kai nodded. He naturally knew about this matter, because he had once asked Zhang Ruoxi if she wanted to start over and refine 6th Order materials. After all, there was still a gap between the 5th Order and 6th Order. Back then he still had some Tai soul cleansing water on hand. As long as Ruoxi was willing to try, then she could wash away the powers accumulated in her Dao seal and begin from scratch. However, doing so involved a great deal of risk, as the Dao seal was at stake and any slight carelessness could be fatal. Ruoxi also felt that refining 6th Order materials was a bit too much for her aptitude, which was why Yang Kai did not insist on it. Now that Ruoxi is a 7th Order master and has reached the peak of her cultivation, Zhang Ruoxi then continued to explain. She followed Gu Pan around the battlefield over the years to kill countless enemies, and had accumulated countless military merits, so she was never short of cultivation resources. The current environment for the human race soldiers had a multitude of dangers as well as opportunities. As long as they dared to dedicate themselves to the war, they could use their military merits to exchange for anything they wanted. It was unlike before when all the good stuff was hoarded by the cave heavens and paradises, out of reach of ordinary cultivators. Zhang Ruoxi was very hardworking and exchanged her military merits for lots of resources. Thus she was always cultivating, which was why it was not surprising that she could reach the peak of the seventh order. But Sir, Ruoxi appeared bewildered as she looked up at Yang Kai. Ruoxi still feels that her cultivation has not reached its limits, like there are no shackles on my small universe. Yang Kai was listening attentively, and now his expression was even more intense as he asked, "Is that true?" What Zhang Ruoxi said was not that alarming initially, but her final words sent shockwaves through Yang Kai's heart. Why can she not feel the shackles on her small universe? It's too strange. The moment Yang Kai broke through the eighth order, he could already feel the shackles on his small universe, and they only became more noticeable the more he cultivated. The human open heaven realm method had a major flaw which limited one's ultimate potential, a fact that Yang Kai only recognized recently. Song and his 9 compatriots went to the World Tree to gain enlightenment regarding the open heaven realm method, so that the originally weak human race could rise up. It could be said that these martial ancestors had contributed immensely to the human race. Without the open heaven realm method, the human race would not be what it is today. It was because of these 10 martial ancestors that the future generations of the human race were able to achieve their current success, and Yang Kai was full of respect for them. However, it was undeniable that the open heaven realm method was imperfect. If it was perfect, then it would not put unbreakable limits on one's future achievements. A truly perfect method would allow one to continue treading their martial Tao, as long as they were willing to put in the necessary effort. In a sense, the open heaven realm method was a dead end. Anyone who initially broke through to the fifth order would have a hard limit of the seventh order in the future. The sixth order would end at the eighth order. A world fruit from the world tree could extend that limit by a single order, allowing a person to climb a little higher on their martial Tao, but it was still limited. Yang Kai achieved the fifth order open heaven realm, then took a mid-rank world fruit. He was now at the eighth order open heaven realm, and although he was not quite at the peak, he was nearly there. When he was still cultivating in the Star Boundaries world tree clone, he felt the invisible shackle on his small universe growing tighter with time. The shackle was like a lock that pinned down his martial Tao to prevent any possibility of it moving forward. It also locked his small universe from further expansion. This became more obvious as Yang Kai's own heritage increased. Every master who had reached the end of their own martial Tao could clearly feel this invisible shackle on their small universe. The shackle existed with the birth of one small universe when advancing to the open heaven realm. However, Zhang Ruoxi said that she could not feel this shackle, which was rather unbelievable. If Ruoxi's cultivation was at the peak of seventh order, she should have clearly felt this restriction long ago. It was no wonder Gu Pan blocked this area. This was a big deal and would spread like wildfire if it got out. Who else knows about this? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Ruoxi turned her head, looked at Gu Pan and said, "Besides you, only senior sister Gu knows about this." She wanted to ask Yang Kai for advice as soon as she realized her situation. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was now in a high position and his whereabouts were highly unpredictable. Strong in will but weak in strength, Zhang Ruoxi could only keep this secret to herself for the time being. Luckily, she was able to see Yang Kai during the formation of the suppressing Black Ink Army. Otherwise, she really did not know what she should do. In Langya Paradise, although some elders cared for her, she could not totally trust them. Furthermore, she believed only Yang Kai could handle this. Yang Kai was the only person in the world who could make her feel totally unreserved. Yang Kai nodded slightly as Ruoxi's caution was appropriate. The limits of one's small universe was the eternal bane of all human masters. If they could find a way to break this shackle, the human race would certainly have many more masters. Most old 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters had reached the end of their martial Tao long ago, so even if it was only a faint hint of a chance to break through to the 9th Order, they would not hesitate to risk everything to seize it. If Zhang Ruoxi's situation was leaked, the Supreme Headquarters would undoubtedly try to investigate, regardless of the possible drawbacks or consequences. When that happened, Zhang Ruoxi would lose all freedom and become a test subject. "Can I see your small universe?" Yang Kai asked. Ruoxi agreed immediately and opened her small universe. Yang Kai's divine sense entered it and immediately felt the aura of her world force, which was extremely pure and strong. This small universe itself was nothing special, other than its territory being larger than a normal 7th Order master's. Indeed, as Ruashi said, she was already at the peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. However, Yongkai soon chuckled and asked, "Why are you hoarding so many small stone race members?" Ruashi's small universe had fully materialized as she was in the 7th Order, and it seemed she had purposely transplanted many flowers and plants into it, making it both beautiful and vibrant. However, in a corner of her small universe, there were some 200 small stone race members of both the Yang and Yin variety. They were both equally distributed, and most were very strong. There were even some 1,000-meter-tall 8th Order small stone race masters among them. Yongkai naturally knew the origin of these small stone race members. Previously, in the ancestral land, he handed the small stone race soldiers he borrowed from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan and passed them to those 7th Order array masters, tasking them with bringing them back to the Supreme Headquarters. The Supreme Headquarters naturally distributed these small stone race members to strengthen the human race soldiers. Naturally, the cost for a small stone race soldier would correspond to its order, so the powerful ones were not cheap. Human soldiers would obtain these small stone race members from the various bases in the Great Territory battlefields, and then refine them to use against the enemy. Generally speaking, a single person could only refine a handful of small stone race soldiers as their sentience was too low. They were very rebellious, and even when refined, it was very difficult to command them when there were too many. Yongkai was well aware of this. Thus nowadays, when the human race soldiers were fighting with the Black Ink clan on the various battlefields, most of them had a few small stone race members with them. Quite often the human race soldiers relied on the bravery of these small stone race soldiers to get out of tricky situations or to kill strong enemies. In this way they were of great help to the humans. Yongkai was a bit puzzled about why Ruashi hoarded so many though. After all, these things were exchanged for military merits and their cost was not cheap, especially for those in the 8th Order. After all, having something equivalent to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would give her a significant boost in fighting strength. In an instant, a mountain shook in the Ruashi's small universe and the world boundary rippled. Yongkai was surprised and immediately withdrew his energy. After all, a cultivator would feel uncomfortable when their small universe was disturbed from the inside. Luckily, Yongkai was able to quickly retract his energy and did not cause any harm to Ruashi. Gu Pan asked from the side, "How is it?" "It's really strange." Yongkai frowned and continued, "Ruashi does have the potential to continue improving her cultivation." Through this test, Yongkai was able to determine that Zhang Ruashi's cultivation had reached a bottleneck, but not the end of her martial Dao. With a little more effort, she could break through this bottleneck and advance to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. This was shocking. Yongkai had traveled all over the universe for many years and had come into contact with all kinds of cultivators, including many high-ranking Open Heaven masters, but none of them could overcome their innate shackles like Ruashi could. Even he himself was now restricted by the invisible shackle of his small universe. Gu Pan was both happy and relieved to hear Yongkai's assessment. She had looked into Zhang Ruashi's situation before and came to the same conclusion. However, she was not confident in her own judgment. Now that Yongkai had come to the same conclusion, it was basically a certainty. This was good for Zhang Ruashi. Previously, her peak was the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. However, now she might be able to become an 8th Order or even a 9th Order master. Yongkai thought for a moment and asked, "Has Ruashi ever eaten a world fruit?" Zhang Ruashi shook her head and said, "No, I haven't." Yongkai nodded at the expected answer. World fruits were so precious that ordinary people could not get a hold of one. If Ruashi had eaten a world fruit, then she would not be as doubtful of her situation. "Sir, can you figure out what's going on with Ruashi?" Zhang Ruashi asked. Yongkai shook his head. "I've never heard of a situation like this before. But I can see that the foundation of your small universe is solid and your heritage is strong. So there's nothing wrong with it, and it should be beneficial to you rather than harmful. As for why this is the case, I have a speculation." "Please enlighten me, sir." Zhang Ruashi looked at him eagerly. Yongkai said, "It concerns your bloodline. The Heaven's Order bloodline you awaken should have some peculiarities. It should be this peculiarity that allows you to overcome the innate shackles of the Open Heaven realm." "What sir means is..." "Let's put it this way," Yongkai explained. Your bloodline is different from that of the human race. If you look at the vast universe, only the divine spirits have true bloodline inheritances. The divine spirits do not have limits on their cultivation. They just need to constantly refine their own bloodline and awaken their ancient inheritance to advance. In other words, they can continue to get stronger as long as they put in enough effort and have enough resources. Humans, on the other hand, who cultivate using the open heaven realm method, have innate limits. Divine spirits clearly have incomparable advantages. Your Heaven's Order bloodline may also be related to a divine spirit bloodline, so the growth of your strength is somewhat similar to that of a divine spirit. At this point, Yang Kai suddenly realized a problem with his theory. If the Heaven's Order bloodline was really a divine spirit bloodline, then Zhang Ruoxi should also have innate shackles because she relied on the open heaven realm method of the human race to cultivate. Take Yang Kai himself, he could be considered a pure-blood dragon clan member now, but because he used the open heaven realm to cultivate, no matter how pure his dragon vein was, he was still limited by his innate shackles to the peak of the 8th order. Even his powerful dragon vein was restricted. It seemed he could not take that last 1-meter step to become a divine dragon, even when he cultivated in the ancestral land. Only when he reached the 9th order open heaven realm would his dragon vein naturally be able to advance to the next stage. Although Su Yan had a Phoenix clan bloodline, as long as she relied on the open heaven realm method, she would suffer from this shortcoming as well. The open heaven realm method was inherited from the 10 martial ancestors, which was in line with the heavenly way. It was certainly not perfect, but it had helped with the cultivation of the human race for countless eons. If the masters wanted to be free from the restrictions, then they should not cultivate using the open heaven realm method. However, as soon as they used it to cultivate, they would definitely be limited by it in the future. Divine spirits did not need to cultivate using the open heaven realm method. They were the first to be blessed by the heavenly way and ruled all under the heavens long before the 10 martial ancestors gained enlightenment about the open heaven realm method. They have been using their bloodline as their main way to cultivate since ancient times. The purer their bloodline, the more powerful they were. Zhang Ruoxi also used the open heaven realm method to advance to the open heaven realm though, so even if the Heaven's Order bloodline was really a kind of divine spirit bloodline, it should be limited by the restrictions of the open heaven realm method, but she was not. Unless the Heaven's Order bloodline was more powerful than any divine spirit bloodline. Such power would be sufficient to overcome the innate shackles of the open heaven realm method. Considering all these, Yang Kai could not help but feel bothered. Was the Heaven's Order bloodline much more powerful than the divine spirit bloodlines? He really had not thought about it before. However, after careful consideration, it seemed that it was possible. Back in the star boundary, Heaven's Order was the nemesis of all divine spirits. All the divine spirits that plagued the world were captured by Heaven's Order and stripped of their sources, which she then sealed in the blood gate for countless years. Even when Zhang Ruoxi was only in the 7th order open heaven realm, an 8th order divine spirit like Zhu Jian could feel a sense of suppression just being near her. Even Yang Kai felt so when she was close to him. All signs indicated that Zhang Ruoxi's Heaven's Order bloodline was much more powerful than any divine spirit bloodline. What exactly is the Heaven's Order bloodline? Yang Kai was now considered to be very knowledgeable and had seen many things. However, he had never heard of the Heaven's Order bloodline anywhere else except in Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai had a hunch about the truth, but he was unsure about it. Sir, Zhang Ruoxi whispered when she saw that he was lost in his thoughts. Yang Kai came back to his senses. As Sir said, my current situation is similar to the divine spirits, so can I become an 8th order open heaven realm master? She asked excitedly. The human race was now at war for its very survival, and although a 7th order open heaven realm master wasn't weak, any random territory lord could easily kill them, especially the innate territory lords who were far more powerful than the acquired ones. Zhang Ruoxi had been able to stay safe and sound all these years mainly because she had been following Gu Pan around. Due to her relationship with Yang Kai, Langya Paradise had taken great care of her. If she was just an ordinary 7th order open heaven realm master, it would be much riskier for her on the battlefield. However, if she could become an 8th order master, then she would be much safer in the future and more lethal to the enemies on the battlefield. Yang Kai nodded and said, advancing to the 8th order is not a problem. I saw your small universe and you are at the limit of the 7th order open heaven realm. Once things have settled down, you should enter retreat and cultivate hard. I will personally stand guard for you until you break through to the 8th order. Many thanks, sir. Zhang Ruoxi said with a beautiful smile. Martial Peak, Chapter 5669, Third Order 9 Palaces Formation? Oh! There was no doubt that Zhang Ruoxi would advance to the 8th order. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could not be absolutely sure if what he thought was correct. If it was as he thought, it would still be astonishing that the Heaven's Order bloodline could circumvent the drawbacks of the Open Heaven Realm method, which was something that even a Divine Spirit bloodline could not achieve. Yang Kai was still thinking about the Heaven's Order bloodline when Ruoxi said, "Sir, I have one more thing to ask advice about, and it concerns my bloodline." Oh! Yang Kai was intrigued and said, "Go ahead." Zhang Ruoxi glanced around and then said, "It's not convenient to talk about it here. However, I can show it to you, sir. Can you please come to the void with me?" Yang Kai nodded and sent a message to let the purifying black ink battleship continue to follow its current course before leaving a space beacon on the deck to facilitate his return. He then manipulated space principles, wrapped Zhang Ruoxi in them and darted away. After a few instantaneous movements, Yang Kai and Ruoxi were out of sight range of the purifying black ink battleship. They came to a stop and Yang Kai said, "This should be good enough." The void was so vast and endless that Zhang Ruoxi would not be limited in whatever she wanted to demonstrate. Zhang Ruoxi nodded, opened her small universe portal, and a member of the small stone race stepped out. Those of the small stone race usually look simple and unassuming. However, those who were familiar with their racial characteristics would know that their peaceful look was just an illusion, as they were truly warlike. After the small stone race member appeared, it immediately made a move that made Yang Kai's jaw drop. It came to Yang Kai, cupped its fist and bowed to him. Yang Kai swore that this was the most polite small stone race member he had ever met in his life. Under normal circumstances, when humans summoned one, a small stone race soldier would definitely immediately rush towards the nearest source of black ink strength in a fit of rage. Human soldiers would have to refine them in advance to command them. Otherwise, they would definitely run off and soon become lost. When Yang Kai handed out the first batch of the small stone race soldiers, the humans had not figured out an appropriate method to control them and ended up wasting a lot of them. However, he could also see that this small stone race member was so courteous and mindful of etiquette because Zhang Ruoxi had exquisite control over it. Yet, this small stone race member had no trace of being refined at all. The small stone race member was not finished after saluting Yang Kai. He started to display his fighting skills to Yang Kai and demonstrated with vigor and power. Finally, it finished its show by cupping its fist once more. Yang Kai was more than a little dumbfounded and alternated his gaze between the small stone race member and Zhang Ruoxi's smiling face. "How did you do this?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. In fact, Yang Kai could have done this too if he had been the one controlling this small stone race soldier. But that was because he had the Great Sun and Great Moon marks given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. This small stone race member was brought out from the chaotic dead territory, where the burning light and serene glimmer had spent the last millennium nurturing it. These small stone race members could be regarded as pieces of living yellow and blue crystals. Thus, the Great Sun and Great Moon marks condensed from the burning light and serene glimmer source held absolute authority over them. Yang Kai could even use the power contained within them to generate purifying light. On the other hand, Zhang Ruoxi did not have the marks, which Yang Kai had brought out of the chaotic dead territory and distributed to the divine spirits. Zhang Ruoxi said, "Sir, please continue to watch." She did not answer Yang Kai's question immediately because there was more to show him. As she spoke, 2 more soldiers came out of her small universe, joined together with the previous one, linking their auras. Their bodies vibrated and then in the blink of an eye, they formed a 3 fortunes formation. This 3 fortunes formation was far more solid than a battle formation formed by ordinary human soldiers. Their auras were completely connected, without any form of roughness or instability. Next, a continuous stream of small stone race members emerged from Zhang Ruoxi's small universe and joined the battle formation. The 3 fortunes became a 4 symbols, then a 5 elements, a 6 paths, and finally a 9 palaces formation. But that was not the end, as more and more small stone race soldiers rushed out and formed more 9 palaces formations. With the 9 palaces formation as the base, the formation grew again. 27 small stone race members, forming what could only be called a Great Three Fortunes formation, 36 small stone race members formed the Great Four Symbols formation, and finally the 81 small stone race members formed a massive Great Nine Palaces formation. Yang Kai was in absolute awe as he watched this scene in utter bewilderment. He finally understood why Zhang Ruoxi had accumulated so many small stone race members in her small universe. He thought that she was keeping them as backup for some kind of emergency. After all, they were easily killed on the battlefield, so it was prudent of her to keep more in reserve if she planned to take on powerful masters like a territory lord. However, now it seemed that this was not the case. Zhang Ruoxi was really capable of commanding and controlling this many small stone race members. Yang Kai could as well. Not to mention 81 small stone race members, he could even control an army of millions of small stone race soldiers. However, he needed to use the marks to command them in a general manner, while the scene before him was completely different. He could only give simple orders to such a small stone race army. However, it was essentially up to the individual soldiers to figure out how to carry out his commands. The 81 small stone race members controlled by Zhang Ruoxi on the other hand were like extensions of herself, akin to her hands and feet, completely within her ability to control. The massive Nine Palaces formation before Yang Kai should only have existed in theory, and was supposedly impossible for cultivators to actually achieve. This was because each base point of this Great Nine Palaces formation was a first-order Nine Palaces formation. 9 cultivators were needed to form the initial battle formation, and these 9 people had to adjust their auras to link with each other without clashing. Essentially, they needed to become one in both heart and mind. On a real battlefield, forming a Nine Palaces formation was already the absolute limit, so trying to form this kind of Great Nine Palaces formation was nothing but a fantasy. Considering the small stone race members' low sentience, it was unbelievable that Zhang Ruoxi was able to control them to such a fine degree. Yang Kai had already sensed the crux of how this happened though and remarked, bloodline power. When the number of small stone race members was small, Yang Kai did not sense anything. However, with Zhang Ruoxi using 81 small stone race soldiers, he did notice that there was a faint fluctuation of bloodline power from her body. So, it was obvious she was controlling the small stone race members with her bloodline. And Zhang Ruoxi nodded. This was exactly the bloodline mystery that she wanted to seek Yang Kai's advice on. It was only recently that she had discovered this ability. There were only 2 times that Yang Kai had provided the human race with small stone race soldiers. Once was 3,000 years ago when he was traveling around the great territories to refine universe worlds. When he met many great forces of the human race who were evacuating, he gave them large numbers of small stone race soldiers as escorts. However, almost all of those small stone race soldiers he sent out at that time had their own owners, and Zhang Ruoxi was not able to attain any. Recently though, Yang Kai tasked some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land to bring back several million members of the small stone race. Thereafter, the Supreme Headquarters distributed them to the armies in the Great Territory battlefields. They were placed in the individual armies' war materials departments for the soldiers to exchange for military merits. Out of curiosity, Ruoxi acquired a few of them and found that she could very easily control them. Thus, she began to exchange her military merits for more. If the army's resource department did not stop her, her small universe would have many more small stone race members inside, at least far more than a mere 200. Yang Kai did not know about any of this, but looking at the Nine Palaces formation in front of him, he was amazed that such a battle formation formed by 81 small stone race soldiers could be this powerful. The strength of the small stone race that made up this formation was not high, generally only equivalent to 2nd or 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, after they assumed this formation, the aura they radiated reached the intensity of the 7th Order. If these small stone race soldiers were stronger to begin with, then the power of the formation would grow even further. Can you control more? Yang Kai asked. Ruoxi nodded and replied, but I don't have enough to form another complete battle formation layer. The corners of Yang Kai's face twitched. He just asked Zhang Ruoxi if she could control more. But this little girl was even more ambitious. She actually wanted to use this Great Nine Palaces formation as the base to form an even higher order formation. Having 81 small stone race members as a base to form the simplest Three Fortunes formation would require 243 small stone race soldiers, So Zhang Ruoxi really did not have enough. But Yang Kai had them. Although he gave the human race several million small stone race soldiers, he kept a few million for his own use. With the wave of a hand, an army of small stone race soldiers flew out of his small universe, appearing both grand and majestic. Go all out. Let me see what your limit is. Zhang Ruoxi agreed readily as she also wanted to know her limits. She immediately surged her bloodline power to draw many from the army released by Yang Kai. Soon, a new 9 palaces formation was formed using Great 9 palaces formations as nodes. The number of small stone race soldiers involved had now reached 729. Their combined power had surpassed the 7th order and almost reached the 8th order. Yang Kai was dumbfounded by the formation in front of him. The Great 9 Palaces formation existed in theory and was basically impossible to be formed by humans, but what about this 9 Palaces formation formed from Great 9 Palaces formation as its base be called? A 3rd order 9 Palaces formation. If a normal 9 Palaces formation was the 1st order and a Great 9 Palaces formation was the 2nd order, then there should not be any problem calling this one 3rd order. The bloodline power coming from Zhang Ruoxi's body became more and more intense, and Yang Kai began to feel a slight pressure that caused his dragon vein to roil and riot. This kind of pressure was somewhat similar to a dragon clan bloodline suppression. So, it seemed like his suspicions were true. This Heaven's Order bloodline was more powerful than any divine spirit bloodline. All of a sudden, his thoughts became clear and he understood what was happening with Zhang Ruoxi and her bloodline. Martial Peak. Chapter 5670. Divine Spirit Family Patriarch? Oh! After a few moments, the 3rd Order 9 Palaces formation had turned into the 4th Order 9 Palaces formation. The number of small stone race soldiers who made up the formation now reached an astonishing 6,561. It was unbelievable that one person could perfectly control more than 6,000 small stone race. Although the individual strength of the small stone race participating in the formation was generally not high, the aura of the battle formation at this moment made even Yang Kai feel a lot of pressure. In other words, if he were to fight against them and did not find a way to break the battle formation, he might lose. It was an astonishing feat. With this ability alone, Zhang Ruoxi was as valuable as any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai also saw the manifestation of the Heaven's Order bloodline power once again. Perhaps the bloodline power became too intense, so Zhang Ruoxi was now surrounded by a blood-colored haze. Suddenly, at some critical point, a huge figure of a woman emerged behind her. The figure looked extremely imposing as she looked down on the world, a great sword at the ready. As she stood quietly behind Zhang Ruoxi, the void trembled and an awe-inspiring pressure pervaded the surrounding space. Yang Kai was stunned. This figure and the memory of another extremely vague figure quickly overlapped. Although there was a difference in size, the image was too similar to ignore. Yang Kai was so happy that he had stumbled upon this great fortune. He never expected that he would stumble across such a grand discovery during this meeting with Ruoxi. He was suddenly enlightened and many uncertainties in his mind became clear. So that's how it is. If that is really the case, then everything makes sense. The Heaven's Order bloodline was basically a divine spirit bloodline, but it was not a divine spirit bloodline in the ordinary sense. In terms of ranking, the Heaven's Order bloodline was higher than all other divine spirit bloodlines. Thus, it was not accurate to call it the divine spirit's nemesis. The Heaven's Order bloodline was not born to restrain divine spirits. It was actually from the same vein as the divine spirit bloodlines, only higher up the hierarchy, which was why it could suppress all other divine spirit bloodlines. The Dragon Clan itself also had the concept of bloodline suppression. But the Dragon Clan's bloodline suppression only affected those within the clan, or those from monster race too weak to resist. A Dragon Clansman with a purer bloodline had a natural restraint on any other Dragon Clansman with a less pure bloodline. In a fight, the strength of a Dragon Clansman with a purer bloodline could suppress the strength of the other. A Dragon Clan's bloodline may have some deterrent effect on other divine spirits, but it was far less obvious. A Dragon Clan bloodline's ranking may be higher than that of other divine spirit bloodlines, but not by much. In this world, there were two other divine spirit bloodlines that stood above the Dragon Clan: the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer. Technically speaking, these two were also divine spirits. The ancient legends stated that they were the ancestors of the divine spirits. However, Yang Kai knew that that was a misrepresentation after he found out the truth about the primordial light. If all the divine spirits were considered to be in one big family, then the higher the ranking, the higher their position would be within the divine spirit family. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could also be considered the big brother and big sister of all divine spirits. This was also the reason why when Yang Kai first went to the dragon pool, his great sun and great moon marks allowed him to draw in the power of the dragon pool and help Fu Guang break through his shackles and become a divine dragon. The powers of the burning light and serene glimmer and the dragon clan were fundamentally related. The primordial light first stripped its yin and yang elements in the chaotic dead territory, then moved to the ancestral land. It then transformed into thousands of lights and evolved into the first divine spirits. The first time Yang Kai went to the no-return pass, he used the great sun and great moon marks to completely suppress Ji Lao San, who was a grand dragon. He did this while he was still only in the 7th order and a grand dragon himself. In fact, the difference in strength between them at the time was not big. However, when he used the two marks, Ji Lao San was captured by Yang Kai almost effortlessly. Yang Kai also used the power of the great sun and great moon marks to suppress Tao Wu, when he killed the latter in profound nether territory. Otherwise, Tao Wu's 8th order divine spirit strength could easily handle a soul-rending thorn head-on, and he would not have been so easily killed. This was basically akin to the big brother and big sister exerting their power over the little brother of the divine spirit family. When they learned about this, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan would surely be overjoyed. They had been bickering for countless eons about who was the elder sibling between them, so if they knew they had so many younger brothers and sisters, they might not quarrel anymore and instead play with their little siblings instead. In such a sense, it was completely appropriate for Yang Kai as a Dragon Clan member to address them as Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. The burning light and serene glimmer were the big brother and big sister of the divine spirits family. However, in this family, there seemed to be another high-ranking existence. The Heaven's Order bloodline. The small stone race could be seen as an extension of the power of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, so even Yang Kai had to use the two marks to control them. This was natural because the ranking of the Dragon Clan was lower than that of the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer. On the other hand, Zhang Ruo she only relied on her bloodline to precisely control thousands of small stone race soldiers to form a massively complicated 9 palaces formation. When Yang Kai understood this, he immediately recalled the strange scene that he had witnessed in the rewinding time. When the primordial light was stripped of its yin and yang in the chaotic dead territory, the latter evolved into the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. After a long journey, what was left of the primordial light collided with an ancient universe world, showering it with thousands of multicolored lights. From those lights, all divine spirits were born. The divine spirits thus rose and the universe world came to be known as the ancestral land. With this evolution, the ancestral land became the home of all divine spirits, and was virtually indestructible. At that time, Yang Kai saw a vague image of a human figure through the blinding light. He did not have time to look closely that day as he was distracted by Di Wu's relentless attacks, and was shaken out of his state of enlightenment. However, he remained haunted by the figure in the haze, which left him puzzled. It had become the last piece of the mystery behind the primordial light. Today, all the mysteries seemed to be solved. The hazy figure, although its face could not be seen, had an outline incredibly similar to the Heaven's Order figure that stood behind Zhang Ruoxi. That figure must be the original source of the Heaven's Order bloodline. When Yang Kai first saw Zhang Ruoxi at the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, he had a strange hunch, but he could not figure out what it was about. When Zhang Ruoxi asked about her cultivation limits, or rather lack thereof, and Yang Kai looked into her small universe, he felt that hunch again, but he still could not understand it. Yang Kai finally understood after seeing Zhang Ruoxi control the small stone race army. The bloodline of an ordinary divine spirit was insufficient to break through the shackles created by the open heaven realm method. Even a pure Dragon Clan bloodline was insufficient. Otherwise, Yang Kai could continue to refine his bloodline and advance to the 9th order open heaven realm by first becoming a divine dragon. At that time, he would even be stronger than an ordinary 9th order master. However, there were always exceptions to everything. Though a divine spirit bloodline could not accomplish this, That did not mean that the Heaven's Order bloodline could not break through these innate shackles. In the Divine Spirit family, the Heaven's Order bloodline was most likely the highest in ranking. In fact, the burning light and serene glimmer might be inferior to it. Instead of saying that the Heaven's Order bloodline was the big sister of all divine spirits, it might be more appropriate to call it the matriarch of this entire family. Yang Kai wore a look of composure as he observed the massive Fourth Order 9 Palaces formations that was formed by over 6,000 small stone race soldiers, but inside he was in a state of complete and utter shock. A few moments later, Zhang Ruoxi exhaled a long breath and all the small stone race soldiers within the formation orderly dispersed, gathering quietly behind her, waiting for further orders. In the end, the number of small stone race she could control precisely was less than 10,000. So she could not form a Fifth Order 9 Palaces formation. This was not because her bloodline was not strong enough, but rather because of her low cultivation. With her concentration being spread out over so many small stone race soldiers, she eventually hit a limit. In other words, her Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation was the bottleneck. However, this was already an eye-popping feat. "Sir, this is the most I can do." Although she was exhausted, Zhang Ruoxi's eyes were gleaming. She always wanted to know what her limits were. However, she could not test them with a mere 200 small stone race soldiers. With Yang Kai's help, she was able to get an answer today. This way, she would be able to play a much bigger role on the battlefield than using her own Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm strength. Moreover, as long as she could advance to the Eighth Order, she had the confidence to form a Fifth Order 9 Palaces formations. Who knows, maybe she might even be able to break through and become a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master one day. Well done. Yang Kai nodded his head in admiration and began to collect his small stone race army before saying, "After this, I will bring you to a certain place." Zhang Ruoxi did not ask anything and just nodded obediently. "Yes, sir." "Let's go back. You must be exhausted. When we return, get a good rest. The journey ahead is long and there is no need for you to rush to advance to the Eighth Order." Zhang Ruoxi nodded with a smile. He manipulated space principles and the two figures instantly disappeared. With the help of the space beacon, Yang Kai easily returned to the purifying black ink battleship with Zhang Ruoxi. She then went back to her cabin to rest while Yang Kai continued to stand at the helm. He could not help but wonder what interesting things would happen if he took Ruoxi to that place. The journey continued through the Black Ink clan's territory, and then past the breached royal cities before heading into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. Several years later, many strange celestial phenomena appeared, bewildering and dazzling the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The 3,000 worlds had once been filled with these huge celestial phenomena, but almost all of them had been exhausted after millions of years of human activities. However, in the rear of the Black Ink battlefield, far away from any activity at all, these celestial phenomena had been preserved. These celestial phenomena were all left behind from the beginning of time, when heaven and earth first split apart. The large ones were the size of whole great territories, while the small ones were even smaller than universe worlds, but each celestial phenomenon contained its own mysterious power and was extremely dangerous. Martial Peak, Chapter 5671, Fu Guang and Wu Kuang. At one point Yang Xiao could not stand the boredom, so when they passed by a certain celestial phenomenon, he rushed out in curiosity and was almost caught in it. If not for Yang Kai's quick actions, he might have been lost within the celestial phenomenon, never to return. When Yang Shui found out, she punished him severely until he promised never to do that again. The dramatic event was a rare comic relief to their otherwise mundane journey, and became the butt of everyone's joke throughout the warship. A few years later, the purifying Black Ink battleship entered the late ancient era battlefield, and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who saw this place for the first time were all shaken to their core. The veteran Eighth Order Masters who told them all the events of the past were also totally captivated. Only at this time did they know that at the end of the late ancient era, there were humans who fought and were victorious over the Black Ink clan on this magnificent battlefield. Although they failed to kill Mo, at least they managed to contain the Black Ink clan within the Black Ink battlefield. Now the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds, the world had withered, universe worlds had collapsed, and the human race was trapped in a mere handful of great territory battlefields. The situation had never been worse, and everyone's heart was heavy and eager for revenge. After the late ancient era battlefield, there was the spiritless land. They were getting close to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Nearly 13 years after the departure of the purifying black ink battleship from the Supreme Headquarters territory, Yongkai finally led a group of 8th Order Masters to the place where the last human race crusade force was defeated. This was also where the Mother Nest was located, and where the true body of Mo was sealed. The purifying black ink battleship flew past a lot of wreckage and debris. There were even damaged warships quietly floating across the void, as well as skeletons and corpses of humans and black ink clansmen alike. These were the remnants of the last Great War, the final battle outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Yongkai was not present during that battle as he was targeted by a royal lord because of Tsong and had no choice but to flee. He fled for years before entering the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, and started his cultivation to break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. After he emerged from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yongkai managed to kill the royal lord who was chasing him. It was only after that he learned of the fierceness of this final battle. The human race should not have been defeated here. They had more than 100 great passes and a grand army numbering in the millions, all of whom were in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm and above, with over 100 9th Order old ancestors assuming command. With such a lineup, they were definitely the strongest army the human race had mustered since the late ancient era millions of years ago. However, from within the primordial heaven source grand restriction, a black ink giant spirit god emerged to challenge the army. From the opposite side, another fallen black ink giant spirit god, who roamed the late ancient era battlefield, was revived by the Black Ink clan. The two powerful black ink giant spirit gods pincered the human army, and together with countless royal lords and territory lords, the human race grand army was defeated and forced to retreat. The sight in front of everyone was tragic, and even if they were not personally involved in that battle, they could easily imagine its fierceness. The atmosphere aboard the purifying black ink battleship was heavy as people were scurrying about, trying to collect the corpses of the human race soldiers. When the great army retreated back then, they did not even have the time to collect the bodies of the fallen, so the battlefield was still littered with corpses. Su Yen activated her great sun and moon marks to create purifying light to disperse the black ink cloud in the void. However, she soon gave up as there were far more dead black ink clansmen than human race soldiers, causing the residual black ink cloud to be too large to disperse. Although they did not lack yellow crystal and blue crystal, they should not waste them unnecessarily. A potent divine sense suddenly spread over from afar, and all the 8th Order Masters were astonished when they felt its might. This was not the divine sense of an 8th Order Master, but that of a 9th Order Master. The 8th Order Masters became excited by the possibility that there was a 9th Order Master stationed here. A moment later, the divine sense was withdrawn after having found out the identity of Yongkai and the others. Following the battlefield's numerous ruins, the purifying black ink battleship soon came to a huge piece of debris. It was debris that belonged to a great pass that had been destroyed. Looking at its appearance, it should be the Great Pass main square. On top of the debris stood a figure with flowing white hair and white robes, his arms folded behind his back, looking in the direction of the purifying black ink battleship. Upon seeing this person, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately realized that it was not just any 9th Order Master here, it was him. No wonder we've not heard about this senior for so many years. He must have been stationed here by the Supreme Headquarters a long time ago. Yongkai jumped down from the purifying black ink battleship, came to the white-haired man, and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Fu Guang." This man in all white was the current Dragon Clan leader, and the only divine dragon. Yongkai had sent Wu Kuang here a long time ago, but although the latter claimed that he would advance to the 9th Order within 3,000 years, and that he could guard the primordial heaven source grand restriction effectively at that point, Yongkai had to prepare for the unexpected. Therefore, over 1,000 years ago, Yongkai had already suggested that the Supreme Headquarters prepare someone to assist Wu Kuang outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, just in case. However, the humans had limited manpower and very few were capable of carrying out such a mission. There were 2 old ancestors who met the requirements, but they had to stay in Wind Mist territory to restrain the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Part of restraining the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was that they too could not move. After much consideration, only Fu Guang could be deployed. However, during the Battle of the Barren Territory, Fu Guang was severely injured and almost died on the spot. If the Dragon Clan leader at that time did not go all out to rescue him, Fu Guang would have been among those who fell that day. After the retreat from the Barren Territory, Fu Guang spent many years in the depths of the dragon pool, drawing upon its power to heal himself. It was not until some 1,000 years ago that he finally recovered from his injuries. He immediately set off for this place after his recovery. On the way, Fu Guang passed by the No Return Pass, which caused the Black Ink clan to panic as they thought that he was there to pick a fight. Fortunately for them, Fu Guang had no such intentions and just passed by. The Black Ink clan had since been wondering what a divine dragon from the Dragon Clan was doing in the Black Ink battlefield. By all accounts, Fu Guang had been here alone for at least 1,000 years. Many thanks for your hard work, Senior, Yang Kai said. 1,000 years of solitude was not easy to endure, even for a powerful divine spirit. Fu Guang smiled and shook his head. His eyes then looked up and down Yang Kai and said with a little surprise, "Your dragon vein." Yang Kai secretly praised this divine dragon for his strong perception. It should also be because they were both part of the Dragon Clan. So, even if Yang Kai did not use the powers of his dragon vein, Fu Guang would sense something about it. Yang Kai explained, "I obtained some gifts from the ancestral land." Fu Guang understood what he meant and replied, "That is indeed a great opportunity." He was wondering how Yang Kai's dragon vein had grown so quickly. The last time Fu Guang saw Yang Kai, the latter was just a 70,000-meter ancient dragon. Now, Yang Kai gave off a similar feeling to his own from back in the dragon pool. In other words, it was very likely that Yang Kai was in the same situation as he was back then, stuck at the last step before becoming a divine dragon. The power in the dragon pool had been greatly consumed after more than 2,000 years of healing, so Yang Kai could not have benefited much from it, certainly not enough to improve his dragon vein to such a degree. It turned out that it was a gift from the ancestral land. While they were talking, a group of 8th Order Masters and 60 divine spirits all came forward and saluted. No one dared to disrespect a divine dragon. The 8th Order Masters finally confirmed who the army commander of their suppressing Black Ink army was. Although there had been some speculation beforehand, it was only today that they became certain. A master like Fu Guang was naturally qualified to be the army commander of the suppressing Black Ink army. Zhu Jian and the rest of the divine spirits felt increasingly ready to be part of this fight. Given the circumstances, they knew that they would still be fighting alongside the human race after the 3,000-year agreement had expired. However, now they were working under the current Dragon Clan leader, and there was no room for sloppiness. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yang Kai said, "Sir, how is the situation here?" Fu Guang replied, "Nothing unusual except that he talks a lot." Talks a lot. Yang Kai was slightly stunned and then realized that Fu Guang should be referring to Wu Kuang. Yang Kai could not help but chuckle, and his tense mood also relaxed a lot. It also meant that there were no problems with the primordial heaven source grand restriction. If there really was any problem, Wu Kuang would not be able to waste his energy on chatting. At that moment, Wu Kuang's voice came from the depths of the void. "There is quite literally no one here besides the two of us, and it's been that way for over 1,000 years. Does it matter if we talk more? And don't you know that it's not a good habit to badmouth someone behind their back?" Fu Guang laughed helplessly and cupped his fist. After so many years of chatting, he also knew Wu Kuang's background. He had much respect for this late ancient era martial ancestor. Furthermore, anyone who single-handedly guarded the primordial heaven source grand restriction deserved the utmost respect. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and even the divine spirits were all astonished. They were all previously focused on Fu Guang and never expected there to be a second person here. After all, there was only endless darkness as far as they could see. The deep darkness seemed to be able to devour everything, and even their souls seemed to be sucked into it when they stared for too long. Fortunately, everyone was strong, and when they perceived the anomaly, they immediately collected the mind, which eased the discomfort. Someone said with palpitations, "Is this where the mother nest resides?" They had heard that the primordial heaven source grand restriction had sealed the mother nest along with Mo's true body. Now they were able to see it with their own eyes. This was the source of all the chaos and the birthplace of the Black Ink clan. Even the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness and defeat in their hearts at this moment. Don't be so glum. For countless eons, your heroic ancestors spilled their blood on this battlefield to resist the Black Ink clan, all to give future generations a chance to live and grow. Now this burden has fallen on your shoulders. If you and the others fail here, then the human race and all the divine spirits will cease to exist. When that happens, everything will come to an end. The martial ancestors were able to seal this evil here. Don't you, their descendants, have the courage to fight it? Martial Peak, Chapter 5672. The human race must get stronger. Fu Guang was not reprimanding, and neither was his tone intense. Though it seemed like a simple question, it caused everyone's heart to feel heavy. How could they face the true enemy if just gazing upon its shield of darkness was enough to frighten them? Yang Kai immediately cupped his fist and said respectfully, "Junior understands." Yang Kai took a step forward and said, "I'll check out the situation." He disappeared in a flash as Fu Guang looked on with his brow raised. The way Yang Kai utilized space principles was at a level no different from the late Phoenix clan leader. The Dragon clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, while the Phoenix clan's was the Tao of Space. Fu Guang was surprised that Yang Kai, a Dragon clan member, was so proficient in both the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space. Amidst the great struggle between the human race and the Black Ink clans over the dominion of everything under the heavens, there was always a need for special existences to rise up. Looking at the direction Yang Kai went, Fu Guang became lost in his thoughts as he realized that he was not one of those special beings. Outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, a portal seemed to open up in the darkness when Yang Kai arrived. Yang Kai followed the portal, took a step inside, and saw Wu Kuang sitting cross-legged. Yang Kai swiftly activated the Great Sun and Great Moon marks. Yellow and blue rays burst out and merged into a huge beam of purifying light that rained down on Wu Kuang's head. Wu Kuang, whose body was so black that his face could barely be seen, was instantly enveloped by the purifying light, and with a piercing sound, the huge mass of Black Ink strength was purified. The light dissipated and Wu Kuang returned to his original appearance. He appeared grim as he asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai replied casually, "I need to make sure that I see a human Wu Kuang, not a Black Ink disciple Wu Kuang." Anyone else who saw Wu Kuang's appearance would have thought he had been completely corrupted by Black Ink strength, mainly because this guy was covered in it and looked very abnormal. "What about now?" Wu Kuang asked rhetorically. Yang Kai said, "It should be fine, but I'd like to check your small universe if you don't mind." Wu Kuang snorted and replied, "If I were a Black Ink disciple, I would have awakened the old thing inside and unlocked the primordial heaven source grand restriction long ago. Who knows? The heaven-devouring great emperor is quite the schemer. Who can tell what you're up to?" Wu Kuang rolled his eyes. The rich Black Ink strength continued to be pulled in, and under heaven-devouring battle law, he seemed to have turned it into a bottomless pit. Still, he warned Yang Kai, "Refrain from acting out. Do you know how tricky it is to steal something from someone's home without disturbing the sleeping owner? Besides, didn't you give me a world tree clone which can stabilize and isolate my small universe? How could Black Ink strength corrupt me so easily?" When he saw that Yang Kai was unconvinced, Wu Kuang immediately sneered and snarled, "You're going to get your ass kicked." As he said that, he revealed his aura threateningly. Yang Kai immediately sat cross-legged in front of him and said, "Your fist is bigger. Fine, you win." Wu Kuang had already become a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was clearly not exaggerating when he said that he would achieve this within 3,000 years. Yang Kai was more and more amazed at the power of the heaven-devouring battle law. Unfortunately, only Wu Kuang could truly bring out the full power of this heaven-defying cultivation technique. Wu Kuang was able to advance from the 7th Order to the 9th Order in just 3,000 years with this secret art and special environment. In the end, Black Ink strength was also a kind of power. While sitting here, the Black Ink strength was endless and inexhaustible. With the help of the heaven-devouring battle law, and the protection of flawless purifying golden lotus and a world tree clone, Wu Kuang was able to achieve the unimaginable in just 3,000 years. Without even one of these conditions, Wu Kuang would not have been able to advance to the ninth order in such a short time. Senior, I would like to ask you something, Yang Kai said solemnly. Wu Kuang chuckled softly. Humph. So you call me Wu Kuang when you want and then address me as senior when you want something. Brat, you're as disrespectful as ever. Wu Kuang sneered and thought to himself scornfully. Speak. Wu Kuang snarled. The 10 martial ancestors all must have understood the open heaven realm method is flawed. How did Senior overcome the limitations of the open heaven realm method to cultivate the ninth order? Wu Kuang's current body originally belonged to Mo Shang, the great demon god, who was killed back in the star boundary. Wu Kuang's soul took over that fallen master. Yang Kai still remembered that when he saw Wu Kuang again after leaving the star boundary, Wu Kuang was just a 5th order open heaven realm master at that time. In other words, Wu Kuang should have been an ordinary 5th order open heaven realm master back then. So theoretically, his limit was the 7th order. How did he become a 9th order open heaven realm master? You want to know? Wu Kuang grinned. You won't be able to do it. The 3 selves source reconstitution art is enough to keep you busy. Yang Kai probed and asked, is it related to the secret art practiced by Senior? Back in the days when Wu Kuang was still sure, he already perceived the drawbacks of the open heaven realm method and knew that the 10 martial ancestors alone could only confine Mo but could not completely destroy it. He needed more power and to reach a higher realm to destroy Mo. The 3 self-source reconstitution art was one of the methods sure deduced that could potentially solve the limitations of the open heaven realm method. However, this method had extreme limitations. If Wu Kuang did not know that Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, he would not have taught it to him. After all, the mere process of cutting one's soul in half was essentially like committing suicide if not for the supreme treasure. Since Shi had formulated the 3 self-source reconstitution art, but did not practice it, there must be another way to overcome the drawbacks of the open heaven realm method. Yang Kai guessed that this should be the heaven-devouring battle law. Wu Kuang nodded, and it is related to the secret art that I practice. The heaven-devouring battle law was not only the fastest method to improve one's strength, there are other subtleties involved with it that you cannot understand right now. To avoid the limitations of the open heaven realm method, the flawless purifying golden lotus is also indispensable, so only I can do this in this world. As for the others, Wu Kuang slowly shook his head and his message was self-evident. Yang Kai was silent for a moment and then he suddenly said, Senior, I saw the primordial light. Song told the 9th Order Masters that finding the primordial light was the best and most secure way to resolve the issue of Mo and the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai overheard this when he was serving tea to them. Otherwise, he would not have known about such a secret, as he was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master back then. However, of those 9th Order old ancestors who were present, only 2 of them were still alive today. Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of Shi, and naturally knew more about the primordial light than anyone else. Wu Kuang was stunned for a moment before he became incomparably excited, his eyes widening as he asked, where is it? He was so agitated that he even grabbed Yang Kai's shoulders and shook him. Yang Kai felt his shoulders were about to be crushed and his body shaken apart, and hastily said, Senior, don't get so excited. I only witnessed the primordial light by chance when traveling back through millions of years of time. You traveled back in time? Wu Kuang gawked as this was an impossible feat as far as he knew. After his eyes stopped spinning, Yang Kai explained exactly what happened in the ancestral land, causing Wu Kuang's expression to change as he listened. After Yang Kai finished explaining, Wu Kuang's expression became extremely odd and he could not tell whether he felt relief or not. So that's what happened. The primordial light has long since ceased to exist. Back then, the 10 martial ancestors theorized that the only way to deal with Mo once and for all was to find the primordial light. That was naturally a source of hope for them. However, today, Yang Kai had confirmed that the primordial light had disappeared from the universe, and its remnants had evolved into the divine spirit family. Thus, this hope no longer existed. Wu Kuang couldn't help feeling some disappointment in his heart. However, he had also long expected this situation. Even if he was disappointed, he did not despair. The primordial light was certainly the safest and simplest solution to resolve the issue of Mo, but it was not necessarily the only solution. Mo was in the creation realm, so if he could break through the ninth order and reach the creation realm, he would be able to compete with Mo directly. Collecting himself, Wuquang quickly said, "Brat, since the primordial light has long since dissipated, the only hope for the human race now is to further strengthen themselves and rise above the ninth order as soon as possible." Yes, Yongkai answered, but after thinking about it, he did not say anything about Zhang Ruoxi. After all, her story was still just his own speculation. Thus, he would have to take her to that place before he could say for certain his hypothesis was the truth. After a moment of silence, Yongkai said, "I brought some men and a powerful weapon with me this time to ease the burden on Senior. If Senior needs any help from them, just order them as needed." "There is always a need for more help," Wuquang said seriously. Previously, Mo was hit by whatever Mu left behind and has been in deep sleep ever since. Over these years, although there have been some faint mental activities, it has not awakened yet. Fortunately, I have made it to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and my control over the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction is much stronger now. Otherwise, all hell would have broken loose already. Yongkai was astonished and asked, "Then, can Senior estimate when Mo will awaken?" Wuquang spread his hands helplessly and replied, "It's impossible to say. Maybe it will wake up in the next moment, or perhaps it will continue to sleep for a few thousand more years." Yongkai's anxiety increased greatly as he asked, "If it really wakes up, can Senior suppress him?" "Perhaps for a short while, but certainly not for long. After all, I have not yet reached Song's level of strength. Although Song was still technically in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he was much further along that path that I am right now. It was for that reason that he could single-handedly stay here and maintain the Grand Restriction. Still, I am also growing stronger all the time. In short, the longer it takes Mo to wake up, the better it is for the human race." After a pause, Wuquang said, "There are many Black Ink clansmen inside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, including many royal lords. If the Grand Restriction were to be broken now, it would be difficult to stop them. However, if you have brought enough capable people, we might be able to reduce the power of Black Ink clan in advance. When the day comes, and make no mistake, it will come, the burden on the human race would lessen if we act now." Yongkai listened and asked eagerly, "How should we go about eliminating them?" Wuquang replied, "Simple, I'll create a small opening in the Grand Restriction and release some of them out in batches. You guys just need to kill them as they emerge." Martial Peak, Chapter 5673, Prepare for Battle. Yongkai winced and whispered, "Senior may not know, but more than 3,000 years ago when the human crusade force came here, Song did what you suggested and it ended in disaster. Of course, when Song chose to open a gap, it was based on the same reasoning. Before the human crusade force arrived, Song had guarded this place alone for over 100,000 years and was approaching his limit. The Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction not only sealed Mo's true body, it also held back all of Mo's creations. Song could not bear the burden by himself and eventually, he would not be able to contain them. If the seal broke and Mo and its true body escaped, the human race would not be able to handle the subsequent catastrophe. So, after the human crusade force arrived, Song proposed, as Wuquang did now, to open a gap in the Grand Restriction, to relieve some of the pressure. Initially, everything had gone according to Song's expectations, until the appearance of a Black Ink giant spirit god. Unexpectedly, a Black Ink giant spirit god emerged from the Grand Restriction and forcefully held the gap open. The Black Ink clan army swarmed out and overwhelmed the human race army. All the Black Ink clansmen who died in that battle left behind massive amounts of Black Ink strength, which was then absorbed by the Black Ink giant spirit god, increasing its power. In the end, Song was forced to use the last card Mu left behind and sacrificed his body to reseal and reinforce the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, while Mo fell into a deep slumber. However, the Black Ink giant spirit god who had been roaming in the late ancient era battlefield had been awakened and struck from the rear to rout the crusade force. Although Yongkai was not present for many of those events, he was at least involved up until the emergence of the first Black Ink giant spirit god. Thus, when Wuquang proposed this same strategy 3,000 years later, Yongkai was naturally a little worried. Wuquang had obviously heard about what happened back then and chuckled. Accidents are inevitable. Yang Kai said solemnly. Is Senior certain that you can reseal the grand restriction at any moment? Wu Kuang said bluntly, there is no guarantee. Yang Kai's face twitched. If Wu Kuang did not dare to make this guarantee, then how could he propose such a risky plan? The hidden ace that Mu had left behind had been used up. The human race could not afford another mistake of that magnitude. However, Yang Kai soon realized what the problem was and asked, is Senior's burden so great that you are unable to bear it? Yang Kai hit the nail on its head, so Wu Kuang could not help but sigh and reply, I just became a 9th Order master and my strength is incomparable to Tsang. It's only a matter of time before the primordial heaven source grand restriction breaks apart. Why didn't Senior just say so then? Yang Kai said with some displeasure. Listening to Wu Kuang's tone earlier, he thought this guy was having an easy time staying here at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Who would have thought that his life was hanging by a thread all this while? Wu Kuang simply replied, don't I need some face? Yang Kai was immediately incensed and did not know how to respond. He fumed for a moment before asking, if we do as Senior said, will there be any effect on Mo's true body? Would you believe me if I said that there will be no effect? Mu left a strong gambit behind. Now we can only trust her. Then what about black ink giant spirit gods? Yang Kai asked again. There is no way a newly promoted 9th Order master like me could sense what's going on inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction when even Song, Shi, and the others could not back at their peak. Only Mu ever dove deep into the primordial heaven source grand restriction. We have never done so. Unfortunately, she died after we resealed the restriction, and did not leave any clues as to what she saw inside. That is why no one knew a black ink giant spirit god was lurking inside. The only thing I can do now is to try to reseal the gap when I notice any anomalies and try to avoid things getting out of hand. What Wu Kuang meant was that if there was a black ink giant spirit god that wanted to break out of the grand restriction, he would immediately close the opening. It was pointless for Yang Kai to ask if he was able to do it at this point. Wu Kuang followed up. You do not have to worry too much though. Even if Mo is already at the creation realm, there will not be many black ink giant spirit gods. How do you know? Yang Kai asked. Mo must have paid a huge price to create such a powerful being. Every black ink giant spirit god must require a part of its true essence. Although Mo is very powerful, its soul and essence cannot be divided too many times. Otherwise, it will be in great danger itself. Is Senior certain of that? Or is it just a guess? Yang Kai frowned. I have evidence this time, Wu Kuang smiled. Thousands of years ago, the Black Ink clan laid out an elaborate scheme and made many sacrifices to awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god in the divine spirit ancestral land, just like they did with the one from the late ancient era battlefield. If Mo could freely create black ink giant spirit gods, why would it bother going through all that trouble? Sending even one more out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction would have ended everything right from the start, right? Yang Kai pondered over it a little, and had to admit that Wu Kuang's analysis had some truth to it. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that he just wanted to believe a comforting lie rather than face an unwelcome truth. Wu Kuang continued, so, even if there are still black ink giant spirit gods in this primordial heaven source grand restriction, there won't be many of them. Perhaps just one or two. Yang Kai pondered silently before exhaling a long sigh. In that case, we can only act and see what happens. It was necessary to open up a gap in the primordial heaven source grand restriction, as Wu Kuang needed to ease his burden. They could only hope that he could control the situation after. Yang Kai was glad that he had convinced the Supreme Headquarters to build the suppressing Black Ink Fortress 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, he would not have known how to handle the current situation. The original purpose of the suppressing Black Ink Fortress was to prevent problems that might emerge from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, including when the grand restriction would be broken. Senior, please wait a moment. I will go make some arrangements, Yang Kai said and got up to leave. Wu Kuang suddenly said, wait. There's one more thing I need to explain to you. What is it? Wu Kuang said solemnly. The primordial heaven source grand restriction has existed for a very long time, which means that it has fallen into disrepair. Every time the grand restriction opens and closes, it will impact its stability to a certain degree. Do you know why Song did not dare to open the gap to relieve its pressure even when he had reached his limits? Yang Kai frowned and said, "Fear of collapse of the grand restriction." Wu Kuang nodded gravely. Indeed. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, Song did not dare to take that risk. Thus, he kept holding on until the arrival of the human crusade force. It was only then that he took the risk as others were around to help him contain the situation. After that, the source grand restriction should have become extremely unstable. Should? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Wu Kuang smiled lightly and replied, "This happened many times during the long existence of the grand restriction. Otherwise, why do you think my old friends chose to strengthen the restriction by sacrificing themselves? Do you think they didn't cherish their lives?" Yang Kai finally realized something when he heard this. The primordial heaven source grand restriction was created by us under Mu's instructions. Mo struggled violently when it was in the grand restriction. For countless years, it has struggled and attempted to break out a few times, which put a great strain on the grand restriction. As a result, whenever there are signs of collapse, someone would make the sacrifice and merge with the grand restriction. As he spoke, Wu Kuang's eyes glowed in remembrance, clearly lost in his memories of a time long past. When one of us merged with the grand restriction, it was equivalent to reinforcing it. Therefore, it has been maintained until today without collapsing. 3,000 years have passed since Song did just that, and today's primordial heaven source grand restriction is no longer the same as when it was first built. When I open the grand restriction, you will have to deal with all the black ink clansmen that leak out by yourselves. I won't close it unless a black ink giant spirit god is trying to break out. Yang Kai nodded lightly and replied, "I understand. I will explain this to the army." He knew the reason why Wu Kuang had told him this. It was because he did not want the suppressing black ink army to expect any help from him. Wu Kuang could only take care of the opening and be ready to close it at any moment. He could not provide any direct assistance to the suppressing black ink army. He also wanted the suppressing black ink army to be prepared for anything horrendous that may occur. After leaving the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Yang Kai returned to the debris of the Great Pass and explained what he had discussed with Wu Kuang. Fu Guang nodded his head and said, "We can only deal with it as it is." Yang Kai continued, "I can't stay for long, so I must ask Senior to take care of things here." Fu Guang smiled and said, "Not a problem. I'll take care of it." Yang Kai looked at the numerous human 8th Order masters and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Small universe portals opened up and numerous figures emerged from each of them, the soldiers soon assembling according to their divisions and squads. Yang Kai moved away from the debris and his world force surged to clear a space in the void. Afterwards, he took out the orb that contained the suppressing black ink fortress and threw it forward with force. Manipulating space principles, the orb shattered and space inside expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a large area of space was added to the void, causing ripples in space. Yang Kai rapidly formed a set of hand seals and surged both world force and space principles to smooth the disorder. After everything calmed down, the huge suppressing black ink fortress came into view, in all its intimidating majesty. This was a true weapon of war. It sat in the void like a fierce beast, facing the primordial heaven source grand restriction like a tiger that was watching its prey. In the square, Fu Guang raised his brow slightly when he saw this. With such a powerful platform in hand and the 6,000 elites of the suppressing black ink army, they should not have any problems dealing with a few black ink clansmen from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Suppressing black ink army. Fu Guang pointed his hand to the front and shouted, "Assume your positions." "Yes, sir." Under Fu Guang's command, the 10 divisions rapidly entered the suppressing black ink fortress from all sides. Division after division was assigned to each of the artifacts and everything was ready after just 2 hours. Fu Guang stood proudly in the middle of the void as this huge suppressing black ink fortress came to life and prepared for war. At the suppressing black ink fortress core, 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sat cross-legged in a circle, ready to activate its power to provide all possible assistance to the soldiers outside. Martial Peak, Chapter 5674, Shaving Away What's Inside. Yang Kai looked on from afar. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction was the battlefield of the suppressing Black Ink army. As he told Fu Guang earlier, he could not stay here for long. Thus, he could only observe and did not intend to intervene in this battle. Everything would be fine if the suppressing Black Ink army and the suppressing Black Ink fortress could deal with the Black Ink clan army that rushed out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. If they could not, then there would be problems. There was another figure standing beside him at this moment. It was Zhang Ruoxi who asked, "Sir, don't I have to go and help?" She thought that she could provide a lot of assistance with her small stone race army, which could form a Fourth Order 9 Palaces formations. Even if she was facing an innate territory lord, she could put up a hard fight. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "Your battlefield isn't here." If his guess was right, then Zhang Ruoxi could play a much bigger role in the future than merely controlling a Fourth Order 9 Palaces formation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi felt a bit confused, but she listened to Yang Kai's instructions and watched quietly beside him. For the last few thousand years she and Yang Kai had barely met, but ever since she was young, she had built an unconditional trust in Yang Kai. Even after growing up and becoming a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she would still obey any request Yang Kai made of her. Now both the suppressing Black Ink army and the suppressing Black Ink fortress were ready. Yang Kai looked over at Wu Kuang and said, "Senior, please do your best to control the gap and not put too much burden on the suppressing Black Ink army." Wu Kuang said, "Rest assured, I have been considering this ever since I first began guarding this place. I will only open the gap wide enough for those weaker than royal lords to smoothly pass through. Perhaps 1 or 2 royal lords might occasionally rush out, but with that dragon here, it shouldn't be a problem." Yang Kai nodded lightly. This was also the reason why he arranged for Fu Guang to come here in advance. As a divine dragon, Fu Guang was significantly more powerful than the average Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so dealing with 1 or 2 royal lords should not be an issue for him. The battle would soon begin. In the endless darkness, a spinning vortex suddenly emerged in front of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. The initial speed of the vortex was not fast, and its scale was not large. However, as time passed, the vortex gradually began to expand, and the speed of its rotation became increasingly faster. This was obviously Wu Kuang manipulating the primordial heaven source grand restriction to open a hole. Looking at this, Yang Kai felt much more assured. He remembered when Song opened the gap in the primordial heaven source grand restriction back then. A huge opening had appeared at that time and countless Black Ink clan soldiers poured out of it. It was not that Song was not as good as Wu Kuang at controlling the grand restriction, but rather that the situation was vastly different. At that time, the human race had more than 100 great passes and an army which numbered in the millions. Song did not need to be so careful with his control of the gap. However, things were different now. The suppressing Black Ink fortress was less than 10% the size of a great pass, and the suppressing Black Ink army was composed of only 6,000 soldiers. Although there were 400 Eighth Order Masters, that was still far fewer than the initial Crusade force. If Wu Kuang did the same as Song had, then the suppressing Black Ink army would be overwhelmed and wiped out in no time. Wu Kuang was undoubtedly far more cautious in his approach than Song was back then. Rich Black Ink strength escaped from the vortex, but there was no sign of the Black Ink clan, which puzzled the suppressing Black Ink army soldiers. Soon the human race masters sensed an anomaly. From within the vortex, a powerful divine sense extended outward, spying on the situation outside. Apparently, after that event 3,000 years ago, the Black Ink clansmen inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction became more cautious. However, even if they were more cautious, they could not resist the rare opportunity to rush out to the outside world. Thus, it did not take too long before a large number of Black Ink clansmen charged out of the vortex. These Black Ink clansmen were on average stronger than those fighting on the Great Territory battlefields. The Black Ink clan soldiers on the Great Territory battlefields were mostly cannon fodder that any Open Heaven Realm Master could kill a swath of in a single blow. However, these Black Ink clansmen that rushed out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction were all low-rank clansmen at least. In other words, they were equivalent to low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. This was not surprising as the primordial heaven source grand restriction has been sealed for so many years. Since these Black Ink clansmen were spawned inside and had nothing else to do, there was plenty of time for them to grow in strength. The last time the Crusade force was here, they were faced with such a situation as well. The first wave of Black Ink clansmen that emerged numbered less than 300, but everyone knew this was only the beginning. This batch of soldiers immediately rushed in the direction of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. After this first wave, more batches rushed from the vortex, each one containing a few hundred to 1,000 mixed soldiers. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen had emerged from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, with more still pouring out. On top of the walls of the suppressing Black Ink fortress facing the primordial heaven source grand restriction sat the Tiger Roar cannons. These artifacts were all armed and ready. Several tens of Tiger Roar cannons hummed as energy built up within them before a dozen thick pillars of light flashed out from the suppressing Black Ink fortress like arrows released from their string. Wherever the pillars of light struck, the Black Ink clansmen would be wounded or killed. By the time the first volley of Tiger Roar cannons faded, thousands of Black Ink clansmen had been killed or injured. Immediately after, a dozen more Tiger Roar cannons spewed out dazzling columns of light. Then a dozen more. Beams of light from the suppressing Black Ink fortress shot out continuously. By the time all the Tiger Roar cannons on this side of the wall had fired, the Black Ink clan had already suffered tens of thousands of casualties, with not one of them even able to approach the suppressing Black Ink fortress. The vortex in the primordial heaven source grand restriction expanded again as Wuquang was very relieved to see the immense power of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. As time passed, more Black Ink clansmen continued to emerge from the vortex, including feudal lords and territory lords. Outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, a battle that might last for many years had begun. In this battle, the Black Ink clan would constantly be attacking while the suppressing Black Ink army would be constantly defending. Each side would persist in such an environment for who knows how long. The key to this war lay in the hands of Wuquang. If he controlled the situation properly, the suppressing Black Ink army would be able to keep this effort up indefinitely. However, if Wuquang did not control the situation well, it would lead to an irreversible collapse. The territory lords from the primordial heaven source grand restriction were all innate territory lords, but although all of them were quite powerful, the moment they emerged they were greeted by Tiger Roar cannons from the suppressing Black Ink fortress. Even territory lords would inevitably be wounded by the Tiger Roar cannons when they appeared, and if they could not respond in time, they would quickly be overwhelmed by the continuous bolts of light. Yang Kai saw some innate territory lords coming out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, but as they emerged, they would all go from being lightly wounded, to seriously wounded, to dying. There were some innate territory lords who barely survived the bombardment of the Tiger Roar cannons and wisely did not charge straight at the suppressing Black Ink fortress and instead chose to flank it. However, while the suppressing Black Ink fortress was seemingly fixed in place, the suppressing Black Ink army was very mobile. Those innate territory lords who barely survived the Tiger Roar cannon's attack were all swiftly intercepted by 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters before they could get too close. The 8th Order Masters worked in teams to take down these flanking territory lords swiftly and decisively. The entire suppressing Black Ink fortress soon began spinning at a low speed, thanks to the 10 8th Order Masters powering the core. With this rotation, the fixed Tiger Roar cannons on the four walls of suppressing Black Ink fortress could take turns to fire, allowing the soldiers time to rest and recuperate so that the power of the suppressing Black Ink army could be maximized. Days went by and soon an entire month had passed with the situation still under the humans' control. The Black Ink clan had suffered countless casualties with more than 108 territory lords having been killed while not one soul from the suppressing Black Ink army had died. The rate of consumption of the soldiers was also under control, and as long as they received enough supplies, the suppressing Black Ink army could continue fighting like this indefinitely. However, accidents and unexpected situations finally began to appear. From the vortex, the aura of a royal lord revealed itself, followed by the figure of a royal lord struggling to emerge from within the grand restriction. Wuquang had carefully controlled the primordial heaven source grand restriction, so that the gap he opened was only large enough to allow those weaker than royal lords to pass through smoothly. Any royal lord trying to emerge would have difficulty exiting through the current opening. The royal lord was only delayed for a few breaths of time while passing through the vortex, but during that brief moment, he was naturally struck by multiple attacks from the suppressing Black Ink fortress, causing numerous injuries. Naturally, this caused the royal lord to roar in anger. With great difficulty, he struggled out of the vortex and nimbly dodged the attacks from suppressing Black Ink Fortress before charging out towards it. However, he was immediately met with the intense dragon aura of a divine dragon. Fu Guang, who had been waiting on the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, personally intercepted the royal lord, forcing him into the nearby void to fight. The royal lord was ripped apart by Fu Guang's claws after only half an hour of fighting, his black ink strength exploding out like a final desperate gasp before he perished. Even in his prime, this royal lord was no match for a divine dragon, let alone after he was seriously wounded by the suppressing Black Ink Army's focused barrage. The combination of the suppressing Black Ink Army with the suppressing Black Ink Fortress and a divine dragon proved to be a solid defense. Of course, the prerequisite was that Wu Kuang maintain proper control of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, and that nothing changed within the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Yang Kai was relieved to see this. There was no need for him to intervene in this matter. In fact, he could hardly resist the temptation to join. However, there was truly no need for him to be here since there was a divine dragon present. Looking at all the familiar faces aboard the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, Yang Kai felt guilty for not participating in the fight, but he could do nothing about it. After taking Zhang Ruoxi into his small universe and transmitting a few words to Fu Guang, Yang Kai connected with the old tree and soon followed its traces to the grand ancient ruins boundary. Martial Peak, Chapter 5675. Guest. 3 months later, in the desolate and vast void of the chaotic dead territory, the two forces of yin and yang entwined, sparking violent explosions and shaking the universe each time they collided. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not be able to withstand the fallout of such an explosion. This was a sight that had not been seen in the chaotic dead territory for many thousands of years. Such a chaotic and dangerous place certainly had a lot of opportunities, yet the dangers far, far outweighed those lucky chances. If it wasn't for the protection of giant spirit god Air when Yang Kai arrived here the first time, he would have already died many times over with his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. After the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, they had also set their sights on this place, but when they realized how dangerous it was, they gave up on it entirely. They couldn't hold their ground in a place this dangerous. The Royal Lord was previously worried that these two supreme beings would direct animosity towards the Black Ink clan and attack, but after so many years of observation, these two showed no signs of leaving. Subsequently, he discovered from some Black Ink disciples that, though these two had a fierce reputation, they had never left the chaotic dead territory since ancient times, allowing the Royal Lord to breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai arrived in this place without difficulty and soon found Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, who were nurturing another small stone race army. Both Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were speechless when they saw Yang Kai again. Ever since Yang Kai gave them these unique creatures, the two of them had been fixated on this type of game-like combat to establish their seniority. However, the last 2 times Yang Kai visited, nothing good happened. In addition to taking away a massive amount of yellow and blue crystals, he also took away their entire army which they had worked so hard to nurture. It was as if every time Yang Kai appeared, they would be robbed clean of all that they owned. So seeing Yang Kai appear so soon after his last visit, Big Brother Huang's headache and he couldn't help grumbling, "Why are you here again?" Big Sister Lan later added, "You can take some yellow and blue crystals, but there are no more forces for you to take. It has only been a short time, and they haven't grown much yet." It had only been a few hundred years since the last time Yang Kai visited, so naturally they had yet to recover from the damage he caused last time. Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile and bowed to the two in front of him. Little brother greets Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. "You two seem to have some misunderstanding about this little brother." Big Brother Huang snorted sarcastically. Seeing this, Yang Kai hurriedly explained, "The reason this little brother came this time is not to ask for anything. Instead, I am purely here to visit you both. Of course, if you have anything to give." "No, if you were to give me anything, I would not dare to refuse." "No." Big Brother Huang shook his head like a rattling drum. "There's nothing for you here. Now that you visited us, you can go." Yang Kai suddenly felt a little heartbroken. "Big Brother Huang, why are you treating me like an outsider?" If the names Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan felt like a joke before, after seeing records of the primordial light and uncovering the truth of what happened in the past, Yang Kai no longer felt any reservations about addressing them as such. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan really were the big brother and big sister of the Divine Spirit family. Big Brother Huang sighed, looking a little exasperated and helpless. If I don't treat you like an outsider, I'm afraid you'd really take away everything we own. Despite having a thick skin, Yang Kai couldn't help but flush. He certainly did go overboard the last 2 times he visited. All right, why did you come this time? Big Sister Lan empathetically questioned. Now that the Black Ink clan had invaded their land and the human race was in a dire situation, how would Yang Kai come here to chit-chat with them for no particular reason? Yang Kai's expression turned serious indeed. I have something to discuss. Do Big Brother and Big Sister remember the primordial light I mentioned the last time I came to visit you? Big Brother Huang couldn't help but look up at him. Did you discover something? The primordial light was also related to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's origins. Thus they were naturally concerned about it. It was simply that despite having lived for so long, they had no clue about it and didn't even know where to go for information, leaving them with no choice except to place their hopes in Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, by coincidence, I happened to see the primordial light when I experienced the events of the past. Following, he narrated all the things he experienced in the Divine Spirit ancestral land, including the blurry human figure that emerged when the primordial light first arrived there. Everything I saw should be the events that occurred in the ancestral land during the primordial era, and these memories were born by the ancestral land itself. When this little brother was cultivating, I resonated with the ancestral land itself and got a glimpse of the mysteries of the primordial era. But from what I saw before the primordial light hit the ancestral land, it was not as stable and powerful as it should have been. It undoubtedly separated its yin and yang components from it. This little brother believes that before the primordial light arrived at the ancestral land, it had already separated from Big Brother and Big Sister in the chaotic dead territory. After yin and yang were separated from the primordial light, they did not immediately become Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Rather, it took many years of evolution for the pure yin and yang to become the burning light and serene glimmer of today. Big Brother Huang previously mentioned this too. In the beginning, they were muddled and only felt as though they had been abandoned somehow. It was only a long time after they gained full sentience that they realized that they were in the chaotic dead territory, and had never left this place since ancient times. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. Sometime later, Big Brother Huang finally murmured, So, we were really born from the primordial light. He had this conjecture the last time Yang Kai discussed the primordial light with them, but he had no way to prove it. Now, Yang Kai's words had eliminated all his doubts. Yang Kai said with a smile, This is no surprise. The primordial darkness of this world also awakened its sentience and became MO, so it is not strange that both of you were born from the primordial light. Besides, the primordial light not only created both of you, but all the divine spirits as well. After giving it some thought, Big Sister Lan said in a daze, In that case, we are a family with the divine spirits. Xiao Huang and I were born first, followed by those divine spirits. Xiao Huang remained silent. The corner of Yang Kai's brow twitched as he acted like he didn't hear this name. Big Sister Lan cheered. Xiao Huang. This means all the divine spirits are our little brothers and sisters. She was delighted beyond belief to realize such a relationship. She had been fighting with Big Brother Huang since time immemorial about who was the elder sibling, but now all of a sudden they both had so many younger brothers and sisters. Big Sister Lan was filled with satisfaction. When he heard this, Big Brother Huang's eyes glistened too. He would usually be irritated if Big Sister Lan called him Xiao Huang, but at this moment, he couldn't be bothered about it. Compared to all the little brothers and sisters he now had, what did it matter if he had to be called Xiao Huang for a time? He couldn't help but stand up, spread his arms akimbo, and laugh proudly. He then turned his head to look at Yang Kai again and said proudly, Come, call me Big Brother. Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile. Little brother greets Big Brother Huang. Not forgetting Big Sister Lan, who was looking at him eagerly from the side, Yang Kai paid his respect to her as well. Previously, when they were addressed in this manner, The two of them were secretly on guard, wondering whether Yang Kai had any other intentions. However, at present the same way of addressing and greeting sounded much more comfortable. Yang Kai felt a little sentimental at this moment. Although these two were supreme beings with great seniority and profound strength, something as simple as having little brothers and sisters actually brought them such joy, showing their innocence and cuteness, the polar opposite of how ferocious they were reputed to be outside. The only thing of concern now was how these two would react if they discovered that they still had another divine spirit who might have higher seniority above them. Considering all this, Yang Kai quickly remarked, "Big brother and sister, little brother brought a guest for you this time." With his brows lifted, Big brother Huang asked, "Oh? Is it a divine spirit?" Yang Kai nodded yes. Strictly speaking, Heaven's Order could be considered a divine spirit too. However, her divine spirit bloodline wasn't exactly the same as the others. That being the case, let me see which little brother it is. He was already thinking about the greeting gift he should give to this new younger sibling. Since they all originated from the primordial light and he and big sister Lan were the firstborn, he shouldn't be too stingy with the gift as the big brother of the family. In response, Yang Kai opened up his small universe right away and a figure emerged. When he decided to bring Zhang Ruoxi to the chaotic dead territory to meet big brother Huang and big sister Lan, Yang Kai imagined many different ways this first contact would go, but nothing could have prepared him for what happened next. Just as Zhang Ruoxi stepped out of his small universe, she sensed a peculiar aura and looked over at big brother Huang and big sister Lan. A different kind of smile appeared on big brother Huang's face all of a sudden as he stared straight at Zhang Ruoxi. Though it was their first time meeting each other, he felt incredibly warm and close to this person in front of him, like a long-lost child finally meeting a family member. "Oh." Big sister Lan tilted her head as she gazed at Zhang Ruoxi, her eyes somewhat lost. Like big brother Huang, she felt at home with this person. This overwhelming feeling filled her with a sense of anticipation, even though she had no idea what she was anticipating. This feeling was seemingly reciprocal. Yang Kai had not told Zhang Ruoxi where they were heading or who she was about to meet. She only stayed in Yang Kai's small universe and waited for his instructions. The moment Zhang Ruoxi stepped out of the Yang Kai's small universe, she was attracted to the two tiny children in front of her. Maternal love flooded her heart as she reached out and stroked big brother Huang's hair and patted big sister Lan's head. Yang Kai felt chills all over his body and secretly thought that women were definitely bolder than men. No one other than Zhang Ruoxi in this universe would dare act so intimately with the burning light and serene glimmer. Immediately after, something much more terrifying happened though. Ruoxi seemed to have misunderstood something as she asked, "Are these your children, sir? They're so adorable." "I don't dare. I don't have one." Yang Kai screamed in his heart. "They are the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. Never mind about you patting their heads, you even dare to say such things in front of them. If this angers them both, how can the chaotic dead territory contain their rage?" Martial Peak Chapter 5676, Small Universe Imbalance. Big brother Huang and big sister Lan didn't show any signs of irritation however. In fact, the two appeared incredibly at ease when Zhang Ruoxi stroked their heads. Big brother Huang even squinted his eyes slightly while big sister Lan made soft sounds like a cat purring. Then there was a sudden change. Incredibly pure and rich yin and yang power emerged from big brother Huang and big sister Lan's bodies, pouring freely into Zhang Ruoxi and flowing into her small universe. This was the most primitive and pure yin and yang power in the universe. Theoretically, yellow and blue crystals were condensed from their powers as they originated from the same source. However, in reality, no matter if it was the yellow crystals or the blue crystals, both were just remnants of the clash between yin and yang. In terms of quality, they were simply incomparable to the true power of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. If they were solely distinguished according to the open heaven order, then this kind of power definitely surpassed the ninth order. In addition to that, big sister Lan and big brother Huang Yin's and yang powers were extremely abundant. Though only a small part was poured into Zhang Ruoxi, her aura instantly soared, causing her seventh order open heaven realm cultivation to reach its limit and even show signs of breaking through. Ruoxi had already reached the peak of the seventh order open heaven realm, or else she wouldn't be able to realize the anomaly of the lock of shackles on her small universe. If she continued to cultivate normally, she would have had a chance to ascend to the 8th order within 300 years. Taking her potent bloodline into account, the time she needed might even have been shorter. However, this unexpected incident hastened her cultivation breakthrough enormously. She wasn't totally unprepared for this eventuality, since realizing that her small universe might not be restricted by the innate shackles of the open heaven method, she had already made preparations for her ascension to the 8th order open heaven realm. Even so, this incident was still exceedingly risky because the sudden surge of power had instantly disrupted the balance of her small universe. Strictly speaking, a small universe was no different from a real universe world. The balance between yin-yang and the 5 elements was essential to maintaining the foundation of any universe. Once this balance was disrupted, there would be a risk of the universe rupturing. The most common method for human masters to enhance their cultivation was to consume open heaven pills which contained the power of the 7 elements in perfect balance. There was no risk in consuming such pills as they could not lead to an imbalance in one's small universe. A faster method was to refine cultivation materials directly. Compared to consuming open heaven pills, the benefits of refining a set of cultivation materials were far greater. Of course, this method was much more expensive as acquiring materials of high enough order was by no means easy. Additionally, in order to maintain the balance of their small universe, a cultivator had to refine a complete set of cultivation materials, with each of the 7 elements of the same order, because only in this way could they maintain balance in their small universe. During Yang Kai's years of cultivating, this was his most common method of cultivation. If the master realized that their small universe was out of balance for some reason, they could make up for it by refining materials of the appropriate element. Due to their strict requirements for materials, it directly led to the rarity of the yin and yang element materials. Yin and yang element materials were far less common than the 5 elements materials. While there were sufficient materials of the lower orders, as the order increased, less and less yin and yang element materials were available. Before Yang Kai obtained a large amount of yellow and blue crystals from the chaotic dead territory, even the cave heavens and paradises lacked such materials above the 5th order. It wasn't until the appearance of yellow and blue crystals that this issue was solved. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan did not intend to pour their strength into Zhang Ruoxi's body. Rather, it was drawn out by her mysterious bloodline power, causing Zhang Ruoxi to unintentionally devour their power. This surprised both of them greatly. Zhang Ruoxi did not anticipate such a thing to occur either, nor did she intend to devour these two's powers, but everything happened so seamlessly after just a moment of contact. Immediately, Zhang Ruoxi's world force soared and her aura rampaged, as the imbalance of her small universe shook and violently impacted her. Her gorgeous face turned pale in an instant and she frantically cried out, "Sir!" Yang Kai was shocked as well. He was just admiring the strange act of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan a breath ago, and the next instant Ruoxi's small universe was in peril. Behind Ruoxi, the illusory phantom of her small universe emerged all on its own, its original tranquility with majestic mountains and pristine waters now enveloped in a storm of yellow and blue light. As these two hues clashed, a scene of violence and destruction played out. It was similar to what the chaotic dead territory looked like before Yang Kai first came here. Right away, Yang Kai snapped back to his senses and immediately took out a set of 5 elements materials, all in the 7th order, and passed them to Zhang Ruoxi, urging her, "Focus. Concentrate on holding together your small universe and quickly refine these." Since she had received a massive infusion of yin and yang element power, the only way to restore the balance of her small universe was to quickly refine more 5 elements power. Zhang Ruoxi obviously also understood that her life was at stake, so she did not hesitate to accept the 5 elements materials, sat cross-legged, and followed Yang Kai's instructions to stabilize her mind as she went all out to suppress the chaos of her own small universe while preparing to refine the materials. However, a human master was always greatly impacted by any disturbance in their small universe. If there was a fight between masters of the same order and strength, the one whose small universe was shaken first would quickly be defeated and perish. Because of this, every cave heaven and paradise had developed divine abilities or secret techniques designed exclusively for protecting their small universe. These methods were mainly used to defend their small universes from external shocks. During the Great Evolution Army's battle at the Royal City of the Great Evolution Theater, Yang Kai used his cow punch secret technique to kill a ninth-order black ink disciple. In terms of raw strength, Yang Kai wasn't a match for a ninth-order black ink disciple. In fact, a ninth-order black ink disciple might only be slightly weaker than a pseudo-royal lord like Emonayi. However, Yang Kai's cow punch was the most profound secret technique capable of directly impacting an enemy's small universe. Even if there was a great disparity in strength between Yang Kai and his opponent, cow punch could bypass all conventional defenses to cause massive damage. The current situation of Zhang Ruoxi was equivalent to her small universe being attacked by rampaging energy. Worse yet, this power was the purest essence of the burning light and serene glimmer, two supreme beings whose strength exceeded the ninth order. As someone only at the peak of the seventh order, how was Zhang Ruoxi supposed to be able to endure it? The only reason her small universe did not rupture on the spot was because only a small amount of yin and yang element power flowed into her before it was cut off. However, this disturbance in her small universe made it incredibly difficult for her to focus her mind. In such an unsteady state, let alone refining materials to balance her small universe, even suppressing the chaos in her small universe was proving all but impossible. If Zhang Ruoxi was unable to suppress the turbulence in her small universe quickly, it would only further destabilize, worsening her condition and creating a deadly feedback cycle. In a matter of breaths, Ruoxi's aura became more and more chaotic, and the illusory phantom of the small universe behind her also began to expand and contract, showing extreme signs of instability. The yellow and blue lights also became more violent as they thrashed about wildly. Yang Kai felt chills all over. He thought that having Zhang Ruoxi visit Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan might bring about some unexpected gains, but he never imagined that things would go so awry. Racking his brain desperately, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something that might help Ruoxi, so he quickly shouted, "Open your mind." The next moment, a seemingly illusory lotus flower covered in multicolored light flew out from Yang Kai's head and into Zhang Ruoxi's soul-warming lotus. Although this was a supreme treasure of the universe that had accompanied Yang Kai for millennia, other individuals could immediately use it without any kind of refinement as long as he passed it to them. Since he previously lent it to old ancestor Xiao Xiao to use in her battle inside the black ink nest space, it meant that he could lend it to Zhang Ruoxi as well. The soul-warming lotus was the best solution to stabilize a person's shaken mind. As the seven-colored soul-warming lotus entered Zhang Ruoxi's forehead, her expression quickly calmed down. Obviously, the soul-warming lotus was helping. After her mind was calmed down, she worked hard to suppress the turbulence in her small universe before starting to refine the seventh-order materials. Only when the situation was stabilized temporarily did Yang Kai heave a sigh of relief. It had only been a short moment, yet he was already drenched in sweat. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan stood to the side, completely dumbfounded by what they just experienced. Only after a long silence did Big Brother Huang murmur, How did this happen?" Although the two of them have lived for countless years and were far more powerful than any other divine spirit, due to their lack of interaction with others, they were quite innocent and naive. All they knew was the woman in front of them, who they felt quite close to, almost died because of their power. Big Sister Lan gave it a little bit more thought than Big Brother Huang before turning to Yang Kai to ask, "Who is she?" Even when she first met Yang Kai, a member of the Dragon Clan, she had never experienced the same level of closeness as she did with this mysterious woman. She was even more puzzled by the fact that this young woman had freely drawn in her and Xiao Huang's power. That was their pure yin and yang power, their innate strength. It wasn't something just anyone could devour. However, recalling when her power was being devoured, Big Sister Lan felt no sense of rejection of disharmony at all. "I'll let you both know later. Can Big Brother and Sister restrain and take back your power?" Yang Kai asked seriously. Allowing Ruoxi to refine 5 elements materials to balance her small universe was the best solution to the current problem. Yang Kai quickly discovered a problem at this moment. It was taking too long. Refining materials was not something that could be done overnight. One would require a lot of time to refine a set of 7th-order materials, let alone Zhang Ruoxi, who was only in the 7th-order open heaven realm. Furthermore, even if this set of 5 elements materials were truly refined, it still wouldn't be sufficient. In order to balance the yin and yang element power that she took in, many sets of 5 elements materials would be required. Yang Kai estimated it would take Zhang Ruoxi at least 10 years to reach a state of balance. 10 years was quite a long time, and in this kind of unstable situation, many things could go wrong, any one of which could put her in grave danger. The power from these two was akin to a pair of giant blades hanging above her head, at risk of falling at any moment. However, if Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan could take back their powers, then all these issues could be resolved. Martial Peak, Chapter 5677, Harmonizing Yin and Yang. Big Brother Huang, though somewhat uneasy, still had his sight intact. After just a glance at the situation inside Zhang Ruoxi's small universe, he shook his head and said, "No, our powers have already completely merged into her small universe. If we were to extract them, it would be akin to tearing out her heritage, causing her great harm. But having too much pure power is not a good thing either." Yang Kai thought in his heart. The powers of Yin and Yang from the moon's serene glimmer and the sun's burning light were the most primitive and purest in the universe. Because of their purity, they did not need much refining. So the moment they flowed into Zhang Ruoxi's small universe, they immediately merged with it, breaking the balance and leaving Big Brother Huang helpless. While they were conversing, Yang Kai watched intently. The imbalance in Ruoxi's small universe had reached a critical point, and the powers of the Yin and Yang were still continually surging in all directions. At this moment she could still barely suppress it, but as time passed, Ruoxi would not be able to keep it under control. Even with the soul-warming lotus protecting her mind, it would be of no use. The root of her crisis lay in her small universe, and her mind was only affected as a result. The best way to suppress and seal a small universe was with a world tree clone. With it, Ruoxi's current crisis could be instantly resolved. Yang Kai had a clone on him, but it was integrated into his own small universe. Even if he was willing to give it to her, it would be impossible for Zhang Ruoxi to refine it in time, as the process would involve purging the pieces of Yang Kai's small universe before planting it into her own. This was not a simple or quick process and would also require a lot of concentration, which she could not spare at the moment. Is there really nothing we can do? If we don't find a way to completely suppress the powers of Yin and Yang inside of her, Ruoxi's life will be in danger. In his anxious state, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea and immediately advised her, "Activate your bloodline power and see if you can suppress it." If there was any other power in the world that could suppress the burning light and the serene glimmer's powers, it would only be the bloodline power of Heaven's Order. As a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Ruoxi's cultivation allowed her to control thousands of small stone race soldiers to form a Fourth Order 9 Palaces formation. She did this by relying only on her own bloodline power. Furthermore, these small stone race soldiers could almost be considered as extensions of the powers from Burning Light and Serene Glimmer. In Yang Kai's theory, Heaven's Order was akin to the matriarch of the Divine Spirit family. The strange incident between Ruoxi and Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan during their first encounter suggested that this was true. Ruoxi taking in their two powers was likely due to her bloodline unconsciously guiding her. Given this, the Heaven's Order bloodline should be able to handle the current situation. Even if it couldn't completely suppress the two powers, it could at least calm things down. Just as the words left Yang Kai's mouth, Ruoxi immediately activated her bloodline power. In the illusory phantom of her small universe, a blurry female figure appeared. When this figure emerged, the powers of Yin and Yang, which had been rampaging and causing damage to her small universe, seemed to be drawn inexplicably towards the figure from all directions. As Yang Kai watched, the yellow and blue lights that had filled the entire small universe receded like a tide, flowing into the illusory woman's body. This woman, who symbolized Heaven's Order's bloodline, was just as Yang Kai remembered her from their last encounter. She hung her head low, her hair flowing freely as she held a giant greatsword in her hands. Although she was a woman, she exuded an awe-inspiring aura, as though she could stand firm even if the heavens and earth were to collapse around her. When the most primitive powers of Yin and Yang surged into her, her body immediately emitted a light where the two colors intersected. The colors grew brighter and brighter until they reached a dazzling peak that resonated deeply with Yang Kai. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him absent-mindedly. He had traveled far and wide, and witnessed the beauty and wonder of countless people and worlds, but the sight before him was beyond words. The woman who manifested the Heaven's Order bloodline behind her opened a pair of brightly shining wings. One side was blue and the other yellow, with the colors flowing freely like water, sometimes turning yellow into blue, and other times the opposite. The edge of the wings was blurred with light, and at this moment, the powers of yin and yang blended and fused, no longer violent, but exuding a vital aura of unparalleled harmony and beauty. Yang Kai was struck by many insights and epiphanies at this moment, and would benefit greatly if he were to enter retreat to cultivate at this moment. But he knew this was not the time for that. He had to suppress those feelings and continue to focus on Ruoshi's condition. Beside him, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were completely stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. The problem of their powers being unable to blend and constantly colliding with each other was suddenly resolved at this moment. The shock they felt was no less than being punched hard in the face, and they were left in a state of stunned amazement. Who is she? Big Sister Lan couldn't help but turn her head and ask Yang Kai. Her curiosity was piqued by this existence who had the power to reconcile the powers of Xiao Huang and herself, so she knew she was certainly not any ordinary being. For countless years they remained in the chaotic dead territory, unable to leave. This was not because they didn't want to but because they couldn't. According to ancient legend, they were the progenitors of all divine spirits, a myth that had been distorted and exaggerated over time. However, there was another legend that held true. They were the embodiments of destruction. Since their birth, they were incomplete and unable to control their powers with precision. Leaving the chaotic dead territory would result in a catastrophic explosion of yin and yang, laying waste to all things living or dead. Back in the early days, the chaotic dead territory was not as vast as it was now. Many great territories were destroyed over the years, the boundary walls between them torn down, leading to the creation of the current, extremely large chaotic dead territory. These two ancient beings scattered their power throughout the territory, retaining only a fraction of it to transform into their present forms, two small children, and allowing Yang Kai to stand before them and communicate with them. If they were in their true, complete forms, Yang Kai would not have the privilege of standing here as he would have been vaporized by the violent yin and yang powers they innately gave off long ago. But suddenly, they witnessed their powers being balanced and stabilized by some outside force. This was simply an occurrence that they had never dared imagine. Yang Kai stood mesmerized, staring at the figure before him that was adorned with wings of two different hues. However, after Zhang Ruoshi activated her own Heaven's Order bloodline power, the yin and yang element powers no longer rampaged. The small universe that was in constant flux and at risk of rupture had also stabilized. Then her expression slowly eased. Now all that was left was to refine a large quantity of the 5 elements materials to rebalance her small universe. This crisis was finally over. Yang Kai let out a long sigh as he pondered how to answer Big Sister Lan's question. After some hesitation, he spoke up. Do you still remember the last time we discussed the concept of a medicinal catalyst? Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan glanced at each other and nodded in agreement. Over the years they had tried to merge, but yin and yang were inherently opposed and simply could not mix. They always felt like something was missing, so they had no choice but to give up. However, when Yang Kai came over last time, the idea of a medicinal catalyst came up. In alchemy, herbs of opposing nature could be combined in a furnace and refined into a spirit pill by using an appropriate catalyst that could reconcile the incompatible properties. If Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were compared to two types of herbs with opposing natures, then the missing ingredient they lacked was undoubtedly the medicinal catalyst. Zhang Ruoshi's Heaven's Order bloodline was the catalyst that could harmonize their opposing forces. This was not surprising, as the Heaven's Order bloodline was descended from the matriarch of the Divine Spirit family. Even though Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had extremely high status in that family, they still couldn't resist the guidance of the matriarch. Big Brother Huang immediately caught on and his eyes lit up. She's the catalyst. Yang Kai nodded. Big Sister Lan, on the other hand, was extremely puzzled. What kind of bloodline does she possess? Why have I never heard of her before? And how is she able to do this? Upon hearing that, Yang Kai explained, I mentioned the primordial light earlier. After stripping you two away, the primordial light crashed into a barren land, and its radiance dispersed, evolving into countless divine spirits. That piece of land became the ancestral land of the divine spirits. However, after the primordial light dissipated, there was still a blurry figure left behind. This little brother was unable to tell what that figure was at the time, and could not judge what it represented, but that blurry figure resembled a human. Somehow, that figure must have merged with the human race. Thus, the human race inherited its bloodline from generation to generation. This bloodline has experienced countless years of inheritance, gradually becoming thin and weak. The later generations have long forgotten the glory of their ancestor, until Ruashi's generation when this bloodline began to gradually awaken. This bloodline is called the Heaven's Order bloodline, and in the primordial light, it undoubtedly holds a special position. The divine spirits were the scattered light that evolved from the collision of the primordial light with the ancestral land. Even the burning light and the serene glimmer were just the power stripped from the primordial light at an earlier time. In comparison, the appearance of that figure after the collision with the ancestral land was no small matter. The primordial darkness of the universe gave birth to Mo, and the primordial light evolved into the divine spirits, including the burning light and serene glimmer, and even Heaven's Order. If the primordial light were to be divided into 10 parts, the divine spirits would account for 3 parts, the burning light and the serene glimmer 3 parts, and Heaven's Order 4 parts. In terms of status, that figure was second only to the true body of Mo according to this hypothesis. When Yang Kai brought Zhang Ruoxi to the chaotic dead territory to meet Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he did not expect such a significant discovery. He just thought that since the Heaven's Order bloodline was like the matriarch of the divine spirit family, there might be some unexpected gains after she met these two. Martial Peak, Chapter 5678, Ruashi's Condition. And now their harvest was indeed huge. Though there were some minor accidents, everything turned out all right in the end. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's emotions were stirred for a long time. They had never heard about the Heaven's Order bloodline before, which was passed down through generations, and had the remarkable ability to harmonize the opposing yin and yang element powers. It was no wonder when they laid eyes on this woman, an involuntary sense of awe and warmth washed over them, stronger than when facing Yang Kai, a member of the Dragon clan. It appeared that Yang Kai was right. Although they were all born from the primordial light, the Heaven's Order bloodline must hold a unique position. This was what caused the two supreme beings of the primordial era to feel differently about Zhang Ruoxi. If that was the case, there might be a chance to resolve the issue that had plagued them for countless eons. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Meanwhile, Yang Kai observed Zhang Ruoxi's condition in silence. She had already reached the peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and now she unintentionally absorbed a massive amount of yin and yang element power. This could be her chance for a breakthrough. Though it was a perilous accident, it was also an opportunity for Zhang Ruoxi after it was resolved. Thanks to her bloodline power, her refining speed became incredibly swift, rivaling even Yang Kai's. Yang Kai's speed was partly due to his solid foundation, but also due to his small universe having a world tree clone, which greatly assisted Open Heaven realm masters like him when they cultivated. However, each world tree clone had to come from the world tree itself, and each one required a portion of the world tree's source. Likewise, they were supported by the fortune of numerous universe worlds. Thus, they were not something that could be obtained in large quantities from the old tree. If every master had access to one, it would substantially reduce their cultivation time and hasten their advancement to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. In a mere month, Ruoxi completely refined a set of 7th Order 5 elements materials. Before the Black Ink clan's invasion, such a set of materials would have cost at least 750 million Open Heaven pills, if one could even buy them at all. In the present era, they would be even pricier, likely exceeding 1 billion. To put it plainly, Ruoxi's 1 month of cultivation consumed 1 billion Open Heaven pills. If she had simply been swallowing and refining Open Heaven pills, she would never have been able to eat such an immense quantity in such a short time. What's more, even if she had refined 1 billion Open Heaven pills, the gains wouldn't have matched what she had now. Therefore, relatively speaking, if they had the resources, masters preferred to refine materials to enhance their small universe rather than use Open Heaven pills. Unfortunately, most did not have the resources, so they could only choose to refine open heaven pills to improve themselves. Yang Kai had a large reserve of cultivation resources. Monai compensated him a lot of materials on behalf of the Black Ink clan last time, most of which he had handed over to the supreme headquarters for the human armies to use, but he had still reserved some for himself. With his cultivation reaching the peak of the 8th Order realm, Yang Kai no longer needed to deliberately cultivate. Technically, these resources were useless in his hands right now, so he was more than willing to use them to resolve Ruashi's current crisis. After Ruashi finished refining a set of 7th Order materials, Yang Kai took out another set and handed it to her, allowing her to continue. With the increase in 5 elements powers, the imbalance of Ruashi's small universe was gradually fixed. The most obvious indication was the 2 colored wings behind the Heaven's Order figure gradually dimming. It was a sign that the powers of Yin and Yang had been completely absorbed and merged into Ruashi's small universe. As her small universe's heritage increased, its boundary walls also showed signs of reaching their limit. Once this limit was broken through, it would be time for Ruashi to advance to the 8th Order open heaven realm. At that time, her entire small universe would greatly expand, and Ruashi's heritage would also increase significantly. 12 years passed by in a flash. The Heaven's Order figure in Ruashi's small universe had all but faded away, and the 2 colored wings behind it had almost disappeared. By refining a large amount of 5 elements materials, her small universe was once again balanced. In it, wind and clouds stirred. Ruashi was surrounded by an extremely strong world force, and her own aura had already heightened to its peak, a sign of an impending breakthrough. Sir. Ruashi suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai for help. You will advance to the 8th Order today. Just calm your mind and break through. I will stand guard for you. Yang Kai comforted her. Zhang Ruashi nodded gently, and her uneasy mood immediately calmed down, allowing her to focus on dealing with the changes in her small universe. A few days later, with a final infusion of 5 elements power, the powers of Yin and Yang were devoured completely, and the Heaven's Order figure disappeared. Zhang Ruashi had increased her small universe's heritage greatly and finally crossed the threshold. From the depths of her soul, there seemed to be a cracking sound. Ruashi's body trembled slightly, and her peak 7th Order aura suddenly soared. At the same time, the original boundaries of her small universe broke, and the already maximized territory quickly expanded like a blown-up balloon. Within the small universe, the sky trembled and the wind and clouds swirled in constant transformation. Large swaths of new territory began to appear, at first chaotic, but gradually evolving and harmonizing with the powers of the 7 elements, becoming part of her small universe. Yang Kai remained vigilant, but he wasn't worried. Zhang Ruashi's breakthrough was a seamless and stable process, devoid of any signs of instability. As long as she remained focused, her breakthrough posed no real risks. Advancement in the open heaven realm carried a certain degree of danger. Without a sturdy foundation, rushing a breakthrough could lead to unforeseen complications during the expansion of one's small universe. For example, some of the newly formed territory might not have fully evolved and instead retain their initially chaotic state. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly have a profound impact on a person. It could cause anything from minor damage to total collapse of their small universe, which would end in their demise. Ruashi did not face such risks as she had a solid foundation, coupled with her unique bloodline. As a result, the new territories swiftly evolved into thriving lands. Yang Kai had undergone numerous breakthroughs in the past, but he had only sought to enhance his strength without paying much attention to the process itself. However, this time, as Ruashi's protector and witnessing the various transformations of her small universe, he experienced a unique sense of enlightenment. It was commonly believed that Mo had reached the creation realm that stood above the 9th Order open heaven realm. However, no one could adequately explain what the creation realm was, not even Song nor Wu Kuang. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was rather that they did not know how, for they had never reached that realm. Yang Kai used to believe that the creation realm referred to the ability to create life from nothing. The Black Ink clan was a creation of Mo, who was capable of producing such terrifying existences, such as the Black Ink giant spirit gods. The title of creator was certainly well deserved. For all Black Ink clansmen, Mo was their creator. Throughout the universe, the only existence of a similar level of power as Mo was the primordial light. The primordial light had stripped itself of its yin and yang elements to create the serene glimmer and burning light. Its innumerable points of light produced countless divine spirits. In other words, it possessed the power of creation. But was that really the power of the creation realm? At a fundamental level, the Black Ink clan was merely a peculiar extension of Mo's power, which meant Mo did not truly create life from nothingness. Whether it was the Black Ink clan soldiers or the Black Ink giant spirit god, without Mo's power, they had no basis for existence. Are the divine spirits not technically an extension of the power of the primordial light? Is that all there is to the creation realm? Or am I misunderstanding something? According to this logic, when a cultivator reached the peak of the emperor realm, they would begin to condense their own grand Tao into a Tao seal, refine the power of the 7 elements, and use that as a foundation to split heaven and earth apart within their bodies, creating their own small universe. So, in a way, didn't every open heaven realm master have creation force? However, those small universes were truly born out of nothingness rather than the extension of the master's power. It was created by the harmonious balance of yin-yang and 5 elements. Didn't this mean that all open heaven realm masters possessed the means of using creation force? Where did this power come from? And what distinguished reaching the open heaven realm from the creation realm? Yang Kai suddenly found himself deeply lost in thought, questioning his own grand Tao and exploring an unknown domain. When one's strength was meager, it was difficult to ponder over these things, as their sole focus was to advance to a higher realm and get stronger. But when one had reached their pinnacle and stood at a lofty height, many doubts involuntarily arose. Yang Kai had a vague feeling that if he could understand the answers to these questions, he might discover something incredible. However, his deep contemplation bordered on questioning his very existence. Though he remained standing in the same spot, it was as if he had entered another universe. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan immediately noticed something was amiss and turned their heads towards him. Big Brother Huang even called out to him a few times, finally allowing Yang Kai to be jolted back to reality, where he promptly broke out into a cold sweat. Oh! The momentary doubt that had risen in him had caused him to doubt his own grand Tao, and it even resulted in his small universe shaking, triggering what felt like an earthquake in Void World. This was highly abnormal. After all, his small universe had a world tree clone to stabilize and protect it. Additionally, his small universe was firm and flawless, impervious to external forces. Even during his battle with a royal lord, his small universe had never trembled. However, though his world tree clone could resist external forces, it could not prevent internal turmoil. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a chill shoot up his spine. If he had continued to linger in that kind of state, it would have inevitably caused immense damage to himself. Though the open heaven realm method of the human race was not flawless, it was the fundamental basis for their rise to power, and had been inherited for countless millennia. Before his strength and realm had reached a certain level, it was necessary to be more cautious about such ponderings. Yang Kai was forced to reflect on this matter in silence. Martial Peak, Chapter 5679, Consideration. After several more days, Zhang Ruoxi's small universe finally settled, and she succeeded in her breakthrough. Her small universe had grown significantly in both volume and territory, and her aura had reached the esteemed level of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was a sight that left Yang Kai in awe, marveling at the unique wonder of her Heaven's Order bloodline that allowed her to overcome the innate limitations of the Open Heaven Realm method. Without this exceptional gift, Ruoxi's martial Tao would have hit a ceiling at the peak of the 7th Order. This realization stirred up a twinge of envy in Yang Kai, who was still struggling to ascend to the 9th Order realm. However, he needn't worry about what came next for Ruoxi. With her successful ascension to the 8th Order, all she needed to do was to enter retreat for a period to consolidate her newfound strength. As she continued to cultivate, her small universe's heritage would grow stronger, and its territory would expand endlessly until it reached another limit. By then, she should be able to break through once again. Only then would she be able to enter the 9th Order realm. Yang Kai turned to the 2 others and said, "I too must enter retreat for a while. Please look after Ruoshi while I'm gone." Big Brother Huang nodded and replied, "There's no need for you to worry." After bowing to them in gratitude, Yang Kai left a vast amount of 5 elements materials for Ruoshi to use. She no longer needed yin and yang element materials after all. With Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan here, how could she possibly lack them? After settling everything with Ruoshi, Yang Kai manipulated space principles and left to find a broken universe fragment in the void far away, where he sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Ruoshi's breakthrough had given him much to ponder over, and he needed to enter retreat to reflect on what he witnessed. But, with the lesson from before, he had to pay more attention and care to himself. This retreat wasn't just about improving his cultivation, but also a moment for him to explore his own grand Tao and ponder over the mysteries of the creation realm. Time flew by quickly in the desolate void. After a few years, Zhang Ruoshi awakened to find her new 8th Order Open Heaven realm cultivation had barely stabilized. Upon discovering that Yang Kai had also gone into retreat, she couldn't help feeling a sense of disappointment. But soon, she was swept up in a grand and wondrous plan by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. After witnessing Zhang Ruoshi's ability to harmonize their yin and yang powers, the two of them secretly concocted this plan, knowing that its success would have profound significance for themselves and the human race. Although they had only just met, there was no sense of estrangement among these three, as if they were all part of the same family. Even Ruoshi was caught off guard, realizing only later that these two were the legendary sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. But looking at their youthful appearances and demeanor, she found it hard to see them as supreme beings from the primordial era, so she decided to treat them like children. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were quite pleased with her decision. They performed a small experiment, and it proved to be completely feasible. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were so happy that they almost shed tears of joy. But although the plan was workable, it was difficult to implement at the moment because Ruoshi's strength was still lacking. She needed to become much stronger before they could perfectly execute their idea. So the two primordial era supremes urged her to cultivate. Fortunately, before Yang Kai went into retreat, he left behind a lot of 5 elements materials. Ruoshi had some reserves of her own as well, which prevented her from being in the embarrassing situation of not having enough resources. Ordinary masters usually cultivated by building up the heritage of their small universe, and even if they chose to refine materials, they needed to consume complete sets of 7 elements. But in the chaotic dead territory, with the assistance of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, Ruoshi did not need to go through this trouble. She only needed to refine materials of the 5 elements. As for the yin and yang element powers, it was easy to draw them from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. It was the utmost primal and pure power that was difficult for anyone in this world to resolve and harmonize, but that issue was completely resolved thanks to her Heaven's Order bloodline. This meant that Zhang Ruoshi had to refine 2 fewer materials than other masters, saving her nearly 30% of her cultivation time. That was a terrifying improvement in efficiency. To advance from the 8th Order to the 9th Order required on average 10,000 years of accumulation, so a 30% reduction could easily save some 3,000 years of arduous effort. In the chaotic dead territory, while Yang Kai was in retreat to reflect on his various epiphanies, Ruoshi also entered retreat to cultivate. Meanwhile, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan took turns infusing her small universe with their power. They were careful not to overdo it so that Zhang Ruoshi would not be overwhelmed again. In their spare time, they also trained a large army of small stone race soldiers for Yang Kai. Previously, they had only trained them to pass the time. From the primordial era to the present, this was the only game that relieved their boredom. But now that they had Zhang Ruoshi, they had something to look forward to, a hope for the future. Time passed by quickly, and soon an entire century had gone by. In the void, Yang Kai opened his eyes with a look of confusion. The more he pondered, the more he found himself unable to grasp the essence of the Grand Tao. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic for the days when he was not as powerful, when all he had to do was focus on increasing his strength. But now he had to embark on a quest to uncover the true nature of the Grand Tao and Heavenly Way, and on this slow and arduous path of the martial Tao, the higher he stood and the more he saw, the more lost he felt. Letting out a light sigh, Yang Kai ceased his ruminations. He knew that his confusion stemmed from not standing high enough. Perhaps after ascending to the 9th Order, things would change for him. After spending 100 years in retreat, he had some gains. He had contemplated much about his own grandiose in the creation realm, but for now those insights were of no use. "Young Kai, come over here." Big Brother Huang's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Clearly, he had sensed that Yang Kai had ended his retreat. Feeling his urgency, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, fearing that something might have happened to Zhang Ruoxi. So he urged space principles and stepped forward, arriving at Big Brother Huang's side as he asked, "What happened?" Before his eyes, Ruoxi sat cross-legged, refining materials to enhance her small universe heritage. Her aura was calm and there was no trace of abnormality. Compared to 100 years ago, her aura was noticeably denser, a sign of her growing strength. Big Brother Huang asked, "Do you have any more 5 elements materials? Bring them all out." Glancing at the illusory Heaven's Order phantom behind Ruoxi's small universe, Yang Kai realized what was happening. "Are you two helping Ruoxi cultivate?" He had a considerable amount of 5 elements materials in his possession, originally prepared for his own future 9th Order advancement, but now that Ruoxi needed them, he would not be stingy. He secretly felt that bringing Ruoxi to the chaotic dead territory was the right decision. At least with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's help, her growth would surely accelerate. If only he had another world tree clone for her, that would be even better. Unfortunately, the old tree was not in good shape at the moment. Last time he had asked for 3 world tree clone seedlings, which was already the limit. If he were to ask again, it would be asking for too much. Given all the 5 elements materials he had, it would be enough for Ruoxi to cultivate for thousands of years. So Yang Kai handed them all to Big Brother Huang, saying, "I'll figure out a way to get some more and send them over later." Big Brother Huang nodded in acceptance. Yang Kai glanced at Ruoxi once more and said, "I'll leave Ruoxi to Big Brother and Big Sister. I still need to look after the human race and cannot stay here for long. Farewell." Big Sister Lan reassured him, "Rest assured, she will be safe here." At present, the greatest danger was the Black Ink clan. However, since suffering a catastrophic defeat in the chaotic dead territory, they dared not set foot in here again. Under normal circumstances, they would not even approach the chaotic dead territory for fear of provoking the 2 supreme beings inside. Yang Kai responded with a nod. When he was ready to leave, Ruoxi suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Sir, wait." Yang Kai paused to look at her as Ruoxi said, "I still have to return this item to you, sir." Saying so, she activated her power, and a 7-colored lotus flower flew out from her forehead. It was the soul-warming lotus that Yang Kai had lent her before. "Sir, you are constantly traveling outside, facing many dangers. You must be careful," she reminded him. In response, Yang Kai nodded, took the soul-warming lotus and smiled, "You should continue to cultivate here. When you reach the 9th Order Open Heaven realm one day, we shall fight the enemy together." Ruoxi obediently nodded. After a moment of watching Yang Kai leave, Ruoxi sat down cross-legged again and continued to refine 5 elements materials to enhance herself. In the world of masters, there were always many farewells. Perhaps a seemingly ordinary separation would be a permanent one, especially in the current environment. To avoid such a situation, one could only become stronger, because only through sufficient strength could one protect those they cared for. After leaving the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai did not linger and returned directly to the Supreme Headquarters. As soon as he exchanged a few words with Mi Jingluan, who was overseeing the situation, Yang Kai learned that the various battlefields had remained much the same over the years, allowing him to relax slightly. In fact, whether it was the human race or the Black Ink clan, they were both in the process of accumulating strength. On the human side, due to the output of talents from the Star Boundary, Myriad Monsters World, and even Yang Kai's small universe, high-rank Open Heavens Realm Masters were emerging one after another. This was especially so for rising stars who directly ascended to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm during these past years. Many of them had already entered the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, and had been in this realm for a few years. As for the battles on the various battlefields, that had not slowed down their cultivation speed. On the contrary, the repeated life and death stimulation tempered their willpower and endurance, allowing them to constantly make breakthroughs and improve. It was estimated that it would not take long before the first of the rising stars of the human race saw the hope of advancing to the Ninth Order. The Black Ink clan was the same. There were many new territory lords, more than the Eighth Order masters. This was also inevitable. After all, Black Ink clansmen could be created from black ink nests, leading their numbers to surpass those of the human race. Among the billions of Black Ink clansmen, there would always be some lucky ones whose strength improved rapidly. A tacit understanding between the two races had been achieved. Now, it only remained to be seen which side could outpace the other, allowing them to seize the initiative. According to the statistics of the Supreme Headquarters, the human race did not have much of an advantage. Overall, it was easier for the Black Ink clan to cultivate than the humans. In the future, the Black Ink clan might be able to create royal lords earlier than the human race. The only advantage of the human race lay in their greater individual strength, their intelligence, and their will to resist. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5680 Finally Free. In the Grand Hall of the Supreme Headquarters, Mi Jingluan let out a deep sigh as he spoke. Our most pressing concern, junior brother, is the scarcity of resources. Despite the accumulation of the cave heavens and paradises over the years, our people are trapped in just a handful of great territories now. Our access to essential resources has been severely limited, especially now with the explosive increase of open heaven realm masters. Their cultivation demands an abundance of resources that our stockpiles simply cannot sustain. Even with all the things you brought back last time, it barely made a dent in the shortfall needed to construct the suppressing Black Ink fortress. The problem of resource scarcity can only be solved by either increasing our resources or reducing our consumption. But we are cultivators. Our cultivation and healing require resources, so how can we reduce our consumption? If we were to do so, how could we expect our soldiers to fight fiercely on the battlefield? We must devise alternative strategies. Over the years, the military merits required by the Army's supply department to exchange for resources have been increasing every year. Take the simplest fourth-order materials, for example. The military merits required to exchange for one have increased by 20% compared to a millennium ago. To make matters worse, some ignorant fools, the managers and commanders, are unaware of the high cost of goods and come to me, their senior brother, at the Supreme Headquarters to clamor for a reduction in price for them? Yang Lai was the one he was referring to, and Yang Kai knew about this matter as well. Yang Lai even sent someone to relay a message to him, saying that the prices for resources in the Army Supply Department were abnormal, and requested that he talk to Mi Jingluan about it. Mi Jingluan sighed again. Do you think I don't want to reduce the prices? I just can't simply do so. The military merits that our soldiers earn are priceless, paid for with their own lives. If there was a possibility, how could we, the Supreme Headquarters, do such a thing? We just can't achieve two opposing goals at the same time. As for increasing our resource sources, there are only two ways for our human race to do so. One is to mine them from the new Great Territory, and the other is to loot the Black Ink clan. But the resources in the new Great Territory are also limited. After so many years of mining, they may not last much longer. Although looting the Black Ink clan's convoys is a profitable enterprise, it also entails enormous risks, and the amount we can get each time is not stable. In the past, although there were many open heaven realm masters in the 3000 worlds, there were not many in the high rank. They were always exclusive to the cave heavens and paradises, and those who had successfully cultivated to the high-rank open heaven realm were sent generation after generation to the Black Ink battlefield to fight against the Black Ink clan, resulting in countless casualties. Overall, the resources flowing through the market in the 3000 worlds were more than sufficient for humans to use. But now the situation had changed. The human race was confined to just a dozen or so great territories, and the channels for obtaining resources had decreased greatly, while the number of high-rank open heaven real masters had increased exponentially. This increase in demand and decrease in supply resulted in a substantial deficit in resources. Although the various cave heavens and paradises had offered up their reserves, they would not be able to sustain themselves for much longer. After hearing Mi Jingluan's complaint, Yang Kai realized the gravity of the situation. Though the issue of materials had long plagued the human race, He had never given it much thought until now that it had become a pressing matter that demanded immediate attention. If one day the humans were to run out of supplies, the consequences would be dire. Senior brother, if I may ask, do you have a solution? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Mi Jingluan replied, I've given it some thought. The only way to resolve this is to seek resources outside. You have a direct route to the Black Ink battlefield, right? I'd like to request that you send some people there to gather resources. The resources on the Black Ink battlefield were abundant. Within the countless dead universe worlds lay many precious resources waiting to be extracted. If they could successfully harvest them, it would greatly ease the pressure on the humans' demand for supplies. I can do that. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. It's settled then. I'll send people over when the time comes. But senior brother, we'll need some masters to support us if we're going to the Black Ink battlefield. That is still the Black Ink clan's territory, so if the mining teams encounter them, they will be at serious risk without enough masters to protect them. I'll take that into consideration. Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. Then senior brother, I'll wait for your message, Yang Kai said as he rose from his seat. Leaving the Supreme Headquarters, Yang Kai did not venture far, choosing instead to head to Profound Nether territory. However, since the agreement he made with Six Arms, the battle in Profound Nether territory had not been as intense as before. After all, the territory lords and Eighth Order masters were banned from fighting. Without the clash of such masters from both sides, the battles in Profound Nether territory were relatively tame. At most, skirmishes between the feudal lords and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm masters took place. Rising stars from both sides continued to make a name for themselves and hone their skills on this battlefield. But for someone like Ouyang Lai, an Eighth Order master, life had become unbearably dull. Forbidden from interfering in battles, but required to remain stationed in Profound Nether territory as a precaution, Ouyang Lai had grown bored to the point of desperation over the past few millennia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken an interest in the army's logistic affairs at all. He had even requested to be transferred to other great territories like Azure Sun territory, where Eighth Order masters could participate in battles, only to be rejected by Mi Jingluan time and time again. Ouyang Lai was so infuriated that he considered cutting ties with Mi Jingluan, and even vented his frustration by insulting him in front of others at the Supreme Headquarters. When he saw Yang Kai coming, Ouyang Lai's eyes filled with tears as he clamored for Yang Kai to leave his seal on the transfer order. The main reason Ouyang Lai hadn't been transferred from Profound Nether territory for all these years was that Yang Kai was like an elusive dragon, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Yang Kai, as the army commander of the Profound Nether army, had Ouyang Lai as his subordinate general. Even if the Supreme Headquarters wanted to mobilize manpower from the Profound Nether army, they would need to go through Yang Kai. Otherwise, what would be the point of having an army commander? Mi Jingluan had previously told Ouyang Lai that as long as he could receive Yang Kai's seal on the transfer order document, the Supreme Headquarters would have no objections. But where and how could Ouyang Lai find Yang Kai? Previously, Yang Kai had been in retreat at the World Tree, so it was not convenient to disturb him. That retreat lasted for some 2,000 years. It was not until Ouyang Lai heard the news that Yang Kai had finally ended his retreat that he rushed back to the star boundary, only to find that Yang Kai had already left. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai appeared in front of him right now. Ouyang Lai was so grateful that he took out the transfer order document that was long prepared and stared at Yang Kai with an attitude that indicated, if you don't agree, I'll die in front of you. Yang Kai looked at the contents of the transfer order document and frowned slightly, his expression inexplicable. After a long time he sighed, Senior brother Ouyang, are you sure you want to leave Profound Nether territory? Absolutely. I can't stand this damned place anymore, he exclaimed, just looking at what he had been doing for the past 3,000 years. All he did was patrol various forward outposts each day, give speeches to newly arrived soldiers, and then drink until he was thoroughly drunk. He was even bored enough to go to the Black Ink clan and argue with the Six Arms and the other territory lords. These boring and miserable days were nothing compared to charging into battles and killing enemies. Before Yang Kai made an agreement with the Black Ink clan, though the situation in the Profound Nether army was dire, at least they were living boldly and valiantly. For a hot-blooded man like him, even if his life ended in battle, It would still be preferable to a life of obscurity and insignificance. With that said, Yonglai added, Junior brother, please do not misunderstand me. I am not dissatisfied with you, nor am I dissatisfied with the profound Nether army. It's just that this environment isn't quite suitable for me. Ever since I joined the Black Ink battlefield all those years ago, I haven't experienced such idle days. Time just crawls by here. Yongkai nodded in understanding. I understand. In that case, senior brother Oyang, please go. Saying so, he stamped his seal onto the transfer order. Yonglai immediately smiled and snatched the document, scanning it before cheering. I'm finally free. It was as if a prisoner who had been trapped for years had regained his freedom. Yonglai pocketed the document and cupped his fist to Yongkai. Junior brother, I'll be reporting to the Supreme Headquarters now. Take care of yourself. I'm sure we'll fight together again someday. And Yongkai nodded lightly. Yonglai couldn't wait to turn and leave. He didn't want to spend another moment in profound Nether territory. He cried out joyously in his heart, Azure Sun territory, here I come. And his laughter echoed into the distance. Watching Yonglai's departing figure, Yongkai sighed. In life, there would always be unexpected disappointments. Senior brother Oyang's departure would likely not bring him the satisfaction he hoped for. After bidding farewell to Yonglai, Yongkai concealed his aura and figure before wandering around profound Nether territory to investigate its situation. With his current cultivation as well as his proficiency in the Tao of space, he could easily avoid detection even from the innate territory lords if he was careful enough. Profound Nether territory was unremarkable. Everything was just as it was when he left so many years ago, except that the number of 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had significantly increased. Without staying long in profound Nether territory, Yongkai returned to the Supreme Headquarters a few days later to await further orders. Mi Jingluan was quick to prepare, and within a month, everything was ready. When Yongkai arrived at the main square, he saw that tens of thousands of soldiers had already gathered. However, these soldiers were quite different from the norm. Many of them had either gray or white hair, and although they didn't look particularly old, they certainly weren't young. Their cultivation levels were also generally low, with most of them at the 4th or 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, some even at the 3rd Order. Yongkai understood immediately that these were the Open Heaven Realm Masters who were born in the early days and their current cultivation had already reached their innate limit. Such a cultivation would be ineffective on the various battlefields, as they would be very vulnerable to corruption from the Black Ink strength. Thus, they were typically assigned to logistics roles. This group of people would have limited usefulness in combat. However, if they were brought to the Black Ink battlefield to mine resources, that wouldn't pose any hindrance. It was clear that Mi Jingluan had considered this issue thoroughly, which was why he had summoned this group of people, wanting Yongkai to escort them to the Black Ink battlefield. Martial Peak Chapter 5681 Selfishness. Apart from the thousands who were responsible for mining or sourcing resources, 9 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were standing among them. These were the veterans from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, all of whom had participated in the battles on the Black Ink battlefield. Yongkai respectfully greeted these elders, acknowledging their vital role in protecting the ones tasked with mining the dangerous Black Ink battlefield. While 9 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not seem like enough, the nature of this mission required a discreet approach. Their presence was only a precaution for any unforeseen circumstances, not to start a conflict with the Black Ink clan. Too large and powerful a force would draw unwanted attention, and it would also affect the deployment of the human race army on the various other battlefields. Junior brother Yang, we're counting on you, Mi Jingluan nonchalantly instructed. Senior brother may rest assured. With a nod, Mi Jingluan turned to address the thousands of low-rank cultivators. They knew their mission, and even though they had never set foot on the Black Ink battlefield before, they had heard of it and understood that it was a place where the blood of their ancestors had been shed in defense of their people. While this was not a crusade, how successful they were in amassing resources would play a big role in determining the fate of the human race. Thus, there was no killing intent, but there was still a heavy solemnity in the air. In a sense, going to the Black Ink battlefield to gather resources was another kind of battle, and the stakes were just as high. Soon enough, Yongkai and the 9 Eighth Order veterans opened their small universes, allowing the thousands of cultivators to enter in an orderly fashion. As the preparations were finalized, Mi Jingluan quietly informed Yongkai of a separate mission. Junior brother, Brother Ouyang has already gone ahead to the Black Prison. When you meet him there, you don't have to say too much. Just take him to Black Ink Battlefield and the others will explain the situation to him. Yongkai was taken aback as he commented, I thought senior brother Ouyang had already gone to Azure Sun territory. He hadn't seen Ouyang lie in the square just now, but it seemed his guess from before was wrong. Mi Jingluan had obviously arranged for Ouyang Lai to be part of this operation without giving the latter any prior information. Of course, if Ouyang Lai knew about the mission beforehand, he probably would have refused. He had left the Profound Nether Army because he was tired of the dull and boring days and he craved excitement and battle. Guarding Profound Nether territory was not fundamentally different from watching over the teams extracting resources on the Black Ink battlefield. The former was influenced by the agreement between the two races, which forbade the Eighth Order Open Heaven Masters from interfering in battles except in 6 Great Territory battlefields. As for the latter, success depended highly on stealth and evading detection from the Black Ink clan. Comparing the two, life would possibly be even harder for Ouyang Lai on the Black Ink battlefield than in Profound Nether territory. Mi Jingluan let out a sigh. I know what his thoughts are, but after thousands of life and death battles, he has accumulated too many dark injuries that can't be healed. If he could advance to the 9th Order it would be all right, but he has no hope of doing so in this lifetime. Those hidden wounds are constantly sapping away his vitality, so he shouldn't participate in fights against the masters of the Black Ink clan anymore. Yongkai fell silent for a moment before saying, Senior brother Ouyang will definitely blame you later. In response, Mi Jingluan smiled wryly. Let him blame me all he wants. It's just my own selfishness. So many of our old friends are gone forever, with more leaving us every day. Someone needs to stay alive to witness the day when the human race triumphs. Yongkai said, Rest assured, senior brother Mi. The younger generation has risen to the challenge and can take over the banner from the seniors to resist the Black Ink clan. As for that day, it will come sooner or later. He turned around and bowed, continuing, Take care, senior brother Mi. I hope you and senior brother Ouyang can witness that glorious moment together. Good. Mi Jingluan smiled. Farewell. Yongkai cupped his fist, turned around and flew away, followed closely by the 9 Eighth Order Masters. Under Yongkai's guidance, they passed through various great territories, each using their own secret techniques to conceal their auras. This time they were going to the Black Ink battlefield to mine resources, unlike the last time when they went to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. There were too many Eighth Order Masters on that occasion, nearly 400, so Yongkai couldn't protect them all when traveling through the Hidden Void corridor. As a result, they had to transit through the no-return pass and could not conceal their movements. However, this time they had to be as stealthy as possible. Otherwise, if the Black Ink clan discovered their movements, it was highly likely that something unexpected might occur. On the way, they encountered some Black Ink clansmen, but there were no elite combatants around guarding them, making it impossible for the enemy to detect Yongkai and the others' movements. They hurried all the way to Black Territory. Currently, apart from High Heaven Territory controlled by the human race, the New Great Territory, and the Great Territory where the Supreme Headquarters was located, there were Black Ink clansmen in essentially every other Great Territory in the 3000 worlds. However, there were 2 exceptions, one of which was the Chaotic Dead Territory. After the Black Ink clan suffered a huge loss at the hands of the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer, they declared the Chaotic Dead Territory as a forbidden zone, where even the Royal Lord dared not venture. The second exception was Black Territory, which was once abundant with stars, each containing rich cultivation materials. However, to break the early Ancient Era super array and kill the Royal Lord that was suppressed and sealed there, the Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises, along with their countless disciples, joined forces and mine out the entire Black Territory, harvesting all the resources there and simultaneously breaking the Grand Array. Now Black Territory was empty, with nothing left but broken rubble. Although the Black Ink clan had explored the area before, they found nothing but a barren land, thus they did not bother deploying any forces here. But this worked out well for Yongkai and his companions. Once they entered Black Territory, they no longer needed to hide. Under Yang Kai's lead, they rushed towards the entrance of the secret passage. Finally, after a couple of days, they arrived at their destination. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and spotted an asteroid floating nearby before calling out, "Senior brother Ouyang." Ouyang Lai leaped out from behind the asteroid and approached Yang Kai with a grin. "You've got sharp eyes, brat. I thought I had hidden well, but you still found me." He was clearly in a good mood. Ever since he left profound nether territory with his transfer order in hand, he had been feeling quite content. When he noticed the 9 8th Order Masters behind Yang Kai, Ouyang Lai's eyes lit up as he greeted them warmly. They were all old acquaintances who had fought alongside each other on the Black Ink battlefield against the Black Ink clan. Their friendship stretched back to the days when they were cultivating in their respective sects. After some heartfelt conversation, Ouyang Lai eagerly asked Yang Kai, "Junior brother, why are we going to the Black Ink battlefield this time? Are we going to attack the no-return pass?" Having arrived here at Mi Jingluan's instruction and seeing Yang Kai lead 9 veteran 8th Order Masters over, Ouyang Lai guessed they were up to something big. This stirred up his battle instincts that had been dormant for over 2,000 years. "I have no issue if we were to attack the no-return pass, but it seems like we are short on manpower." Ouyang Lai began to worry. A royal lord was guarding at the no-return pass, along with a pseudo-royal lord and many territory lords. It was going to be difficult for them to make any headway with just these few peoples. However, considering Yang Kai's many achievements in the past, the situation suddenly became clear to him. "I know. We're going to launch a quick raid to destroy those Black Ink nests." He was obviously excited and had a lot to say. Yang Kai did not know how to explain the situation to Ouyang Lai, but luckily, an old veteran who had a close relationship with Ouyang Lai pulled him aside and said, "Ouyang, don't ask too much. You'll know when we get there." Ouyang Lai nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. "Good, good. Let's go." Yang Kai nodded and looked around. "Please connect your auras to mine for this journey. I will do my best to protect all of you. However, this void corridor is highly turbulent. If we get separated, please don't panic, senior brothers. Just hold your ground and wait for me to find you while ensuring your own safety." All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded. "Good." Yang Kai shouted and space principles surged out, causing ripples to spread in front of them like a calm lake that had been disturbed by a stone. Everyone was amazed as they watched. All of them were 8th Order Open Heaven Masters and were capable of breaking the void when they exerted all their might, but none of them could manipulate it skillfully like Yang Kai did. This was the ability of someone who was proficient in the Tao of space. As the ripples spread, a noticeable difference in the void appeared ahead. With Yang Kai's continuous manipulation of space principles, a certain spot ahead of them slowly revealed the illusory phantom of a portal. Looking up, the portal looked like an abyss, chaotic and terrifying. "Stay close to me," Yang Kai urged while taking the lead to step into the portal. Following him were the 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, steadily connecting their auras with Yang Kai's. In the passageway ahead, Yang Kai broke through the barrier he had set during his previous transit, while also forming a new one behind the last person of their group. If he was alone or even with 2 or 3 people, it wouldn't have been very difficult for Yang Kai to accomplish this. However, with 10 people at once, it was a bit taxing. Fortunately, everything was still within his limits, though it was much more time-consuming than previous trips through this void corridor. Ouyang Lai and the others all had high cultivation and extensive experience, but walking through this kind of void corridor was a first for them. Still, they didn't dare to look around carelessly for fear of triggering any unnecessary accidents. By sensing their surroundings, they only perceived the chaotic void turbulence and the surging power of chaos filling the surroundings of this mysterious and unpredictable place. Even for 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like themselves, getting lost in such a place would likely not have a good outcome. If they were lucky, they might one day find a way out, but if luck wasn't on their side, they could be trapped here for the rest of their lives. That was why they became increasingly cautious as they proceeded forward. In this peculiar environment, both time and space seemed to blur, and they lost track of how long they had been wandering until a sudden flash of light appeared in front of them. It was only now that they realized they arrived at their destination. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5682 Furious Ouyang Lei. The void rippled, and with each expanding wave, a portal gradually revealed itself. Soon after, figures emerged from the portal, one after the other. Yang Kai quickly sealed it up again, making it appear as though nothing had happened. Ouyang Lei took out a universe chart of the black ink battlefield and, after a few comparisons, he determined that they were standing somewhere in the area of the Blue Sky Theater that was once occupied by the Black Ink clan. It was quite far from where Blue Sky Pass was originally positioned, much closer to the royal city. It was at Blue Sky Pass where Yang Kai had risen to prominence, bringing purifying light to the human race and designing the purifying black ink battleships, turning what had once been an ordinary great pass among many into a shining beacon of hope. Besides that, Yang Kai's presence allowed Blue Sky Pass to establish the first forward outpost outside of a royal city. Using the numerous universe paradises and universe cave heavens nearby, Blue Sky Pass set up numerous traps that inflicted heavy losses upon the Black Ink clan, severely damaging the latter's foundation in the Blue Sky Theater. This victory set the stage for a crusade, with the Blue Sky Army becoming the first to conquer part of the Black Ink clan's territory, earning it a reputation that echoed through the ages. Yang Kai also took out his universe chart and identified the direction they needed to go in, then led his 10 companions towards the depths of the void. Ouyang Lei followed behind him, completely puzzled, so he asked Junior Brother, "Aren't we going in the wrong direction? The no-return pass is that way." The direction they were taking was completely different from where the no-return pass was located, leaving Ouyang Lei confused. Although Yang Kai was tempted to explain everything to him, he chose to hold his tongue, fearing the consequences. "Senior brother, please be patient. I'll explain everything once we arrive." Upon hearing that, Ouyang Lei suppressed his doubts and followed silently. Along the way, Yang Kai left several space beacons behind to be used as waypoints, knowing he would have to come back once he had escorted Ouyang Lei and the others to their destination. They passed by the royal city that was once magnificent, but was now ravaged by the previous wars. The entire universe world was in shambles and broken into numerous fragments, faintly showing the devastation from the battle millennia ago. When the Blue Sky Army had set forth on their crusade, the Black Ink clan's forces in the Blue Sky Theater had not fully recovered, so they were left defenseless against the formidable might of Blue Sky Pass. In the end, the royal city was reduced to rubble and their army was decimated. The old ancestor of Blue Sky Pass, aided by some of the strongest Eighth Order masters, had beheaded the royal lord in that battle. The royal lord's demise marked the complete defeat of the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater. But that was all in the past now, and Yang Kai had long since left Blue Sky Pass. When Blue Sky Pass went on its crusade, Yang Kai was leading his comrades into battle as part of the Great Evolution Army. To avoid running into teams from the Black Ink clan who were harvesting resources, the humans had to venture deeper into the Black Ink battlefield. Only by putting enough distance between themselves and the enemy could they avoid any disastrous encounters. Only after a month's journey beyond where the royal city was located did Yang Kai stop and sweep the area with his divine sense. Here, there were many dead universe worlds with little evidence of mining, making it an obvious place for a fruitful harvest. "This is the spot," Yang Kai declared. The Eighth Order masters didn't object, except for Ouyang Lei, who wore a dark expression and remained silent. He might be impulsive at times and not skilled in cunning schemes, but that didn't mean he was stupid. The many signs on the way here made him understand that this mission might not be as straightforward as he had imagined. There was a high chance that he got tricked by Big Head Me. While he was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already dispersed with the other 9 Eighth Order's masters. He then opened the portal of his small universe, releasing all the cultivators stored inside. Besides them, there were many warships, including 2 purifying Black Ink battleships. Ouyang Lei's suspicion grew as he took in the sight before him. The cultivators who had been released were mostly of the 4th and 5th Order Open Heaven realm, some were even in the 3rd Order, and almost all of them were elderly, not the type of lineup one would expect for a significant combat mission. It was more like they were on a retirement trip. Yang Kai turned to the 8th Order masters and said, "I entrust this matter to you. Here is a space beacon for each of you. Please keep it close. Every 100 years or so, I will come to find you and collect the resources you've gathered." It would be troublesome to send everything back that tens of thousands of people had mined. Only Yang Kai could handle it personally. By handing over the space beacons, it would also be convenient for him to locate them in the future. As long as they weren't too far away, Yang Kai could easily locate them and arrive instantly. The Eighth Order Masters accepted the space beacons and stored them carefully, except for Ouyang Lai, who was now glaring at Yang Kai with eyes spewing flames of anger. With a wry smile, Yang Kai grabbed his arm and slapped a space beacon into his hand, apologizing, "Senior Brother Ouyang, if you have any questions, please ask the other senior brothers later. Junior Brother has other important matters to attend to and can't stay long." The truth was, he couldn't face Ouyang Lai's disappointment. Turning his head, he reminded other Eighth Order Masters, "If you encounter any danger that cannot be resolved, please lead everyone to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, where the Suppressing Black Ink Army is stationed and Dragon Clan Senior Fu Guang is assuming command." This statement caught everyone off guard. They had never heard of the Suppressing Black Ink Army, and had no idea that Supreme Headquarters had made such arrangements. Moreover, they were surprised to learn that the Dragon Clan's Fu Guang, who had disappeared for so many years, was actually guarding the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction this whole time. One of the Eighth Order Master immediately nodded and said, "Junior Brother may rest assured. Leave them to us and we shall protect them. But what's this about the Suppressing Black Ink Army? Can you enlighten us about it?" Everything regarding the Suppressing Black Ink Army had been done in secrecy previously to prevent news from spreading and affecting the morale of the human race, but there was no harm in sharing this information with these veteran Eighth Order Masters. Yang Kai thus briefly explained the situation with the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress and Army. An Eighth Order veteran suddenly realized, no wonder so many elites were reassigned from the various battlefields by the Supreme Headquarters 130 years ago. It was all to form the Suppressing Black Ink Army. Another master asked with concern, "Is the situation at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction serious?" "It's still within a controllable range, and Senior Fu Guang is personally guarding that place, so there's no need to worry," Yang Kai replied. With these words, everyone was relieved. Apart from Giant Spirit God Air, who was still fighting the Black Ink Giant Spirit God in the Barren Territory, Divine Dragon Fu Guang was currently the strongest master on the human race's side. Having such a master guarding the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction was indeed reassuring. A moment later, under the gaze of the Eighth Order Masters, Yang Kai took a step forward, and his figure gradually faded away. Ouyang Lai didn't stop him, but turned to the other Eighth Order Masters and asked through gritted teeth, "Shouldn't you all give me an explanation now?" One of the Eighth Order Masters, who had a good relationship with Ouyang Lai's side, and stepped forward to explain the mission they were tasked with. Learning that this trip was not for any major battle, but just to oversee the gathering of resources, Ouyang Lai furiously exclaimed, "Big head me, I curse you and your ancestors." The master quickly advised, "Junior Brother Ouyang, calm down. Although there is no war here, this place is still of great significance to the human race. Our soldiers need resources for cultivation and healing, and with the current shortage we can only resort to such measures. Even compared to killing enemies on the battlefield, our mission is no less important. We are all working for the future of the human race." Right. Another master went along. "Right, my foot." Ouyang Lai exploded, his red hair blazing like fire and his whole body seeming to be burning up. He had left Profound Nether Territory for one reason, to kill the enemy on the battlefield, not to come here and babysit these 3rd, 4th and 5th Order cultivators tasked with mining resources. In a fit of rage, he strode towards the depths of Black Ink battlefield. "Where are you going, Brother Ouyang?" The Eighth Order Master, who tried to calm him down, called out in alarm. "I'm going to Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. I'm joining the Suppressing Black Ink Army to kill the enemy." His voice echoed as he flew off into the distance. The other 9 masters looked at each other, unsure of whether to stop him or not. In the end, Ouyang Lai disappeared without a trace. After a while, one of them finally said, "Thank goodness he didn't go to the No-Return Pass impulsively." Going to the No-Return Pass alone was a death sentence, but going to Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction and joining the Suppressing Black Ink Army was still acceptable. "Don't worry, he'll come back," another Eighth Order Master said. "How do you know?" "Brother Ouyang may not be from Great Battle Heaven, But ever since he ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he has fought on the Black Ink battlefield. He has long become accustomed to military life, and he's a true soldier. Although he has a foul temper, he won't act recklessly in defiance of orders. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in profound nether territory for so many years just to get his transfer order stamped, the master explained. Everyone felt that what he said made sense. Ouyang Lai's behavior was indeed like this. If he was someone who truly acted on impulse, he wouldn't have stayed in profound nether territory for so long. As expected, half a day later, Ouyang Lai appeared from the depths of the void, still a little mad, but his fury somewhat subsided. An Eighth Order master welcomed him back personally, patted his shoulder and laughed. Ouyang Lai, just accept it. Isn't this Mi Jingluan's favor to us old friends? Everyone understood why they were sent here to look after the mining team. Each of them had experienced countless life and death crises, and each had accumulated many hidden injuries. As they got older, their conditions deteriorated, and some of them had already fallen from their peak state. They all had great passion for protecting and serving the human race, but if the day came when the human race defeated the Black Ink clan, cleared the ashes of war, and rebuilt order, the experience of the older generation would be an indispensable guide for the new generation. Sending them here to look after this resource-gathering team was not only Mi Jingluan's favor, but also for the future of the human race. Ouyang Lai immediately snorted. Do I need him to take care of me? I'm still strong, and age has only made me tougher. If we're going to fight the Black Ink clan, what are we old guys good for if we don't lead the way and instead shove all the heavy burdens onto those young brats? Martial Peak Chapter 5683. The Black Ink Clan's Good News. Indeed, we old fogies are still as sharp as ever, but those little brats still have much room to grow. We need to give them a chance to shine. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master knew well that Ouyang Lai was a stubborn mule and wouldn't challenge him. Ouyang Lai remained silent for a long time, then finally spoke with a harsh tone. When I return home someday, I'll twist Big Head Me's head off and use it as a chamber pot. He then thought of Yang Kai and added, and that young boy, he's not a good thing either. He dared to trick me like this. I'll give him a beating when I see him. Good. Us fellow brothers will help you. The Eighth Order Master responded with a big smile. With our combined strength, that brat won't stand a chance. Ouyang Lai looked at him and sighed heavily, his face full of sadness. It had come to this, and there was nothing he could do about it. Soon, tens of thousands were dispersed by the Eighth Order Masters to explore the area nearby for resources. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already used the space beacons to return to the Blue Sky Theater, still feeling guilty. He could understand Ouyang Lai's mood, but this was Mi Jingluan's arrangement, so he could not intervene. Moreover, he hoped from the bottom of his heart that veterans like Ouyang Lai could retire from the battlefield. The number of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was now significant, and many rising stars were active on various battlefields. It was no longer a time when veteran warriors with countless scars had to bear the brunt of the harsh conditions. The younger generation was now capable of taking on the heavy responsibilities of the seniors. However, as Mi Jingluan worried, the problem that plagued human development was still the resources. The emergence of a large number of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters meant a massive demand for resources. Sending some manpower to the Black Ink battlefield to mine resources was one way to solve the problem, but exploration and extraction always took time, so Yang Kai planned to look for solutions elsewhere. Resources were something that the Black Ink clan did not lack. After his last experience at the No Return Pass, Yang Kai was well aware of this fact, as they didn't even hesitate to hand over a massive amount of materials as compensation. Since the Black Ink clan didn't lack resources, Yang Kai decided to just steal some. Yang Kai decided to become a hunter. Ever since he heard about the hunters, he had been fascinated by their existence. If he was still a 6th or 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would have immediately become one and lived a carefree life raiding enemy convoys. However, he was no longer the insignificant person he once was. His strength and status had both elevated him to a position where each of his words and actions had a significant impact on the overall situation. While Yang Kai still yearned to become a hunter, he couldn't risk the unpredictable consequences of such a move. But on this Black Ink battlefield he did not need to worry at all. When the Black Ink clan and the human race signed their peace agreement years ago, it only applied to the 3,000 worlds. It did not include the Black Ink battlefield. Hunting was also a time-intensive activity that often required patience and careful planning, but since Yongkai had nothing else to do and was free from the need to cultivate, he could use this time to accumulate resources for the human race. Months later, inside the main hall of the No-Return Pass, the royal lord sat on the throne of bones, with Emonayi seated to his left. Territory lords lined both sides of the hall, with their eyes fixed on the royal lord. They were all confused, and even Emonayi was puzzled as well. Due to Yongkai's existence, the Black Ink clan could not afford to let their guard down, even with a new pseudo-royal lord on their side. Emonayi could not leave the No-Return Pass at will, lest Yongkai found an opportunity to destroy more Black Ink nests here. Since the royal lord could not protect everything on his own, they could only ensure the safety of the Black Ink nests by joining forces. That was why the royal lord had been staying here all these years, rarely making an appearance. Even when he did come out, he looked gloomy, obviously still upset about Yongkai's last visit. But with Emonayi as a capable assistant, the royal lord completely became an arm-flinging shopkeeper, leaving all major and minor matters of the Black Ink clan war effort to be handled by him, so he was able to relax. However, at this moment, the royal lord's expression looked exceptionally joyful. It was unclear if something had happened on the Great Territory battlefields, or if there had been some breakthrough development in the Black Ink clan. Then, as they recalled the tone in which the royal lord summoned them to this conference hall earlier, the Black Ink clan elites secretly anticipated good news. The royal lord remained silent, and the territory lords dared not speak without permission either. Instead, it was Emonayi, a pseudo-royal lord, who smiled and asked, "Sir Royal Lord, is there good news you have to share with us today?" The royal lord chuckled and looked approvingly at Emonayi. Although he had many loyal followers, only Emonayi was quick-minded and able to read his intentions. This was also why he was willing to delegate power to Emonayi. There was no possibility of a power struggle in the Black Ink clan, as Emonayi's pseudo-royal lord status meant that he could never surpass the real royal lord's authority, so there was no concern over infighting even if so much power was given to Emonayi. After nodding in approval at him, the royal lord announced the great news. There is news from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. With that announcement, the room erupted in surprise. The territory lords widened their eyes in excitement, while Emonayi jumped up from his seat, exclaiming, "Sir, has the primordial heaven's source grand restriction been broken?" Since the battle outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and its subsequent sealing and Mo's slumber, the Black Ink clan had been unable to contact them. However, now the royal lord claimed that there was news from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, indicating that the Supreme One had awakened and the grand restriction had been broken. If this was true, the day when the Black Ink clan would rule all under the heavens would soon arrive. Even Emonayi, who was usually calm and composed, was overcome with excitement and could not help but shed tears. But the royal lord waved his hand and said, "It's not what you think. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction is still there, and the Supreme One is still asleep." The excited territory lords were suddenly silenced like a bucket of cold water had been thrown on them. Then Emonayi asked, "If that's the case, how did news come from the other side?" "I'm also unsure, and due to the interference of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the message is not very clear. All I know is that the humans still have some control over that place and that someone deliberately opened a gap like before," the royal lord replied. "Someone is controlling the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. But it can't be Tsang, can it? How can anyone control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Who is this person?" The territory lords were clamoring and asking questions. They were all innate territory lords who came from inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so they knew about the situation there very well. They knew that Song was the last human race master who could control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, and after his death, no one should be able to do so. But now the royal lord was saying that someone was in control of that place. If this message did not come from the Black Ink clan inside the grand restriction, they would never have believed it. While the territory lords were concerned about who was controlling the restriction, Emonayi picked up on a different piece of information and asked, "Sir, When was the gap opened? The royal lord answered, "It should have been some 100 years ago." Emonayi murmured with a frown, "Around 100 years ago. Sir, back then Yongkai led several hundred 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the human race through the No-Return Pass and into the Black Ink battlefield. Considering the timeline, could it be that the person who controls the primordial heaven source grand restriction now is Yongkai?" This was not a wild guess, as Yongkai often accomplished things that others couldn't. If he was really the one controlling the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Emonayi wouldn't be surprised. The royal lord, however, shook his head and said, "It's not him. Although the information from the grand restriction is not complete, I've inquired carefully. The person who controls the grand restriction now does not resemble Yongkai at all. It must be someone we don't know about." Emonayi didn't doubt him and only sighed. The human race still has such a heritage. After Tsong's death, it was assumed that there would be no one who could control the primordial heaven source grand restriction again. This was good news for the Black Ink clan, as they could easily break it once the Supreme One awakened. However, it was different if someone was guarding it. Even the Supreme One couldn't underestimate the power of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, or else it wouldn't have been trapped for so many eons already. Emonayi continued to ask, "But if the human race has someone who can control the primordial heaven source grand restriction, why did they take the initiative to open a gap?" The royal lord replied, "Those inside the grand restriction can sense that the human controlling it now is much weaker than Song, so their control over the grand restriction is far inferior. This person must have opened the gap to alleviate the pressure he was facing. This is clearly something the human race had planned to do long ago. When Yongkai passed through the No-Return Pass with those hundreds of 8th Order Masters, it was to go to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Now there is an elite human race army and a divine dragon Fu Guang fighting against those who are rushing out. This has been happening for over 100 years. Emonayi suddenly realized, curse those humans. When the territory lords below heard that their clansmen were being constantly killed at the primordial heaven source grand restriction, they immediately started clamoring again. A territory lord even stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Sir Royal Lord, please let me lead a large army to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to coordinate with those inside and crush those humans." Emonayi immediately stopped him. That would not be appropriate. Although the territory lord was intimidated by Emonayi's pseudo-royal lord authority, he couldn't help but ask, "Why is it not appropriate?" Emonayi explained, when Yongkai passed through the No-Return Pass, he had as many as 400 8th Order Open Heaven with him, and that's just what we could see on the surface. Although there were suspicions at the time, we couldn't be sure. Now that we have first-hand information, we can confirm that those 400 we saw that day were not the entire human force. Many more must have been staying in their small universes, which is why they were able to form a large army at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Martial Peak Chapter 5684 How despicable! This human race army must be filled with elites with exceptional strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to ambush and kill the clansmen who broke through the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Furthermore, there is also a divine dragon on their side. If we want to go against such an army, we can't afford to send in too few masters from our side, or we will just be sending them to their deaths. However, if we draw too many of our forces away from the front lines, how can we stabilize the situation on the various battlefields? The humans will inevitably seize the opportunity to attack and break through our defenses. Saying so, Emonayi then looked at the royal lord and asked, "Do you know how many people are in that army?" "There shouldn't be more than 10,000 in total, which isn't a lot, but each individual is quite strong, especially those 400 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Additionally, they seem to have a large-scale artifact similar to a Great Pass with them." A Great Pass? Emonayi furrowed his brow, and the territory lords all became fearful. Although all of the Great Passes that still survived were abandoned around the No-Return Pass and were now occupied by the Black Ink clan, it had cost them a massive price to capture them. If it weren't for the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods aiding them at the time, the Black Ink clan would not have been able to conquer the No-Return Pass. Now, with an elite army stationed at the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction and a great past-like artifact assisting them, it was no wonder they had the confidence to open a gap in the Grand Restriction to alleviate the pressure. Emonayi couldn't help but sigh deeply. The humans' heritage remains as powerful as ever. Just from the fact that the humans were able to withdraw so many elites to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction without any impact on the situation in the various battlefields was enough to prove that the human race of today was not the same as the one from 3,000 years ago. After the war in the Barren Territory, the human race had sunk to its lowest point. The Great Territory battlefields were all in a passive state of defense, and Profound Nether Territory was almost conquered by the Black Ink clan. If it weren't for Yonkai's sudden appearance at the critical moment, Profound Nether Territory would have fallen into the hands of the Black Ink clan. Yes, it was all because of Yonkai. Since Yonkai appeared in Profound Nether Territory, the human race's plight had gradually been reversed. How did he even manage to accomplish such things? After careful observation, Emonayi realized that Yonkai didn't do much. Although he had killed many innate territory lords, it hadn't significantly impacted the balance of power between the two races. No matter how powerful he was just a single individual and could not wipe out the entire Black Ink clan. The true root of the matter lay in the peace agreement between the two races. The constraints of the peace treaty had provided a relatively safe training space for the younger generation of the human race. While this alone might not seem significant, what was crucial was that the human race had the star boundary and the myriad monsters world, two open heaven realm cradles. The combination of such a relatively stable cultivation environment and a continuous influx of talented successors had shaped the human race's formidable heritage over thousands of years. It was a pity that when Yonkai's reputation was at its peak, and all the innate territory lords trembled at the mere mention of his name, he proposed the peace agreement. Who would dare to reject him at that time? Looking at the current situation, this was all Yonkai's cunning plan. Even if the Black Ink clan had seen through it at the time though, they could only accept it. Emonayi also caught on at this point. He thus grew more afraid of and suspicious of Yonkai since he not only possessed incredible combat power but also had a far-seeing perspective. He was a great threat to the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan had naturally thought about how to deal with this issue and concluded that the best course of action would be to destroy the star boundary and the myriad monsters world, the places that contributed to the continuous enhancement of the human race's heritage. They were just two trivial universe worlds. If given the chance, any territory lord or 8th Order Black Ink disciple could easily deal with them. However, the Black Ink clan simply could not find the opportunity to do so, as every soldier that had been recalled from the front lines had to pass through a grand array filled with purifying light. Even if a Black Ink disciple had impure intentions, the purifying light would cleanse and dispel any Black Ink strength within them. Moreover, both the star boundary and the myriad monsters world had multiple powerful masters stationed there all year round, standing guard. The voice of the royal lord came through, bringing Emonayi back to focus. This king has asked if they need support over there, but those within the Grand Restriction believe it would be unwise to cause a commotion. They are working on finding other ways through the Grand Restriction, and if they succeed, they will be able to break free. Emonayi perked up and asked, "Can they do it?" He knew firsthand just how formidable the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction was. When he was inside it years ago, many Black Ink clansmen had attempted to breach it from within, but all had failed. The royal lord replied, "Since they've said as much, there should be some progress. Although we do not know who the person overseeing the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction is now, their strength is far inferior to Tsang, so their control is obviously not as good either. Furthermore, opening a gap in the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction has had some impact on its integrity, which may have provided some opportunities for those inside." Emonayi nodded lightly. The primordial heaven source Grand Restriction was extremely ancient and had been operating constantly for millions of years. The new human race master overseeing it was not like the legendary Tsang, a powerful monster with unfathomable experience. They couldn't be fully prepared, and as long as there was even the slightest flaw, those within the Grand Restriction would not miss that chance. Today, the royal lord summoned many of his territory lords to share the good news. He wasn't worried about any territory lord leaking the information because the Black Ink clan was not the same as the human race. If a human was corrupted by Black Ink strength, they would tell everything they knew to the Black Ink clan, but the Black Ink clan would never leak critical information to the humans. After a while, the royal lord left, and the rest quickly dispersed as well while Emonayi walked away, frowning deep in thought. He was thinking about none other than Yang Kai. Over 100 years ago, Yang Kai led a group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters through the No-Return Pass and into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. There had been no news about him for all this time, and no one knew where he had gone or what he was up to. If it were an ordinary 8th Order Master, Emonayi wouldn't have cared, but Yang Kai was different. Whatever the circumstances, Yang Kai had even killed a pseudo-royal lord, which was enough to make Emonayi take him seriously. After thinking for a while, Emonayi couldn't come to a conclusion. Yang Kai's whereabouts had always been elusive, and it seemed that even the human side had difficulty keeping track of him. He was once again relieved when he thought about how Yang Kai had no hope of reaching the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. If this headache-inducing menace had a chance to ascend to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, how could they handle him? Sir Emonayi, a territory lord approached suddenly. Emonayi turned his head and saw one of his territory lords in charge of logistics. He nodded and asked, "What's the matter?" The territory lord replied, "Sir, several squads that were supposed to return with resources have not returned yet." This wasn't a big deal, but since Emonayi was in charge of everything related to the no-return pass by the royal lord's orders, he still had to investigate all abnormal occurrences. The territory lords had also become accustomed to his meticulous style, so they would come to him with any matter, big or small. "How long are they overdue?" Emonayi frowned, feeling that something was off. The territory lord replied, "The earliest squad was supposed to have returned a month ago, while the latest should have arrived at the no-return pass 5 days ago. Have you sent anyone to investigate?" "Yes, a team has been sent and we should receive a report in a few days." Emonayi nodded. "Notify me the moment you have answers." "Yes." A few days later, the feudal lord in charge of gathering news sent a message to the no-return pass using his Black Ink nest. The teams responsible for transporting materials had already set off for the no-return pass, but mysteriously disappeared halfway. When the news reached Emonayi, he immediately realized the problem. The teams transporting resources disappeared without a trace, but the human race had no presence on the Black Ink battlefield other than at the Grand Restriction. Over the years, the Black Ink clan had been constantly mining resources from the Black Ink battlefield and transporting them to the front lines without any issues. However, recently, several squads transporting resources disappeared for no reason. Someone must be causing trouble. The first person that came to Emonayi's mind was Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could do such a thing. Considering that he had gone deep into the Black Ink battlefield over 100 years ago and had not been seen since, it was almost certain that Yang Kai was now camping near the no-return pass, waiting for the Black Ink clan's resource teams to appear so he could rob them. Shameless! Emonayi immediately took out a communication bead and transmitted a message using his divine sense. This communication bead was left to him by Yang Kai the last time they met when he needed to hand over a batch of resources. Emonayi hadn't thrown it away, thinking that he might be able to use it to probe Yang Kai's location in the future. He didn't expect it to be useful so soon. After a while, the communication bead in his hand trembled slightly, causing Emonayi's brow to twitch. Yang Kai was really near the no-return pass. The movement of the communication bead was undoubtedly a sign that the message had been successfully transmitted. 10 million kilometers outside of the no-return pass, on a lone universe fragment, Yang Kai hid his figure and surveyed the surroundings with his divine sense. His current divine sense was incredibly powerful, and from this location he could monitor the movements of all Black Ink clan squads returning from the Black Ink battlefield. Over the last month or so, he had raided 5 Black Ink clan teams, seized their resources, and made a great deal of profit. He didn't raid all the Black Ink clan squads, but selectively chose a few. After all, he was doing business without investment, so he couldn't be too excessive. To continue this venture for a long time, he needed to take a steady approach. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan would probably act out in rage, damaging his future prospects. As he was monitoring the movements of the void around him, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and took out a communication bead. With his divine sense, he probed it and couldn't help but praise Emonaye's quick thinking. He knew that he couldn't hide his actions for long, so Yang Kai deliberately wore this communication bead on his body. He just didn't expect Emonaye to contact him so quickly. The message in the communication bead was very simple, with only one sentence: "Sir Yang, can we meet?" It was obvious that Emonaye had already concluded that Yang Kai was involved in the disappearance of the teams transporting resources. Martial Peak, Chapter 5685. Wanting the Lion's Share. On the universe fragment, Yang Kai hesitated for a moment upon receiving Emonaye's message, originally intending to ignore it. But after giving it some thought, he realized that there was no point in being sneaky about things, and decided to confront Emonaye directly. So he immediately searched his divine sense and sent a message through the communication bead. At the same time, inside the no-return pass, Emonaye's communication bead trembled once again. He quickly immersed his mind in it to investigate, and in the next moment boundless anger surged within him, almost causing his lungs to explode. The message in the communication bead was straightforward, consisting of only 2 words: 50%. Although it seemed incomprehensible at first glance, Emonaye instantly understood Yang Kai's intention. This bastard was clearly demanding 50% of the resources excavated by the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. His appetite was simply outrageous. These resources were mined by the Black Ink clan, and were intended to be transported to the frontline battlefields to enhance the Black Ink clan's strength. It was all meant to be used against the human race, but now, without any effort on their part, the humans wanted to take away 50% of them. Moreover, if the human race were to use these resources to enhance their own strength, it would inevitably harm Black Ink clan. Emonaye would never agree to such an act of aiding the enemy. If he did, he would forever become a criminal in the eyes of the Black Ink clan. The more Emonaye interacted with Yang Kai, the more he found the latter to be difficult to deal with. At this moment he had formed a new evaluation of him. Yang Kai was shameless beyond all imagination, able to make such outrageous demands without any scruples. It was simply unbelievable. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Emonaye sent a message to the territory lord in charge of the resource affairs, asking him to come over. At the same time, he feigned ignorance and replied, "Sir Yang, what do you mean? Please explain in detail." The communication bead quickly trembled, and Yang Kai replied with only 2 words, "Heh heh." Emonaye's brow twitched, and Yang Kai's annoying face inexplicably appeared in his mind, causing the anger he had just suppressed to surge up again. "Sir Emonaye." The summoned territory lord quickly arrived and bowed respectfully. Emonaye looked up and asked, "How many teams are overdue from the past month?" "5, sir," replied the territory lord. "And how many have returned?" "Also 5. 5 teams had disappeared and 5 had returned. This was precisely 50%. Emonaye knew that this was no coincidence, but rather Yang Kai's intentional doing. His meaning was evident. The Black Ink clan could refuse his offer, but he would still be able to take 50%. In fact, if Yang Kai wanted to, there was a good chance he could take the other 50% as well. This was open bullying. Facing such a tricky opponent, Emonaye had always been patient and avoided confronting him head-on, because he knew that Black Ink clan had no way of dealing with Yang Kai at the moment. In terms of strength, both he and the royal lord were stronger than Yang Kai, and if they were to fight it out in a one-on-one fashion, they could easily suppress him. However, if they couldn't kill Yang Kai, all hostility towards him would be meaningless. The Divine Spirit Ancestral Land was a great opportunity to kill him, as the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array blocked the entire space, leaving Yang Kai with no place to use his greatest strength. It was the best opportunity the Black Ink clan had to kill him. It was a pity that Diwu had messed things up. Not only did the Black Ink clan lose many innate territory lords, but even Diwu was killed. The Tao of Space was undoubtedly the most troublesome Grand Tao for the Black Ink clan. Apart from Emonaye and Royal Lord, none of the other masters on the Black Ink clan side were a match for Yang Kai. 3,000 years ago, Yang Kai was capable of slaughtering territory lords as easily as chickens, But at that time he still needed to use his strange soul secret technique to achieve such remarkable results. Now, 3,000 years later, Yongkai's strength had increased significantly, and innate territory lords were no longer a challenge for him. Even if they formed a battle formation, territory lords might not be able to do much against this menace. How could Emonayi not be cautious in the face of such an opponent? The whole reason why they had made peace with the human race back then was also because of this. In the current situation, Yongkai's had become a nightmare that the Black Ink clan could not contain. Since that was the case, they could only place their hopes on the future. If the Black Ink clan managed to produce many royal lords one day, then the role that Yongkai could play would naturally be greatly reduced. Over the years, Yongkai had been traveling around, his whereabouts elusive, and his reasons unknown. Emonayi never imagined that one day, this guy would block the no-return pass and personally loot resources from the Black Ink clan. Although angry and annoyed, he saw the underlying message through the situation's appearance. The human side must be running out of resources. Otherwise, there was no reason for a master like Yongkai to act like this. For this reason more than any other, Yongkai's impudent demand could not be agreed to. As long as the Black Ink clan held on a little longer, the human race would only face more shortages, and even if they had countless rising prodigies, without enough supplies, their cultivation would not improve. Emonayi was anxiously trying to communicate with Yongkai through the communication bead, while summoning all the territory lords of the no-return pass. Within moments, hundreds of territory lords gathered in the main hall, but this time, the royal lord did not appear and only Emonayi stood below the throne of bones. Although the royal lord was absent, Emonayi did not dare to sit on the main throne, which was exclusively reserved for the royal lord. As a pseudo-royal lord, he did not have the qualifications to sit there. Looking at the group of puzzled territory lords below, Emonayi stated bluntly, Yongkai is currently somewhere outside of the no-return pass. Some of the more belligerent territory lords began clamoring to lead their armies to surround and kill Yongkai. The more timid ones turned pale because they had suffered losses at Yongkai's hand. Emonayi took in the expressions of the territory lords and continued, the human race doesn't have enough resources, so now Yongkai has come to plunder our supply transports. Although the losses are small for now, if this issue is not resolved soon, our resources will probably be cut in half compared to previous years. This will inevitably affect our plans for conquest. The noisy territory lords instantly quieted down, while a particularly sturdy-looking one cupped his fist and asked, how should we solve this problem, Sir Emonayi? Emonayi declared, the matter of resources is fundamental to both the Black Ink clan and the human race. The plundering of ours is a secondary loss compared to helping the human race grow stronger. For now, I need you to investigate Yongkai's movements and escort the resource transports and their goods back. The sturdy territory lord then said, if that's the case, we have to move in teams capable of assuming battle formations. Against that killing star, not forming a battle formation would be equivalent to sticking out our necks and letting him chop our heads off. Fortunately, in recent years, the territory lords of the Black Ink clan had not been idle and had been diligently practicing various battle formations. It was ridiculous to say that these innate territory lords were already powerful enough to not fear any Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters, but just because of Yongkai's presence, they had to practice these battle formations to protect themselves. This was humiliating, but they were left with no other choice. Emonayi nodded, yes, you will all need to form battle formations, with 4 symbols formations being the minimum requirement to face Yongkai. Only territory lords who can form a 4 symbols formation can perform this task. Those who cannot should not go out for the time being. A battle formation was not something that could be just casually formed. The human race squads could do this because they grew and developed in a totally different environment compared to the Black Ink clan. The invasion and oppression of the Black Ink clan had long made all human race masters sincerely united. Each squad also had time to become familiar with each other through daily interactions and battles, so no matter when or where, they could easily form battle formations as there was innate trust among each other. It was different for the Black Ink clan, especially the innate territory lords, as each of them was born strong and naturally had their own arrogance and opinion. They were not willing to fully trust each other and entrust their lives to others, preferring to believe in their own selves above all else. This wasn't a surprise though, as in the face of danger, the first reaction of most living beings was to protect themselves. At the time of forming a battle formation, the auras of all in the formation were linked, essentially turning them into a single entity. However, once an individual had the intention to protect themselves over the group, the battle formation would collapse. That was why, when Diwu led 20 innate territory lords to surround and kill Yongkai in the ancestral land, the battle formations they formed were only 4 symbols formations. It was not because they lacked the numbers, but rather because forcing a more advanced battle formation was impossible. Most of the territory lords of the Black Ink clan could only form the 4 symbols formation at most, with a select few capable of forming the 5 elements formation. No 6 paths formation had ever been formed among them. In fact, this was not a problem unique to territory lords. It was also difficult for 8th order human masters to form a 6 paths formation, though not impossible. So far, the highest record for 8th order masters was a 7 stars formation, which happened during a life or death crisis against a royal lord. The higher the individual's strength, the more difficult it was to form a battle formation. This principle applied to both the humans and the Black Ink clan. For example, back when Yongkai was squad leader of Dawn, he led his squad members to kill many enemies and once formed a 9 palaces formation. However, if he were to try to form such a formation with other 8th order masters now, he would not be able to do so. With the command from Emonayi given, a few territory lords relaxed because they could not form a battle formation with other territory lords at all. Unexpectedly, this lack of competence had allowed them to avoid a potential crisis. Emonayi then deployed all the territory lords who could form battle formations into 2 groups. One group was responsible for searching for Yongkai's whereabouts outside the no-return pass, with the other was responsible for protecting the squads returning from gathering resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. He then said, "The objective this time is not to kill Yongkai. If you encounter him, prioritize self-preservation." After speaking these words aloud, Emonayi could not help but feel a sense of helplessness deep down in his heart. Faced with a master like Yongkai, he actually unconsciously gave up the idea of killing him. Now, he only hoped that the acquired territory lords would grow up soon. As long as more royal lords appeared in the Black Ink clan, the threat that Yongkai posed to the Black Ink clan would be greatly weakened. The territory lords then dispersed quickly, following Emonayi's previous assignments. They dared not be careless, forming 4 symbols and 5 elements formations immediately after leaving the no-return pass and quickly dispersing as they headed towards the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. Back in the main hall, Emonayi looked at the more than 10 territory lords who remained, furrowing his brow slightly before waving his hand. "Be vigilant against any potential attacks from Yongkai." Yes, the territory lords then left with their orders. Martial Peak, Chapter 5686, Menkei. After leaving the main hall, Emonayi headed straight towards the high-ranked Black Ink nest belonging to that royal lord. Ever since Emonayi had been entrusted with the affairs of the no-return pass and the entire Black Ink clan after his ascension to the rank of pseudo-royal lord, the royal lord frequently stayed inside this Black Ink nest and rarely ventured out. It was only because he had received the news from the clansmen inside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction a few days ago that the royal lord made an appearance to deliver good news to the many territory lords. Standing before the Black Ink nest, Emonayi sighed inwardly. Despite having arranged for clansmen to track Yongkai's movements and protect the teams carrying resources, their enemy was Yongkai. No matter how meticulous the arrangements were, they were simply not secure enough. In front of the territory lords, Emonayi pretended to be resolute and unwilling to give up anything, but he knew that if Yongkai really had his sights set on Black Ink clan's resources, they would not be able to stop him. At present, the Black Ink clan seemed to be flourishing, but there was a simmering danger as the human race grew stronger bit by bit, gradually narrowing the gap in power between the two sides. Emonayi had long felt a strong sense of crisis brewing in his heart. He could only hope that there would be some pleasant surprises from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction soon. Meanwhile, a female feudal lord, who was a personal attendant to the royal lord of relatively low cultivation, came out of the Black Ink nest and greeted Emonayi. "Sir Emonayi, please come in." Emonayi nodded and followed the feudal lord into the black ink nest. Soon they saw the royal lord using the black ink nest to communicate with the outside world. Emonayi waited quietly without disturbing him, knowing that the royal lord was probably speaking with those inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. After a while, the royal lord withdrew his consciousness from the black ink nest space, and Emonayi noticed a hint of joy in his expression. He understood instantly that there might be some pleasant surprises from the primordial heaven source grand restriction. He didn't ask too much, as the royal lord would say if he wanted to. Instead, he just respectfully bowed. The royal lord sat down and asked, "What's the matter?" He knew Emonayi wouldn't come to see him without a specific reason. Since Emonayi was here, it must be a matter of importance. Emonayi immediately summarized Yonkai's raid on the Black Ink clan's resources outside of the No-Return Pass, and told the royal lord about Yonkai's demand for a 50% share. Hearing this, the royal lord was infuriated, and his good mood was instantly ruined. Impudence! How dare he make such a request? We already compensated him with a large amount due to the ancestral land incident, yet he is still not satisfied? Emonayi understood that the human race was lacking in resources while the Black Ink clan had plenty. So naturally, Yonkai came to Black Ink clan to take advantage of them. After allowing the royal lord to vent his anger for a while, Emonayi continued, "Sir Royal Lord, I have ordered the territory lords to search for Yonkai's whereabouts and also ordered escorts for the transport teams. However, Yonkai is proficient in the Tao of Space and his combat strength is extremely high. Even if the territory lords form battle formations, they may not be able to match him if they encounter him." The royal lord pondered for a moment before saying, "You must personally take action and find an opportunity to kill him." Emonayi shook his head and replied, "I have considered this option, but if I leave the No-Return Pass, Yonkai may find an opening to infiltrate. What if he comes to the No-Return Pass and targets the Black Ink nests?" These words made the royal lord's face darken. 3,000 years ago, with him standing guard, the Black Ink nests in the No-Return Pass would still be safe, but after Yonkai emerged from his long retreat and revealed his strength, the royal lord knew that he alone could not protect all the Black Ink nests in the No-Return Pass. During these 3,000 years, Yonkai's strength had increased that much. Furthermore, Emonayi considered and said, "Due to the ancestral land incident, our Black Ink clan suffered significant losses. If we anger him again this time, the situation may be difficult to contain. They wouldn't know how many resources they would have to offer up if the situation reached that point." Upon hearing this, the royal lord abruptly turned his head and glared at him. "Our Black Ink clan has so many rising talents, yet we can't even deal with one damn human?" The wrath directed at him frightened Emonayi, who immediately lowered his head and replied, "It is all due to my incompetence." The atmosphere in the Black Ink nest became tense as Emonayi suppressed his aura while the attendants who lived in the Black Ink nest also held their breaths. After a while, the royal lord said, "Create another pseudo-royal lord and let him secretly guard the No-Return Pass with me while you deal with Yonkai." "Create another pseudo-royal lord? But sir, the number of our innate territory lords has decreased greatly. If we create another pseudo-royal lord..." Emonayi was startled by the suggestion. In fact, he had discussed this matter with the royal lord before. Although the creation of a pseudo-royal lord represented the loss of more than 10 innate territory lord and a high-rank Black Ink nest, as long as it was for an appropriate purpose, it would still be useful for the Black Ink clan. However, as Emonayi said, after thousands of years of battles, the number of innate territory lords in the Black Ink clan had decreased sharply and was now quite low. Not to mention that every high-rank Black Ink nest sacrifice was a heavy blow. In the grand scheme of things, it was not suitable to create too many pseudo-royal lords. Both Diwu and Emonayi were pseudo-royal lords created because of Yonkai's existence. Unexpectedly, because of this killing star, the royal lord actually had the idea to create another pseudo-royal lord. If this continued, the number of innate territory lords in the Black Ink clan would continue to decrease sharply. "Rest assured, it won't cause any major problems if we only create one more," said the royal lord calmly. Emonayi was initially stunned, as this was different from the royal lord's previous attitude towards creating pseudo-royal lords. However, thinking about the primordial heaven source grand restriction situation, Emonai suddenly realized something and immediately accepted the order. I will arrange it immediately. The royal lord snorted. When the new pseudo-royal lord is created, you go and deal with Yang Kai directly. Try to provoke him as much as possible and make him come to the no-return pass. I will wait for him here with the new pseudo-royal lord. Yes, Emonai couldn't help feeling a little excited. If the royal lord's strategy worked as planned, they might really have a chance to take down Yang Kai. Shortly after, a dozen or so territory lords stationed at the no-return pass were once again summoned. Learning that the royal lord was asking them to perform source fusion, the territory lords had mixed feelings. They had originally been left at the no-return pass to avoid the risk of facing Yang Kai, because they couldn't meet the requirements of the battle formations. However, they did not expect that they could avoid Yang Kai but not the orders of the royal lord. The source fusion technique was extremely dangerous, with fewer than 1 in 10 being able to survive it. Who could guarantee that they would be the one to live? The birth of the first 2 pseudo-royal lords had already sacrificed 25 innate territory lords. Could they be so lucky to avoid sacrificing themselves? It was as the saying went for the human race, fortune and misfortune walk hand in hand. However, the royal lord's order had been given, and they were powerless to disobey it. Under Emonai's supervision, 12 innate territory lords entered a high-rank black ink nest and began to perform the source fusion technique. One by one, the auras of the innate territory lords disappeared as the black ink nest shook incessantly. Several days later, when the last remaining territory lord's aura had completely merged with the black ink nest, a new pseudo-royal lord was born. Menkei. Emonai stayed at the no-return pass for another month, allowing Menkei to familiarize himself with his new strength before he rushed out into the depths of the void. During this month's time, the Black Ink clan lost 8 teams that were transporting resources, a significant increase compared to the month before. The response from the Black Ink clan seemed to have completely removed Yang Kai's apprehensions. Previously, half of the teams were allowed to return, but now they had almost all been wiped out. A few days later, in the depths of the void, Emonai met with 4 territory lords who had been maintaining a 4 symbols formation. They had clearly experienced a great battle recently, but it had ended almost as quickly as it began. There were many bodies of Black Ink clan soldiers left behind, but the 4 territory lords remained unharmed. Seeing Emonai, the 4 exhausted territory lords finally had the opportunity to catch their breath, as maintaining the 4 symbols formation consumed a great deal of their focus and energy. Though it was manageable for a short time, these 4 territory lords had not dared to relax once since leaving the no-return pass. No one knew when the human killing star Yang Kai would appear. If they did not maintain the battle formation at all times, they might die the moment he mysteriously showed up. Sir Emonai. The 4 territory lords saluted apologetically. Emonai looked around, frowning. He didn't fight you. The dead here were just some ordinary Black Ink clan soldiers, and the 4 territory lords had no wounds on them, which was obviously suspicious. The 4 territory lords glanced at each other, and the leader sighed. He moves stealthily, and we find it difficult to predict when he will appear. Emonai nodded in understanding. If Yang Kai didn't want to fight, they could do nothing about it, so he instead asked, "What about the resources?" The territory lord who had spoken before looked even more ashamed. "It was originally with me. After meeting with the team transporting the resources, he took the space ring which contained them, and then Yang Kai took it from me." Emonai frowned again. "How did he take it from you if he did not come face to face with you?" The space ring was so small and could easily be kept close to the body. Unless Yang Kai had completely incapacitated them, they should not have been easily robbed. The territory lord hung his head. "I handed it over." Emonai's eyes narrowed in response, staring fiercely at the territory lord, who explained in a frightened voice, "Yang Kai locked us with his divine sense and threatened to kill us even if it meant damaging his soul if we didn't hand it over." So you just gave it to him?" Emonai roared furiously. "Please punish us, sir." The 4 territory lords looked terrified. They had no choice. It wasn't that they were cowardly, but when Yang Kai locked them down with his divine sense, the immense sense of danger forced them to make that choice. At that moment, they had no doubt that Yang Kai had the ability to kill them. Emonai took a deep breath. Though he was angry, he knew that it wasn't the territory lord's fault. Anyone in such a situation would have had trouble putting their lives aside. In the Divine Spirit ancestral land, Yang Kai had killed Di Wu and 8 territory lords who formed battle formations. If he could do that, then killing a mere 4 territory lords would not be an issue. Martial Peak, Chapter 5687, Sincere Cooperation. The 4 Symbols formation was powerless to stop Yang Kai's killing spree, but it would force him to use his bizarre soul secret technique that harmed both himself and others. Mo Na Yi was not ignorant of this fact, but the battle formation that the territory lords of the Black Ink clan could form was limited to this degree, and he couldn't demand more from them. However, judging from the current situation, Yang Kai did not want to use his soul secret technique recklessly, probably because he did not want his soul to be injured. So, after coercing the territory lords to surrender their resources, he simply withdrew. Mo Na Yi was correct in his assumption. In Profound Nether territory, Yang Kai would strike every 2 years, and only with the assistance of many other 8th Order masters and the bulk of the Profound Nether army could he kill several innate territory lords. At that time, he did it to build up his fearsome reputation and pave the way for subsequent negotiation plans. Therefore, Yang Kai was not reluctant to damage his soul at that time, and each time he attacked, he showed no mercy. But the current situation was different as Yang Kai was only plundering some resources. Furthermore, he had to rendezvous with Ouyang Lai and others every 100 years, so if he used soul-rending thorns recklessly and severely injured his own soul by accident, it would greatly affect his subsequent plans. Otherwise, why would he easily spare the lives of those 4 innate territory lords? Yang Kai also understood that the more territory lords he killed, the less pressure the human race would face in the future. The simple reason for all of this was that resources were a more important matter right now. Killing some Black Ink clan soldiers didn't matter much as the Black Ink clan wouldn't care. However, if Yang Kai really killed a lot of innate territory lords, the situation would quickly spiral out of control, forcing the Black Ink clan's hand. The issue of resources would also be impossible to resolve once that happened. At present, everything was done for the sake of resources. The Black Ink clan's response was within Yang Kai's expectations. The blood feud between the two sides was absolutely irreconcilable, so even if he and Mo Na Yi appeared cordial on the surface, the Black Ink clan would not simply agree to share half of their resources just because Yang Kai asked. Therefore, he needed a way to make the Black Ink clan realize that if they could not meet his demands, the consequences would be unbearable for them. Only then would the Black Ink clan acquiesce. Robbing the resource teams returning from the Black Ink battlefield was the method Yang Kai chose. If they refused to give him 50%, he would just take everything. Unless the Black Ink clan did not send teams out to collect resources, they would inevitably face the risk of being robbed. However, if they stopped their mining activities, the Black Ink clan's supplies would be greatly affected, which would have a huge impact on their subsequent accumulation of strength as well. The only thing that slightly surprised Yang Kai was that Mo Na Yi had personally taken action. Was Mo Na Yi not afraid that he would go to the no-return pass to destroy those Black Ink nests now that the defenses there were weakened? In the void, Mo Na Yi sent the 4 territory lords away to continue escorting other supply teams, holding the communication bead in his hand and transmitting his thoughts to it. However, every attempt was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any response. This made Mo Na Yi grit his teeth in frustration, thinking Yang Kai, that bastard, probably put the communication bead into his small universe, a sign he did not want Mo Na Yi to contact him again. As time passed, messages from various directions deep within the void arrived one after another. Mo Na Yi rushed to each location, but he was always one step too late. Even with the territory lords acting as guards, they couldn't stop Yang Kai's raids on their resource teams. One after another, the delivery squads were pilfered clean, with only a few lucky ones managing to escape unscathed. With each secret battle they waged, Mo Na Yi experienced how difficult Yang Kai was to deal with. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and his movements were elusive, often raiding the Black Ink clan in one area of the void before soon appearing millions of kilometers away. For 10 whole years, Mo Na did not even catch a glimpse of Yang Kai in person, Except for one instance when he felt the fluctuations of space principles nearby and rushed to the scene, only to find that Yang Kai had already left. During these 10 years, less than 100 resource teams managed to return from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield to the no-return pass. To exploit resources, the Black Ink clan dispatched a massive number of teams to the depths of the Black Ink battlefield on mining missions. The demand for resources was not just a problem for the human race, but also for the Black Ink clan. In some respects, the Black Ink clan's demand for resources was even greater than the human race's. At least 100 teams were expected to return each year, but now after 10 years less than 100 had done so, the rest had been looted by Yang Kai. This was not just a loss of 50%, but a staggering 90%. While the casualties in each individual raid were not significant, that did not mean they weren't adding up over time. Additionally, although no territory lords died, a number of feudal lords were slaughtered and the loss of critical resources was becoming serious. For 10 years Emonayi had been searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts in the void, constantly trying to intercept or contact him, but he had never succeeded. What made him even more frustrated was that Yang Kai showed no intention of going to the no-return pass. Originally, in the Royal Lord's plan, when Emonayi joined the hunt, Yang Kai should be tempted to head to the no-return pass and threaten the safety of the Black Ink nest, thus forcing the Black Ink clan to agree to his unreasonable demands. If Yang Kai had done so, the Royal Lord and Menkei could have had a chance to ambush him. As long as they could entangle him, the territory lords could set up the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array to prevent this killing star from escaping. But over the past 10 years, Yang Kai only wandered the void, never coming within 10 million kilometers of the no-return pass. This left Emonayi feeling defeated, like he was punching with all his strength only to hit a wad of cotton. If Yang Kai never went to the no-return pass, what was the point of sacrificing a dozen territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink nest to create Menkei, the new pseudo-royal lord? Faced with such a cunning and cautious opponent, who also possessed extraordinary strength and means like Yang Kai, Emonayi felt incredibly frustrated. Deep within the void, Yang Kai concealed his aura and manipulated space principles, almost merging his body with the void. The demon eye of annihilation penetrated through space as he silently observed the scene a million kilometers away, where a squad transporting goods had just been plundered by him and 4 territory lords forming a battle formation were stationed. Shortly after, Emonayi arrived in a hurry and asked about the situation, his face dark and gloomy. The same routine, the same result. Yang Kai intimidated the territory lord who had the space ring with his sole secret technique, forcing him to hand over the goods, or he would kill them all. This happened countless times over the past 10 years, and it always succeeded. It was not that the territory lords were cowardly, but they had no choice when facing certain death. Of course, Emonayi had an idea about how to overcome this dastardly move. He simply had to order the territory lords to not comply. If Yang Kai really used his sole secret technique and killed the territory lords, he would not be better off. He would have to find a place to heal for the next 2 or 3 years. But this approach was only a temporary solution. Sacrificing territory lords would not solve the problem, and when Yang Kai recovered, he would surely come back again. There were not many innate territory lords in the Black Ink clan to sacrifice, so it was better to let them use the source fusion technique. At least they could contribute to creating a pseudo-royal lord. In other words, this solution simply wasn't feasible. Emonayi felt completely defeated. He was stronger than Yang Kai, and in terms of intelligence and cunning, he was not inferior by much. However, he was still forced to dance to the opponent's tune as Yang Kai's space secret techniques were an insurmountable obstacle. At this moment, Emonayi suddenly brightened up and quickly took out a communication bead. As he felt a slight vibration from this little bead, he almost cried out. For 10 years he had been trying to contact Yang Kai but had never received a response. Unexpectedly today, exactly 10 years later, Yang Kai contacted him. Emonayi's divine sense surged as he checked the message transmitted through the communication bead. It was a simple message, 50%. Emonayi's anger rose rapidly, but he forcibly suppressed it and tried to reply calmly, "Sir Yang, you are too greedy." Yang Kai's response came quickly too, and it made Emonayi feel uncomfortable. Over the past 10 years, what % of your mind resources made it back to the no-return pass? Emonayi roared inside. Aren't you the one who knows that best? Less than 100 out of roughly 1,000 teams have returned, so at best a paltry 10%. This had made it so that those currently sourcing for resources outside dared not easily send resources back, and could only stay at the mining sites and wait for the no-return pass to resolve Yang Kai's matter before making further arrangements. This king does not want to cut off all diplomatic ties. Over the years, I have never laid a hand on any of the territory lords, only taking a few meager resources. I hope that the Black Ink clan can also understand the greater good and the overall situation. Only through sincere cooperation between the two sides on this matter can there be mutual benefit and mutual gain. Looking at the words transmitted through the communication bead, Emonaye's face twitched uncontrollably. He had interacted with many humans before, but he had never seen anyone so shameless before. The resources were gathered by the Black Ink clan, with the humans contributing nothing at all. Yang Kai was just going around robbing them, and now he had the audacity to talk about righteousness and sincere cooperation for mutual benefit. How could Emonaye not understand his intentions? All these grandiose words were just a thinly veiled threat. The implicit meaning in his words was that if the Black Ink clan did not understand the greater good and the overall situation, he would continue to loot until they capitulated. By then, the losses for the Black Ink clan would only be more devastating. Emonaye thought he had understood humans well enough, but today he realized that his so-called understanding was only scratching the surface. A human race master with such a formidable reputation could be shameless to this degree. It was truly eye-opening. Emonaye was so angry that he actually threw his head back and laughed out loud. He wanted to say something cutting, but was afraid of provoking Yang Kai, so he did not know how to respond. While he was hesitating, Yang Kai sent another message. Sir Emonaye, this king has already been benevolent towards the Black Ink clan. Please don't force my hand. These years I have never gone to the no-return pass. Compared to the high-rank Black Ink nests in the no-return pass, a few resources are nothing in comparison. You should be able to discern the difference in weight, right? Marshall Peak Chapter 5688 The one who keeps thinking about stealing. Faced with such an open and blatant threat, Emonaye not only did not get angry, but instead felt a sense of relief that Yang Kai had finally taken this step. The reason he left the no-return pass was to give a false impression to Yang Kai that there was only one royal lord on guard now, and he had a chance to destroy the Black Ink nests. Unfortunately, for the past 10 years, Yang Kai had never appeared outside of the no-return pass and had been constantly looting the resource squads, causing the royal lord's initial plan to fail. It wasn't until today that Yang Kai finally revealed intentions of using the Black Ink nest to threaten the Black Ink clan. Emonaye was secretly delighted and quickly replied, Yang Kai, some things can be done once or twice but not thrice. You have trespassed into the no-return pass twice and destroyed many Black Ink nests, but if you dare try this again, I Emonaye will never let you go. The message was sent out, but there was no response after a long time of waiting. 1,000,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai carefully observed each change in Emonaye's expression and began making plans in his heart. He had thought about going to the no-return pass to threaten to destroy some Black Ink nests and force the Black Ink clan to meet his demands, and had even taken action for this purpose. Over the past 10 years, he had secretly investigated the no-return pass several times. However, with his increasing mastery of the Tao of Time, his sensitivity to future crises had become much higher. This sense had helped him avoid some dangers during his last rampage in the no-return pass, and it was the same now. Every time he approached the no-return pass, the idea of destroying Black Ink nests would unconsciously bring a sense of peril, as if there was a great danger hidden within the no-return pass that could threaten him. This puzzled Yang Kai greatly. Emonaye had gone to the depths of void for all these years, and only one royal lord was guarding the no-return pass. According to his current strength, as long as he avoided that royal lord, the no-return pass would be his to enter and exit as he pleased. With the no-return pass being such a large area and the numerous high-rank Black Ink nests of the Black Ink clan so scattered, one royal lord couldn't look after all of them. So, where did this sense of danger come from? The sense of danger he felt during his last rampage in the no-return pass was due to Emonaye hiding in the shadows. Based on his experience from last time, Yang Kai naturally guessed that the Black Ink clan had produced another pseudo-royal lord. Emonayi believed that Yang Kai knew nothing about the situation at the No Return Pass, but in reality, Yang Kai had been observing secretly to confirm his suspicions, and Emonayi's response this time was undeniable evidence of this. Regardless of whether it was Emonayi when he was still an innate territory lord in the past or the current Emonayi as a pseudo-royal lord, he would always address Yang Kai as Sir Yang, naturally showing respect to an elite fighter regardless of their hostile relationship. But this time Emonayi addressed Yang Kai by his name directly, and his words carried a hidden threat, almost like he was daring Yang Kai to immediately cause trouble at the No Return Pass. This was not Emonayi's usual behavior. Yang Kai, seeing this, knew that his suspicion was probably correct. There must be a new pseudo-royal lord at the No Return Pass, lying in ambush with the royal lord. In the void, Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled, finding it quite interesting to engage in this battle of wits with Emonayi. He thus quickly replied, "Just wait and see. This time, this king will not rest until he destroys 10 high-rank Black Ink nests." Oh. After transmitting the message, Yang Kai put away his communication bead and disappeared from sight. In the distant void, Emonayi also hurriedly put away his communication bead, raised his palm, and a surge of thick black ink strength rushed out, quickly forming a vortex in his palm. Within the vortex, a very delicate and small black ink nest appeared. This was a low-rank black ink nest, which was not yet mature. Such a black ink nest was not very useful to the Black Ink clan, but it was perfect for transmitting messages. Now, the territory lords who were searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts and escorting the supply teams almost all had such a miniature black ink nest, just to facilitate rapid communication with each other. By summoning this small black ink nest, Emonayi sent a message to the No Return Pass, informing the royal lord about Yang Kai's imminent arrival and telling them to prepare. After doing so, Emonayi also hurried towards the No Return Pass, secretly praying for a swift victory. If Yang Kai thought that there was only one royal lord guarding the No Return Pass, he would surely make a mistake, and if the royal lord and Mengke teamed up, they only needed to entangle him for 10 breaths so the territory lords could activate the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array. Once the Grand Array was formed, Yang Kai would be trapped like a cornered beast. Without the ability to use space principles to flee, Yang Kai would only be a slightly stronger 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, incapable of facing all the elites of the Black Ink clan. After years of entanglement, is it finally time to determine the winner and loser of our little game? Emonayi suddenly felt like he was dreaming. However, he had only made it halfway back when he suddenly stopped and hastily summoned the miniature black ink nest. As his divine sense poured it to investigate, his face turned pale in an instant. The message from the black ink nest was too bizarre to believe at first, but after verifying it a few times, he confirmed that he had indeed read it correctly. Standing there, his expression fluctuated for a moment before he turned and flew in another direction. Half a day later, he arrived in a spot in the void and appeared before 4 territory lords who had formed a battle formation. Sir Emonayi. The 4 territory lords were overjoyed to see him as if they had seen their savior. What happened? Emonayi asked in a deep voice. One of the 4 territory lords immediately recounted their encounter with Yang Kai, which was actually quite simple. They were escorting a supply team back to the No Return Pass when Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Over the years they had encountered Yang Kai several times, but he had never attacked them directly. Instead, he attacked the Black Ink clansmen who were transporting materials, killing mostly low-rank soldiers. For the 4 territory lords, Yang Kai mainly used his soul secret technique as a threat, forcing them to compromise and hand over the resources. Under threat of imminent death, the territory lords had no choice but to comply. As a result, every time Yang Kai made a move, he was able to gain something. But this time, Yang Kai not only slaughtered the Black Ink clansmen transporting the materials, but also injured the 4 territory lords, one of whom was seriously wounded. Emonayi was not angry after listening to this, but rather pleasantly surprised. He used his soul secret technique. Yang Kai often used his soul secret technique to intimidate territory lords, but he had never actually activated it before. Emonayi even suspected that Yang Kai was just bluffing this whole time. Emonayi had intended to prevent the territory lords from compromising at all costs, but he knew that even if he issued such an order, the territory lords would find it difficult to hold out in a life-or-death crisis. Losing the materials was a small matter, but losing territory lords was a serious blow. But if Yongkai had used his soul secret technique this time, it meant that he would enter a period of retreat and recuperation for the next 2 or 3 years. This would undoubtedly be his weakest time, and if they could find his whereabouts, the situation would be promising. However, to Emonaye's surprise, the 4 territory lords looked embarrassed and shook their heads in unison. The speaking territory lord cried out. He did not. Upon hearing that, Emonaye's joyous expression instantly disappeared, and he frowned. If he didn't use his soul secret technique, how did he manage to injure all of you like this? The 4 innate territory lords had formed the 4 symbols formation, making it impossible for Yongkai to pose a substantial threat to them without using his soul secret technique. Although Yongkai was strong, he was not yet strong enough to break this formation forcibly. Even Monayi would have to work hard to injure the 4 territory lords who were united in this formation. The expressions of the 4 territory lords became even more embarrassed and they stammered, not knowing how to explain. However, Emonayi had already figured it out at that point and asked with a stern face, "Did you break the battle formation yourselves?" Only then could Yongkai pick them off one by one. The territory lord who spoke earlier shamefully admitted, "Yes. It's just that maintaining the 4 symbols formation consumes our mental strength, and although there was no problem in the short term, it's been 10 years now. We find it difficult to maintain the battle formation at all times, so..." In fact, it wasn't just these 4 territory lords. Other territory lords who had formed 4 symbols and 5 elements formations also encountered similar problems. Maintaining the battle formation for a long time put a heavy burden on their minds, so sometimes they would break the battle formation to disconnect their auras and let themselves recover a little. How could they have known that Yongkai would take advantage of this opportunity to attack them? If they hadn't been on alert and quickly formed the battle formation again after Yongkai appeared, they might have suffered more than just injuries. The territory lord cautiously peered at Emonaye's expression, thinking that he would be severely reprimanded for their failure. However, all Emoni did was sigh. "It was my carelessness." He thought that their operation against Yongkai would not take too long, but he never expected that it would take 10 years and still not produce any results. If Yongkai could injure 4 territory lords in just 10 years, what about another 10 or 100 years? It was as the saying went, one need not fear a thief who always steals, they should fear the thief who constantly thinks of stealing. When Emonayi first heard this, he did not understand, but now he finally did. "Yongkai, that thief. You are truly my eternal nemesis. That bastard even vowed to destroy 10 high-rank black ink nests in the no-return pass, but all he did was go against his words and injure 4 territory lords. I was a fool to have believed anything he said." It appeared that Yongkai had seen through the arrangements at the no-return pass, which was why he had never gone there but instead wreaked havoc out here in the void. "Send a message to the other squads and tell all territory lords to be careful. Yongkai could strike at any time," Emonayi ordered, remembering the lesson from these 4 territory lords as he believed that Yongkai would strike again. Then the 4 territory lords followed Emonaye's order and took out their miniature black ink nests to spread the word. You're tuning into the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.